you are. Welcome to today's stream. We are today back in the 787 from Horizon Mod. I'm looking forward to it. Flying Frankfurt. Mic is quiet? Oh, hang on. Hold on. Why is the mic quiet? Very quiet. Okay, that's weird. Hang on. Testing. No, it's still quiet. Huh? Let me see. No, it's still quiet. It's, yeah. Trying to fix it. Hang on. Testing. Yeah, there we go. Oh, sorry. That's a bit loud now, isn't it? Yeah. No. I think I pulled some. I pulled something in the cable there. All right, much better. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for feedback, guys. Always much appreciated. So let me adjust that again to normal. Is that kind of good? That should be the normal setting again, right? Right. Okay. As I was saying, back in the 787, the latest update from the Horizon mod, and so they did. No, at the moment. Oh my God.
From me to you. Enjoy the gifted sub.
Auto thrust blue again. 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. That's really kind. 15 in total now. Thank you, Autothrust Blue. Thank you for your support. That's much appreciated. Everyone that just got gifted, please say a big thank you. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Thank you. And where was I? Oh yeah, I was saying that the mod, Horizon mod, has got an update again. And they've improved a couple of things regarding the flight model. However, I already got some feedback from people saying that they couldn't really feel any difference. Let me just find the article. Right. So the news is this, and somebody was just asking whether or not the Horizon mod costs money. At the moment, no. So at the moment, the download is from the Headwind Simulations installer, and so currently that is free. So the add-on I'm talking about, the version 1.2, that is still free, right? So they I'll get rid of the ad here. They
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Again?
Could new subscribers
no, the
please make
mic.
your way to
The mic should be
first-class
better now, shouldn't it?
where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Hey BB and chat, how are you today? Smile.
Thank you, Tremonia, for the 45. I'm doing well. How are you, Tremonia? Thank you so much. Sound is fine. Hello, Geep, too, as well. Nice to see you, Geep. Okay, no. I will boost it just a tad more. But it should be okay. Mic is good, thanks. Right, we're just talking about this plane. So the current version, so the Horizon Simulations version 1.2, which you can download through the Headwind Simulations installer. You're doing well, Tremonia? That's good to hear. Hey, Panman and Peterman, hello to you as well. Yeah, so the latest version, they have reworked the flight model, improved takeoff dynamics, and enhanced autopilot engagement, and updated the landing physics. That's what we'll talk about today and check out for today. Now, the other news is that the team at Horizon Simulations announced on their Discord that they are now part of the Orbix partner family. So this is actually good news. This new partnership enables Horizon Simulations to seamlessly integrate their current products and make their 787-9 and other projects available on the Microsoft Marketplace for both PC and X-Plane users. All current freeware additions will remain free on Orbix Direct and Orbix Central, including the upcoming 787X. Right? It says here, all current freeware additions will remain free for the upcoming 787X and the 787-8F mods. Right, so I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. So that's the first part of news, and then it says, moving forward, all previously released content from Horizon Simulations will now be available for download via the Orbix Central. So that's good as well. Horizon Simulations also mentioned that their Boeing 787-9 will be making its way to the Microsoft Marketplace for PC and Xbox soon. Not Xbox soon. However, this will be paid add-on. So, as far as I understand, if you take it through the Orbix Central, it remains free. If you go through the Microsoft Marketplace, which I don't understand why one platform would be payware and the other one would be free. But I guess we have to wait and see what comes out regarding pricing and so on, what the difference. Yeah, that's weird, right, Dennis? So we'll have to wait and see what comes out with the news. But as it stands now, right now, the Horizon mod version 1.2 is definitely free. Definitely free. So as I was saying, I already did a quick pattern around Frankfurt. And for me, I have not noticed anything bad with the new flight model, meaning that I felt it was actually not bad. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but all in all, considering it's a freeware and how the real aircraft flies nice and stable, my first impression taking off, people will talk about the trim issue after takeoff. I don't have any trim issues, at least not on the circuit I did like half an hour ago. Now, be aware, I'm using the Brunner force feedback yoke. So maybe that's why I have a different feeling regarding trim. I don't know. But just be aware, this could be a reason. Oops, no, not this one. This could be a reason. Hey, Alpino, I need to change that button. That button is like below the monitor button. And so I reached to press the monitor button, and I touched the kappa button.
That's how pros do it.
Hey, so what's up? So. Oh, okay. So MG King on YouTube wrote that they have to make it paid add-on because it's not possible to offer it for free in the marketplace. It's a policy from Asobo Microsoft. Okay, so that explains it. Yes, so the trim issue. I'm gonna have to look, I guess, because when I was using the Thrustmaster yoke. I don't know. I honestly don't know if I had any bigger issues with that. Anyways, let's get back. So the plan for today is the following. Now, the flight from Frankfurt to Minneapolis would take about 8 hours and 30 minutes today. So, so my plan is the following. I'm not going to be on VATSIM because I may want to do time acceleration during cruise flight. So my plan would be to take off and do in real time departure, do a simulated clearance request because we are on NetTrack Alpha today. And then after we've entered the Oceanic airspace, and after we did, a simulated HF check, etc., then maybe go time accelerated until about, I don't know, maybe Larkus, so when we enter the Canadian airspace. And then go real time for the rest of the last 2 hours or something. Because this part obviously is very long, and what I would like to do is actually just during the cruise flight, yeah, not realistic. I know, but still. Hey, Ignaz.
Thank you.
Another month with high-quality Pushback and aircraft content, education and entertainment. To another month, and always happy to be part of this community.
Dennis, that
B711 beloved.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for the 28 months, and thanks for the kind words. I'm very happy that people come back after such a long time and say they still enjoy the content, because that's a huge kind of compliment for me. And I still love making the content. It's an exciting time to be in flight simming. So it is my pleasure indeed. And thank you so much for all the support. Thank you. Really, really kind. Rob, hello to you as well. Welcome. Ignaz, how are you? Oh, the camera button. Okay, so this is actually from a app. So it's from Flow. Sorry, it's Parallel 42. The company is called Parallel 42. And this app is called Flow. Now, there's different versions. So I'm using the Flow Pro version, which is a payware add-on. The Flow Basic version is free. And the differences regarding Flow Pro and the free version, you have to look on the website to see what all the features are. So one of the features, obviously, is that you can make your own widgets. Not this one, but so we've made this. So this is a Flow Pro widget app that comes with it and gives you quick access to many different things. But again, for all the features, you have to look at the website. Well, so the thing is this. So for me, I use these long-range flights to practice, to stay current. It just helps me to to kind of stay up to date with everything, and so I do enjoy them. The thing is, though, obviously, I'm not really thinking about 10-hour live streams. So I'd rather just go take off, so do the first 2 or 3 hours on live stream. I'll leave the stream running, but I think we may try time acceleration over the Atlantic, and then I'll be away from the keyboard for a while, and then I come back again for the last 2 or 3 hours, where we prepare for the approach, etc. I think that's a good deal, right? I don't. Trollsport is I don't know if that's against the VATSIM rules. So I'm always a little bit pinched when it comes to. That is allowed? Okay. Fly for Frankfurt. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So, guys. Okay, that's what we'll do. Let me file the flight plan real quickly. Then, is anybody planning to fly along? Like, do you want the? I mean, the routing is here if you want. That's the routing. Ah, Jalendi flying along. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Then let me quickly file the flight plan and go online. Absolutely. Yeah, Mark, I didn't know that either. I thought that was against the rules. So let me pre-file that. Let me go on real time real quickly. Make sure we are on real time. We are on real time now. Fantastic. So initial climb. Oh, I don't know why it does that. Hang on, let me just redo PDF. So initial, it says 240. And then it goes RPEC 360. Okay, so we're going to file 360 then. That's SimBrief. Doing a stupid thing. Okay, so Departure time. Where's my departure time? It's off blocks at 1350 UTC. And then we'll file it. Right, flight plan is filed. Let's log on. Let's see who's online here. Okay, fly from Frankfurt, that's copied. Thanks thanks for the information. Right. So it's an extension of the, if you're going to be away for a while, just disconnect rule. Okay, cool. Hey Andreas, moin, wie geht's? You're on the TSC 731 on the flight here. Nice, Alex. Enjoy the flight. And Lilo was flying. Let me just check. Lilo, you're flying from... what was that? Hang on, Lilo. Let me see. Because you wrote... Lilo, you're flying London Heathrow, Bravo India Lima, Billund, and back to London Heathrow. Nice. Enjoy the flight, Lilo. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're going to connect as Lufty 482 B789 Dreamliner. Yes, sir. Connect. Right. Keep your fingers crossed. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. 380s again, but nobody's here. How about that? How about that? Charts, yeah, sorry. I know, it's charts. Thank you. Right, there you go. So, a KLM is back there. You've got A380s. What else? And A320 Sharklet. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Sharklet is here as well? Nice. Astor, moin. Excellent. Alrighty. So we are going to prepare the aircraft then. And we've filed the flight plan. We've logged on. We have ground tower online. GG's. Guys, let's get cracking. Let's get going. I'm going to request the flight plan real quickly. Yeah, so the routing today takes us... Oh, hang on. There comes the flight plan. We're going to load that. So Frankfurt, Minneapolis, Lufthansa 482. The routing takes us... we'll check the routing in a minute. And it should be track Alpha today. It's the most northern track today. And looking at the ATIS, currently departure ATIS is Foxtrot. 2.5 in use. Oh, I was actually planning with 07s. Okay, so 2.5 in use. And we are planning to go via a maroon departure. Now, I'd rather go with the right turn maroon. Which is... Let me check on Navigraph. So the SID... Let's make sure, maroon. So... I think it's the 7 Foxtrot. The only thing is that we have to be high at 3,500. Now, there was another one. Those are the 07s. Yeah, I think it's going to be the 7 Foxtrot for us. Hopefully. So 7 Fox is what we plan with. To the west. So 7 Foxtrot. Execute. Right. So then... Let's go back to the route. Then we fly all the routing, and Minneapolis is probably going to be runway 12 today because currently the weather is 120 at 9. So they will be landing southerly runways. And so for Minneapolis, I expect the ILS 1-2 right. Sometimes you may get 1-7. This one here. I've actually, the first time we landed here, we had the 1-7, which is a shorter runway. But hopefully we get 1-2 right, because that means we'll have a very short taxi-in time, which is great. The arrival should be the Bainey arrival, Bainey 3. But we have to be careful that we hit the right one. Star. Yeah, Bainey 3, and that should lead us to KQ for the approach then. KQ. Here we got pattern. Just check that again. Yeah. So it says KQ at to 10, 7,000 feet, landing 1-2s. Right, that's what we expect. Hey, Nate. Hello. Just having the espresso. Nice. Yeah, I'll have one as well later on. Cool. So let me just put that in here then. So departure arrival, we'll go to index arrival in Minneapolis. 1-2 right, Bainey 3. We are coming from cold. So it's going to be cold transition, and we should then be going via pattern, correct? Pattern for the approach. Yeah, pattern, initial approach. Although, again, for the departure, now this will be later on. I'm not going to execute that because we don't enter a runway just yet. Oh, well, we enter a runway, but not an approach. So what we're going to do, I'm going to deselect 1-2 right and just going to select the runway without the actual approach. That's a safety recommendation to avoid the aircraft going into VNAV mode and LNAV mode on a takeoff when you have wind shear and you press the toggle buttons. So that's it. KQ, and then later we'll enter the approach again during the flight. So the whole flight is 3,898 miles long, which allows it for us to be flown in a two-man environment, 2 pilots only. So the flight plan says total distance 3891, 3898. That's a good match. Excellent. Yeah, 4,200 nautical miles is the boundary. If it's longer than 4,200 nautical miles, then hey, Sanders, hello to you. Thanks for the tip, Peterman. So Flyby A380, a new update is out. Yeah, I'll check that maybe Monday. Maybe Monday. I have to wait and see though, because I may meet someone in Frankfurt on Monday. So I'll announce that early enough though. Don't worry. Cool. So let me check the routing real quickly. So we have Frankfurt, Minneapolis now. We've got the departure route Lorpa. Then according to the flight plan, let me just okay, so hang on. So that's 1. That's 2. That's not 3 though. Where's my number 3 button? Sorry, I just have to quickly do a setup here. So let's do that as 3. Does that work? 3, fantastic. And then we're going to go do this as number 4. Excellent. Perfect. All right. Hey, Bruno. Yeah, it's changing now to time-based. I think it was 8 hours 55 or something. I will have to read through the new contracts. Yeah, it is changing. So quickly, let me show you then the routing on Sim Toolkit, and we'll compare that with the routing that we have here in the box. So we have Maroon departure, then Lorpa, Maroon, and then we go Yankee 152 RPEC, Zulu 850 Abilu, direct Reckon. Then we go direct Topper, Mike 982 Rokan, November 97 to Tala. Then direct Gomup, and this is where the routing takes us over the Atlantic. And so we have, I'm trying the legs page here. Okay. And then we're going to go look through the track message page. So here we have a dedicated page just for the North Atlantic track system. So very important information there for us today. So today's track, and these track obviously change daily. So the westbound tracks today until 1900 Zulu. Tracks flat level 340 until including 390. So we have Gomup, then we have 5920, 6130, 6140, 6050, then direct Urtak. So that's correct. And then we go back to the normal routing. And then we got Urtak, then it's direct to Lakes or Lakes. Then we got direct 5770, 53. So this is something, that is something why I don't like these kind of indications there. And in the real aircraft, actually, when you press on that button, it'll give you the full readout. So so 5480 is not correct, right? It should be 5330 and 80. You see, that's how quickly things can get really messy. So let me see if I can change that, or if it's just a display issue here in the sim. It's a bit different in the real aircraft. So 080. Let me try that. Facility not found. Okay. So maybe that's a fix. If you go then to init, let me see if I can find that here. Nav data. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. I guess really so if you have like 50, so if it's like this in this format, no, it's not in the database. Yeah, it's okay. You see, that's weird, isn't it? Look at this. So actually, if you put 5480 in that like this, it actually is 5430. How weird is that? I have a feeling that's a sim thing, really. So if you do that, you see that will be the correct waypoint. 5330 north, 80 west, 5380. That is so strange to see it that way. So nonetheless, so this waypoint here, as far as I'm concerned, as it stands with the way it's shown here, that is not correct. That is not correct. Let me just see if I can change that. And maybe it's an upload issue then. So if I put the 5380 in here, you see it works. So 5380, and then we go 49 northwest 90 again. So I'm going to clear out, delete out this one here. Then I'm going to go onto the legs page. Right. Okay, so again, we've got 53, 30, 80. And then we have 49, 90 west. And then we got direct to Duluth and then direct to cold. And then we do the arrival and the approach. Okay, so that's all inserted correctly now. Really, Captain George, hello to you. A couple of people on VATSIM to Minneapolis. I'm amazed. So welcome to those that are joining. My pleasure to fly along with you today. Thank you so much for joining. So German Monster. Oh, you just landed from Minneapolis this morning. Nice. How was your flight? Cool. Alrighty, so next thing I want to do, I quickly want to load the aircraft. So let me go to init, index, settings, weight and balance. So let's set from the OFP. So we should have about 287 passengers, that's correct. Cargo, about 10 tons. Zero fuel weight, 163.242, exactly as it is on my flight plan. And the fuel... so fuel planning, I did the following. So we have 51,324 plus 500 taxi, and I have 2,000 kilograms extra, just in case the fuel flow doesn't really add up from SimBrief to the aircraft, just so that we have a bit more fuel. And otherwise, I mean. Yeah, so if you don't get your, your planned flight level, or if you want to fly a bit faster because of delay or something, then it's always good to have a bit of extra fuel there. For the ETOPS, interesting today. Let me see if I can find the ETOPS planning here. So that's on the charts, isn't it? Charts. Nope. Okay, I need to find that on SimBrief. So, edit. The real Tyrogoth, hello to you. Where's the crew room on the part of the airport? In Frankfurt, you mean? There's different crew room areas for Condor, Lufthansa. Other airlines will probably do their briefing on the aircraft itself. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hey, Matt, Christian. Well, I'm not going to show you exactly where. All right. It's kind of sometimes I wonder if it's data that's kind of sensitive, so I'm not gonna disclose exactly where. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So here in Frankfurt we have an office where we meet the cabin crew. If we are en route, so if we are let's say Minneapolis, we would do the briefing either at the gate somewhere in a corner where it's quiet, or we do the briefing on board with the cabin crew. So back to the fuel planning. So that's all correct. The fuel is inserted. Cool. And so that's done. Now, let's do the rest of the preparation items. Let's start the APU. And the interesting thing here is on the... on the 787. Oh yeah, now I'm using the FT Sim Plus sound set, not the original. This is FT Sim Plus. Terrain ahead, hello to you. Matthaus, it's the Frankfurt Aerosoft scenery, Aerosoft Frankfurt. Yeah, just checking the hydraulic values. We check the crew oxygen, the liquid cooling levels. So this aircraft is extremely heavily electronic dependent, which is weird for Boeing, really. But this aircraft has a very, very strong electronic parts. So electrics is everything in this aircraft. And so since we have things like electric brakes, we have electric starter generators, so we don't use bleed air for engine start. We have cabin air compressors, which run electrically and not via bleed air. So yeah, lots of things. So one thing you can see here at the moment, even though we have switched on, which is unusual. Normally, yeah, so we have, if I do this after the APU starts, the external power gets disconnected automatically. Now, this external power, after external power, we don't really have that. Either we have left, right, forward, but we very rarely have the external power for the aft. Now, that will be needed for engine start at the gate, let's say, because, like we mentioned, the engine start takes a lot of electric power, and so that's why it's advisable to have all three external power connections for that case. If we don't, what happens is we get a lot of electronic load shedding. So it can happen that in the cabin lights go out, your entertainment system goes out, coffee machine goes out, right? Really, really important things suddenly go out. So yeah, it's a good idea to have the aft external connected. Now, you see that it has what's called large motor power system. Now, these things are, the strong electric motors, hydraulic motors, packs, the CACs. So all these very strong systems, or the system that use a lot of current, a lot of electric current, they are powered by a separate bus system. And they actually have a liquid cooling system to make sure that those parts are cooled. And just like on a PC, right? A good liquid cooling system is more efficient than an air system. Not saying the air system is bad, but as far as I'm aware, liquid cooling, if it's correctly implemented in the right size, then it's very, very powerful. And this also makes interesting cases when you have to power down the aircraft. And so hopefully for us all the time, we have maintenance at the aircraft when we arrive. If not, and we have to completely power down the aircraft, there is a procedure for this. And I'm not sure if I've published it here, but it's actually very time consuming. So we have what's called electric power up, but there's also a electric power down checklist. What I didn't do here, so this is not really realistic because I know the aircraft doesn't simulate this, but maybe once we have an aircraft that simulates these things correctly, then I have to expand this checklist, because there's a waiting time for the complete power down until you have the liquid cooling system cooled down far enough. Because if you switch off, straight after you shut down the engines and passengers off, and you switch off everything, that liquid cooling cycle stops immediately, and that can actually damage a lot of important components. So, hey, nice, good. Enjoy the landing, Lilo. And Nano, hello. Right, I don't want to bore you with all these details. So, let's go have a look. So all we do now is check that we have enough hydraulic, we have enough liquid cooling, we have enough crew oxygen, and we have enough engine oil. These things are important for the ETOPS part of the flight. So ETOPS, another topic. So let me see if I can find the ETOPS chart. How much FCOM is actually covered during the type rating? Well, well, most of it. That's something. That's obviously something that's really important, and so. I'm just going to check if the actual ETOPS is still valid that I've planned. So I had ETOPS planned today with. Okay, so yeah, it's Iceland. Sorry, it's Reykjavik, and Goose Bay. It seems that's what I had planned. Yeah. So the thing is, this the ETOPS section. If you take Thunderstrom as well, which we normally don't, but then also the ETOPS part is really, really way down there. So it's more on the latter part of the flight today. Now the thing is though, so the sim brief calculations regarding ETOPS is not the best, I have to say. So if I said threshold time is 60 minutes, so when we go outside of 60 minutes, still a distance, then we have to use the ETOPS part. And the scenario says 180 minutes maximum. You can exclude some airports. So if I exclude... Actually, let's not exclude anything. But I want to have the first one, the entry is Keflavik, and then the exit... if I do that as Goose Bay, let's validate that. Okay, no, that's right. So it does accept that with Goose Bay. So, okay, so that means that for us, the ETOPS part will be just this part here. So from Keflavik down outside. And then into the 1 hour range ring. I'm pretty sure there should be an airport closer to here, maybe Ottawa. So if I take this as Ottawa, yeah, you see, that's the thing. So it doesn't like Ottawa for whatever reason. And that's something why this thing just completely goes wrong here on SimBrief. That's why I don't really trust it. But I mean, it's just more for demonstration purposes today as well. So let's reset that, calculate. So it wants to go with Keflavik, and the exit airport is this. So let me try that with Goose Bay again. Yeah. Yeah, so that's Goose Bay, that's fine. Yeah, the only issue is Alpha. So the problem is that if you have this airport, I don't even know what airport that is. What is that? It works if you set it to auto. Okay. Try that. No, it still doesn't like it. Goes down. Okay. It doesn't matter. Don't worry too much about it. The thing is that I didn't know what that airport is. I've never seen that on our flight plans before. So... let's try that. Validate. Yeah, that I don't really want to have BR. That's stupid as well, BR. We don't take that one either. So let me exclude that in here. 180 minutes. Yeah, that's what I mean with, you know, you can't take airports that are operational not allowed. So for us, I'm 100% sure that this airport, Charlie Yankee Victor Oscar, Val d'Or, I'm 100% sure. I mean, it has a 3,000 meter long runway, but still for the the apron of parking, etc., I don't think that's a valid ETOPS alternate. I'll be very surprised. So, yeah. So the only thing really, it's not a bad thing, but you have to realize that if you take Goose Bay and then you have this airport, which we wouldn't do in real life, but it's just in brief. Let's just accept that for now. You would have a second ETOPS section in here. You see that again, that's 1 hour from Goose Bay and 1 hour from this airport. So this section would be another ETOPS part. So you would have 2 ETOPS sections, this one here and this one here. It's not terrible. It's just you would have to look through all the alternates again, make sure you have valid alternates on that ETOPS section there. It just makes flight planning a little bit more complicated, that's all. Iqaluit, Mataus, I'm not sure. Iqaluit is further north, isn't it? And the problem is, yeah, well, I mean, we could try, but I don't think that's going to help. But we'll try. We'll try that as a second alternate. Yeah, you see, again, it just does not cover. It doesn't cover this section here. And that's really the only... Brandup says Charlie Yankee Quebec Bravo. Okay. Let's have a look here. Yeah, but that's too far south. That even requires even longer ETOPS section. Don't worry too much about it. Okay, we talked about it. So for today, when I did my flight planning, I had Sonderstrom up here north, which is don't like that really, but yeah. Let's just say today we just take that. Another thing which is unusual, SimBrief took the calculations with just decompression and not decompression and engine failure, which is normally the case for us. That's the most restrictive case for ETOPS. So it's sometimes weird what SimBrief calculates, I have to say. Really unreliable. So let me just get rid of that. And I want to go and exclude Thunderstrom as well. Okay. Yesterday, I mean, I can tell you that yesterday what was taken IRL was Keflavik and it was Ottawa. So yesterday that worked. Yes, Nubak, we're on VATSIM. Anyways, guys, this is not really the big issue today regarding ETOPS. We can have a look later again during the flight. But ETOPS really is for us limiting when the ETOPS section happens towards the end of the flight. So if we had an ETOPS section here towards the end, that's where the fuel planning regarding diversion, single engine and decompression. So single engine flight at level 100 to an en route ETOPS alternate, that will be the most restrictive case because you would have burned a lot of fuel by that time. And then, flying low and slow with an engine failure, that requires a lot of fuel to be burned. It burns a lot of fuel, meaning that your fuel requirements at the latter stage of the flight will be higher. That's where the restriction then comes in regarding ETOPS. Anything else prior, so if you have ETOPS alternate at Keflavik and then maybe Goose Bay, and we have an ETOPS section in the middle, that's not really fuel critical unless we have to fly like almost 3 hours with that engine failure decompression case. But usually you wouldn't have to fly that long. Usually it's about 2 hours flight time. And then the fuel planning is absolutely no problem. So really then what comes in is the weather situation. And during winter time, especially Keflavik can have very strong winds, and sometimes bad visibility, which could be an issue regarding flight planning and the ETOPS planning. We don't usually take thunderstorm. I mean, that's an airport you can fly to if if you have a really critical issue, aircraft smoke or something's burning. Then thunderstorm is definitely worth going to, but otherwise not for pre-planning for ETOPS. But yeah, normally we only require Goose Bay and we have Goose Bay, St. John's, we have Gander down here, Iqaluit further to the north. So we have plenty of options there, but that's for the pre-planning. Let's get back to the current flight. So currently we've fueled the aircraft. So the gross weight is supposed to be 215 tons. Checking the flight plan real quickly. Planned takeoff is 214.5, so that's correct. Reserves. So the alternate, for some reason, I had a different. I don't know where it's gotten that from today. Really strange. It was Milwaukee yesterday evening when I planned this, and now it's taken. What is that airport? KST? Is St. Cloud? What? All right. It's strange. So we need about 4 tons remaining. So that's 2 tons plus another 2 tons, so 4 tons final. 2 tons, 4 tons alternate fuel. So reserves is 4 tons in this case. So the reserve value is always the alternate fuel plus the final reserve fuel. Those 2 values. 4 tons, which isn't much for such a big aircraft. It shows you how economical the engines are. Level 360, the cost index today planned at a 15 value. So low value there. And we are actually planned well ahead of time, well ahead of schedule. Christian, yeah, so Ottawa didn't work on SimBrief because they said threshold. I have a feeling that SimBrief doesn't calculate with still air distance. I have a feeling it calculates with the wind, which is wrong, because ETOPS calculations, pre-flight calculations are done still air distance. Yeah, Christian, I agree. It's weird. Anyhow, so thrust limit, let's have a look. I can use the SimBrief calculator, can't I? So let's have a look here. So if we go view flight plan, then go to takeoff. So 25 center. Let me just check one more time the departure ATIS. Golf 25 in use. Departure 25 center. We have wind 060 at 4. So we have a bit of tailwind for runway 25. Interesting configuration today. So we have to take that into account. We are going to weigh, let's put 214,700. Optimum flaps, optimum thrust. Anti-ice auto, wind 8 degrees, 1026, condition dry. And let's see what comes up. So improved climb, which we usually have. Yeah, so these values are pretty much what I would expect. Although I would have expected like DTO 1 or something that way. But we'll take that. Yeah, so Tremonia, I was just wondering. I have the mod installed here in Microsoft 2020 from SimBrief, but I wasn't sure how good it is with ETOPS planning, so that's why I did the normal briefing. Hey Jehu, I should try Victor Papa Tango. So select is going to be 53, speeds 161, 64, 67. Right. So what would happen normally, just prior, or I would say about 20 minutes prior to departure, we would do our briefing. So before we get the final figures. And for that, let's see, can we get the clearance here via? Let me see if I'm just playing around with this. Just want to see if that works. What do you mean, why so early? A train ahead? No. We're not early, so that's that. I have to do one more thing here, guys. Oh, you mean the briefing? No, so here for terrain ahead for us, here we have so much time. So normally everything's finished, you know, about half an hour, 40 minutes before departure.
Captain Blackbox Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
42. The answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything.
Thank you so much for that. I love that. Pilsrich, thank you so much for the 42. There's the answer. Meaning of life. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Right, let me quickly recalculate the flight plan. It's going to be the same routing. I just want to have the so I was just recalculating that. Fantastic. So there we go. I just want to have that for real A cars. I want to see if that works. Hey, going to Peru to Spain today. Nice. Enjoy the flight. Pilsners, thanks for the link there. I'll check that. So let's start the flight. The thing is, though, I've got to try, see if I can get clearance here, shall we? Let's go departure clearance. I'm not 100% sure if that works here yet, but we'll try. So we have departure. I've not tried this for a long time. Gate, it's Alpha 52. Information was Golf. Let's try that. Sending. Aborted. Yeah, so that's not working, it seems. So I'm doing something wrong. Yeah. I can't remember if I ever managed to get the data link here, or the PDC. VPT for the performance calculator. Okay. Hoppy enabled. Hoppy enabled. What should? Is there a setting here? Is that like in the config file somewhere? Yeah, it could be in the config file. Anyways, let's get the clearance via voice. So we have 121.855. Let's try that. Ground, gute wie die Lufthansa 482 requesting clearance information Golf.
The 482 Apron Gude Golf is correct. Setup approved Minneapolis. Maroon 7 Foxtrot departure. Flight planned route. Climb via descent 5,000 feet. Squawk 2215.
Lufthansa 482, Dankeschön, cleared to Minneapolis via runway 25 center, Maroon 7 Foxtrot, climb initially 5,000 and the squawk 2215. And we are heavy. So let's do that, transponder.
Gate Alpha 22, taxi via Lima, November 8, full shot of November.
Gate Alpha 22, Lima, November 8, holding short November, Lufthansa for Yankee Charlie.
So as expected, guys, briefing departure 25 center out of 25 center Maroon 7 Foxtrot. We've checked the waypoints, initial climb 5,000. There's a restriction which we have to keep in mind, and that is the 3,500. So 220 knots until then, 3,500 or above. That's really important to achieve. Let's get the data in here. That's this point there. We have to monitor that. And then we continue on the routing Delta Fox 132 Max 250, Taboom, Lixi, Lorpa Maroon. That's all correctly programmed. Sector is 4,300 feet. We have extra fuel, about 2.5 tons for Minneapolis. And specials threats. Weather is pretty good. It's pretty stable weather. Well rested. Airport that we are familiar with. I don't see any issues. So let's do a cockpit preparation checklist. Sorry, pre-flight checklist. Parking brake, yeah, set. Fuel control switch is cut off, correct. There's a couple of points missing there for us. So our pre-flight checklist is a bit longer. So pre-flight checklist complete.
Taxi Alpha 24 via Lima and November 7.
Now we will get our final figures. We enter them.
Roger, Alpha 24, Lima, November 7.
And then as we mentioned,
6 Hotel Alpha, Taxi Bravo 10 via Lima, November 5.
we have DTO, flaps 5, 51. So DT1. The DTO selected 51. I'm going to go with climb 2 later on for the climb, flaps 5. 23 CG. And the speeds 159. And both of us, both pilots would calculate, or all three pilots will calculate that on their EFBs and make sure we all have the same values. 165, that looks pretty good. I'm going to enter that. 165.
Ready for taxi.
LNAV, VNAV.
121, runway 25 center, taxi via November 8, Lima, hold short of Lima 3.
Taxi to 25 Center, yeah, November 8, Lima, hold short, Lima 3, Lufthansa 11.
Ground, this is Lufthansa 1979.
All right, all closed. Fantastic.
Lufthansa 1979, I read you 5.
And Sanders, thanks for the 3 months. Sanders, you're new on VATSIM, and you got told to keep my airspeed at maximum and minimum approach speed. What does that mean? Sorry if that's dumb. No, it's not dumb. There's no dumb questions, Sanders. So it's a bit strange. The controller doesn't specify the values. Right, so I mean, he should say like maintain 280 or 250, you know, but to say to keep maximum approach speed and minimum approach speed. So minimum approach speed obviously is your final approach speed. That's easy to answer. That's the minimum approach speed, right? So your 4 flaps or whatever flag config you have for landing, and then the landing approach speed.
Correct.
And maximum, honestly, do whatever you think is your maximum.
Lufthansa 5, Papa, hello. Yeah, you were supposed to hold short of November 14. Taxi now, next right November, hold short of November 8.
If you go to the, so somebody's asking where they can download
Confirm hold short of November 8.
Hold short November 8,
the mod. I have a downloader.
Lufthansa 1979. Request clearance address.
Let me find that.
The 1979 information is
And Sanders, again, thanks for your support.
Zulus 5 Sierra departure, flight plan route, climb via descent 4,000 feet, squawk 1,000.
I'm sorry. I totally went over my head. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yep, affirm. Startup approved to Dresden, Zulus 5 Sierra departure, flight plan route, climb via descent, altitude 4,000 feet.
Yeah, thanks, Tremonia. So it's headwinds.
Copy that. Zulus to
simulations.
Departure 250. 25. I'm sorry. Zulu.
So CT. Here's the link.
And,
where you can download the installer. And through that installer, you can install the 787. But you have.
Real quick here. CSL, we're departing via runway.
So you have to have the 787 here in the sim, which requires, is it the premium or premium deluxe version?
To Zulu 4 Foxtrot for that departure, coming out of 25 Center.
Zulu 5 Sierra out of runway 18 for you.
Zulu 5.
Yeah, premium deluxe. That's you have to have the 787 through the premium deluxe. That's also necessary. Otherwise, it won't work. So doors are all closed. Fantastic. Let's do the before start items, which I rarely do. So gonna get rid of the external power here. And we have fuel in the center tank, it said, so that's that. The beacon is on. I'm going to set the trim. So V2 speed is set. El Navinav is active. 5.75 is set. And transponder is transmitting. So let's read the before start checklist. Passenger signs on MCP V2165 heading 066 altitude 5000. Takeoff speeds V1159 VR162 V2165 and we have 88.8%. See the pre-flight. It says complete. Taxi briefing completed. Regarding taxi. Also pretty straightforward here. We're pushing back into the alley there, and probably November 8. Then it's going to be Lima 3. No hotspots. So that's the before start checklist complete. Let's get.
Frankfurt ground, good day. German
Let's get going.
409 at North Cargo ramp, Foxtrot 212.
Hey, EDDL.
With information hotel requesting IFL clearance.
Cargo 2409, hello. Information hotel is correct. Startup approved. Stockholm Arlanda, Maroon 7 Foxtrot departure. Flight plan route. Climb via descent, altitude 5000 feet. Squawk 2130.
Yeah. It's 7. It's is it 7.2 tons? I would have to look up again. 7.2 tons.
Korrekt.
If it's less than that, then it doesn't say fuel in center tank. And today we have 18 tons in the center
Yeah, I
tank.
did want to Alpha Whiskey request clearance over to JFK.
Is it? It's you're busy. Okay, interesting.
I've not received a flight plan for your flight yet.
Roger, we'll fix that. 81 Alpha Whiskey.
Lufthansa 482 Heavy, stand Alpha 52, requesting push and start.
Lufthansa 482, push and start approved, area 3.
Start push approved, area 3, correct? Lufthansa 42?
Correct.
Okay, area 3. Let's see if GSX has a profile. Yesterday it had it in there, so hopefully it has that as well today.
Good afternoon, Frankfurt Tower. This is Lufthansa 758 in aircraft Airbus A340-300 requesting IFR clearance to Philadelphia.
Yeah, so 3 is not behind us directly.
Lufthansa 758, information is hotel startup approved to Philadelphia, Oboka 3 Whiskey departure, flight plan route, climb via the SIT.
Oh yeah, area 3, it has it, preset. Very nice.
41.
That's nice. Love that. So cool. Brakes released.
All engines clear.
Sorry, could you repeat that for Lufthansa 758?
Lufthansa 758, startup approved, clear to
Oh, an
Philadelphia,
A350 there,
Oboka 3
nice.
Whiskey departure,
Beautiful.
flight plan route. Climb
So
via
here in the
the
787,
flight level 70,
we can do...
41.
Flew to Philadelphia via the Oboka 3 Whiskey
Why is it taking
departure,
LNAV
plan
already?
via
That's
SID,
weird.
Plan flight level 70, squawk 2241, Lufthansa 758.
I'll have to arm that later. So we can start both engines at the same time. So
Yeah,
normal
you can also
engine
see
start
that, but,
overlapping. So
if
engine
you
start,
get
start,
out.
right engine.
81 Alpha Whiskey, affirm. Information is
Start
hotel,
left
startup
engine.
approved to JFK, Oboka 4 Golf departure, flight plan route, climb via the SIT 5,000 feet, squawk 2242.
Current information is hotel, climb via SID 5000, Oboka 242.
Oh, no.
That's it, and 2242 is our squawk.
Correct.
Over April, hello, Condor 2 Papa Mike, stand Bravo 43 information, hotel request clearance.
Oh.
Super Mike, hotel is correct. Startup approved to...
Did it say
Oboka 3
east,
Whiskey
heading
departure,
east? It didn't say.
Squawk 3 Whiskey departure,
It didn't say
flight plan
face
route,
east,
climb
did
via
it?
flight level 70,
Because normally it means
2047.
we have to go
Kaliningrad, Oboka 3 Whiskey
here,
departure, flight
facing
plan route,
west.
and listen to 70 squawk 2047, Condor 2 Papa Mike.
Yeah, reposition with Y.
Frankfurt, guten Abend, Lufthansa 2 Papa Foxtrot. Sure, November 14. Flight 2 Papa Foxtrot, hello.
Really? Do you think he would have pulled?
Taxi Lima, hold short of November 8.
8 Alpha 50, taxi Lima, confirm, hold short November 8.
Affirm.
Thank you.
Is it really? He would have pulled me forward. Now that's how pros do it. Since when does GSX do that?
Server Frankfurt ground, Lufthansa 144, requesting IFR clearance to Zagreb information, hotel on board.
144 hotel is correct, startup approved to Zagreb, City 6 Sierra departure, flight plan route, and we are SIT 4000.
No,
squawk
so
1000.
so I'm really sure, guys. Normally what happens, we get pushed tail in here and then pulled forward. They normally don't push us this way. That's why I stopped it.
Lufthansa 19,
Really? Is that 6
79,
months?
push start.
Okay. Doesn't matter. We'll tell the ground that we are going to taxi.
1979, squawk 1000, push.
So let's do the before taxi items.
Copy that,
Flaps
squawking
5.
1000, area 2, push start, proof 9 second.
So that's
Two Papa Mike request pushback.
Let's do a recall. I'll do the flight control check. Yeah, I know that it's doing push-pull, but the thing is this, guys. So usually, if you parked on this parking spot, what happens is they push you back, tail this way, and then pull you forward. They shouldn't push you here and pull you forward that way. That's normally not. That's not how it's done normally. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was kind of worried that it's going to push me completely wrong.
Apron Gute Lufthansa 8 Uniform Victor, stand Victor 160, hotel report request clearance.
Yeah, okay, so it doesn't matter, don't worry about it. So before taxi, anti-ice is off, recall is checked, flight control is checked, ground equipment is clear, APU is off.
Cleared Edinburgh, Oboka 3 Whiskey Departure.
Before taxi checklist complete.
Correct. Lufthansa 2 Papa Foxtrot, taxi gate Alpha 50 via Lima, November 7.
Let's hope we can taxi.
Alpha 50 via Lima, November 7, Lufthansa 2 Papa Foxtrot.
Lufthansa 482, sorry for the terrible pushback request taxi.
482, kein Problem. Runway 25 Center, taxi November 8, Lima, hold short of Lima 3.
Dankeschön, November 8 Lima, and we'll hold short of Lima 3, Lufthansa 482.
Lufthansa 144 ready for pushback at gate Alpha 3.
Right, let's try this. Let's see if we can taxi like this. Yeah, we can. GSX fired.
Pushback approved, area 1.
Pushback approved, area 1, Lufthansa 144.
Open good, Lufthansa 4 Alpha on partner currently, if not occupied, request stand Bravo Tube 7.
Yeah, I'm just wondering though if GSX would have pulled me forward. That's really the only thing I'm annoyed about. If I should have just closed my eyes and just let it happen. And
Forward ground, hallo, die Lufthansa Cargo 8245 on Foxtrot 213.
Yes, it is. So this is version 1.2. With the improved flight model, that's why I wanted to try it out today. I've already done a circuit here.
Flight plan route, can we sit level 70, squawk 2243.
Start of move, clear to Edinburgh via the Maroon 7 Mike departure 70.
So we're going to go November 8, then Lima, and hold short Lima 3. That's the full length 25, or not full length, but 25 center.
Lufthansa Tower, or Lufthansa Ground. Oh, this is Lufthansa. Frankfurt ground, this is Lufthansa 7.
No worries.
Request push and start.
We all of us start at small, so not a problem at all. It's always interesting for me to go on the outside view here because
482 to make it a bit shorter. Link 5, November 7, and Lima to hold short Lima 3.
Link 5, November 7, Lima, hold short Lima 3, Lufthansa 482.
Lufthansa 545 push.
So here's Link 5.
Push approved.
So I'm going to switch from November 8 over to November 7.
Even clear of the company, crossing right to left behind, push approved, area 2.
When clear of the company, push approve, area 2, Charlie.
Hello, yes, sir. Yes, we have separate weather radar in real life, that is. Here it doesn't work, obviously, but in the real aircraft we have two.
Onto November, face west, and stay clear of November.
We can use different settings on our weather radars, left and right. Yeah, Dennis, exactly. So for me, it's always interesting to go on the outside view here.
Yeah, as I said, step by, there's traffic behind.
To have a look, the wingspan is huge, so it's always interesting to see how much wing clearance I have, two terminals, etc. So left, right combination, November 7, and then left Lima.
Yeah, traffic behind, I'll call you back.
Hey Alex, wie geht's? So yeah, for me taxiing is always a challenge in the 787.
Taxi gate Bravo 27 via November.
So especially if you have to do many left and right turns, it can be challenging.
Lufthansa Cargo 8245, stand Foxtrot 213 is ready for push.
So just like on the PMDG 777, at some time we would get cabin ready, which is normally by the time we reach Lima taxiway. So he'll take terrain. I'm going to take weather radar, although it doesn't work really, but we'll take it.
Browns, Lufthansa 1979, request clearance taxi.
1979, taxi via November 5, hold short of November for now.
Taxi via
Lilo, enjoy the flight.
And taxi on November for 19, copy.
Yeah, hold short of November for now.
Hold short of November.
Let's do the B4 takeoff checklist. So what we do as well on the EFBs, we check the takeoff performance again, make sure we have everything correctly set. So internally, it checks things like flap setting, the speed entries, the weight of the aircraft.
Lufthansa 144 is ready for taxi.
So that's pretty neat. So before takeoff checklist, complete. Checklist complete. We are ready.
1979, give way to the company from the right.
Yeah, the plane is beautiful.
Taxi
I agree.
180 November.
I just copy that. Have visibility traffic crossing us on November 99.
Lufthansa 8 Uniform Victor, confirm startup approved and call for taxi then.
Hey Tremonia, enjoy the flight. Nice. Yeah, let me know what you think of it, Tremonia. So Starbro, the latest update has improvements regarding the liftoff so the rotation of the aircraft. The trim behavior after takeoff apparently is improved. But some people already said it has not improved for them. So the flight model has been improved, the landing flare has been improved. So we'll have a look.
Request taxi, AB Lima 5.
So tower is
taxi via November 3, hold short of Lima.
2978.
November 3,
No, 1878, sorry.
Lufthansa 482, contact tower 118780, ciao.
118780, Dankeschön, tschüss, die Lufthansa 482.
Lufthansa 96, Charlie, ready to taxi.
Loading 2402, contact apron 121 decimal 855.
So Maroon 7 Foxtrot, no changes.
2402, vielen Dank für den netten Service. Tschüss, schönen Tag.
20155. I'm not sure if we have any control after takeoff, but we'll see. Yeah, LNAV VNAV is armed, fantastic. Frankfurt Tower, good EV, Lufthansa 482 Heavy approaching Lima Tree, ready for departure.
Lufthansa 482, Frankfurt Tower, hello. Via Lima Tree, line up and wait 25 center.
Via Lima Tree, line up and wait 25 center, Lufthansa 482.
Lufthansa 5 at Victor, vacated Mike 21. Lufthansa 58 Victor, welcome to Frankfurt. Taxi right on Mike, Tango, hold short of Tango 4. Mike Tango, short of Tango 4, Lufthansa 5 at Victor.
Cabin crew prepare for departure. There's no lineup checklist for us, so just make sure that we have everything set. Fuel check 51.5, that's good. No changes on the departure route. Initial climb per 5,000 and the restriction 3,500. Is that what we have to look for? One thing I'm still missing here is the VSD, so the vertical situation display. I hope they implement that at some point, but I guess it just requires a lot of programming regarding the that visual path. Yeah, one thing again, guys, I am using a force feedback yoke. So it may be that for me, it just feels different compared to what you have, whatever peripheral you're using. So Right, Lima 3 checked. Approach sector is clear. We have traffic on. Radar, terrain. That looks good. EJS, hello. I have not flown the Curo for ages. Unable to say. Now, one thing I'm noticing here, the LNAV activation. That's a bit annoying. But that's just the way it is. The throttle, I'm using the, well, I'm actually using the 777 setup for the throttle set. Hey Shamrock, hello, hello. Oh, I just thought, what on earth? But he's doing intersection takeoff there. I didn't hear that. I was like, who's on the runway? Ah, pro pilot lineup. Look at that. I don't know how I do it. Nailed it. Yeah.
That's how pros do it.
Yeah, I don't know how I do it. Sorry. I wish I could tell you. I can't. I don't know. Yeah, lucky every time. Like, you know. Oh, right. Let's see. And let's put that there. We are ready. Timer starts automatically. Let's try it again with LNAV. No. Yeah, I'll just leave it running now. It shouldn't really activate already. I should do that for a living, you think so? Runway 25 center, clear takeoff, Lufthansa 482. I don't know. For real? Let's go! Let's fly this. Looking forward to it. Takeoff.
275. Advise able for approach runway 25 center?
Will do. Not now.
Now watch the thrust.
Overcast conditions. Lufthansa 275.
275, if you have visual on the runway, just let me know.
Nice.
Check 060
I'll talk about it a little bit later. Thrust set. It's called thrust ramping. 80 knots checked.
Unicom, kan super Marmac, danke, tschüss.
Rotate. Oh, wow, that's sensitive. Wow, that's, I don't know, that's weird. Was the rate gear up? Oh, I didn't like that. That was very sensitive. Over to Unicom, Dankeschön, die Lufthansa 482, bye. I don't know what they did with that, but that did not. It flies nice now. It's just the rotation was really sensitive.
Lufthansa 275.
Lufthansa 58 Victor, cross Tango 4. Hold short of Lima and contact 8 with 121 decimal 855.
Cross Tango 4, short of Lima, 121 855. Lufthansa 58 Victor, ciao.
Autopilot. We have thrust ref, enough speed.
Oh, good, Lufthansa Cargo 8245 on
Cargo 82.
Right, over the Unicom. Flaps 1. Oops. There you go, flaps 1. Ah, just breaking out the clouds. Beautiful. Love it. 3,500 is good. That's checked. Beautiful aircraft. Let's go. 1,000 feet to go. Flaps up. After takeoff checklist. After checklist complete. So let's have a look at 5,000 here. Yeah. That pitch was definitely too sensitive. So the thing is, for me, let me just do a manual flight here. We're going to climb, so there's no other traffic here. So let me climb all the way, 360. I'll do that manually. So let's do level change. So right now, it's fine. So now hand flying it is beautiful. Absolutely no problem at all. It's just a rotation. Yeah, what I have to do is I have to try that with the Boeing Thrustmaster yoke. Yeah, that's a new update. So I'm a bit surprised. I did one circuit before the stream, and I didn't have the feeling that it was that bad on rotation. But right now, it felt really, really, really sensitive. So, autopilot. Yeah, the breakout was beautiful. The climb power seems a bit high. I climbed 2? Not really, no. Do you think so? I mean, the climb performance may be just a tad high. But since we're not mega heavy right now, you know, 2,000 to 2,500 feet per minute on climb 2 in these conditions is not unrealistic, so... Yeah, the climb performance, yeah. Maybe just a tad high, but again, we're still on 250 knots. But that's in general an issue with Microsoft Flight Sim, isn't it? There's a lot of add-ons that struggle with that. All right, already 10,000 feet. We can turn all the lights off. And I'm gonna wait for the speed to go to, let's try VNAV. Then we go to en route climb speed. Pitch is good. Let's get these seatbelts to auto. Let the fun begin. Oh, maybe switch to standard already. Isn't that weird? Also, hang on. What's the transition? Is that on 18,000? Yeah, that's fine. Just want to check if it comes up amber. That's what I want to see. For us, it's default 5,000. So let me just check now. No, it should still be amber though now, shouldn't it? All right. As a reminder. Takes no, it doesn't take a few seconds. It should be instant amber now. Nice. Right, so oh, there we go. 3565. We've got some more control. 135.65. Gute, wie lange die Lufthansa 482 Heavy, passing 150, climbing 360.
So the flight heavy identified, hello, proceeds direct to Topper, climb to level 300.
Direct to Topper and climb level 300, Lufthansa 482 Heavy.
Transat 731, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
There we go, Topper, direct. Very nice shortcuts, love it.
Transat 731, monitor Unicom, bye-bye.
A beam points doesn't work yet. That's a shame. Oh, there we go.
Wings 30 to left direct to Warburg, climb to level 2, crossing climb to level 180.
Direct Warburg and climb 180, Germany 30.
So interesting for today is going to be, since we are getting into winter time, so by the time we reach Greenland,
direct to Domux, descent level 200.
Just start that down a bit. So by the time we reach Greenland, the sun will be pretty far down on the horizon. I'm not saying it's going to be dark, but it could be looking like sunset at 61 north there. Also, I'm hoping for some good views, because Greenland, I can show you some real-world pictures later on. Made some pictures when we were a bit further up north. Actually, we crossed pretty close to Thunderstorm the last time. That was really beautiful. Almost no clouds. Gorgeous. So hopefully we'll see something like that today. Yeah, exactly. If you can, try to get somewhere nice and warm. Pranav, hello to you. Greetings. Yeah, I did see that, Azile. That was in Austin, wasn't it? That was yeah, that was in Austin. I think what's his name? On YouTube made a video on it, and yeah, that was kind of a miscommunication between
482 Heavy confirm requested level.
Lufthansa 482 Heavy requesting flight level 360.
Thank you.
Yeah, Optum currently 360, so that's fine. Hey Fred, how you doing?
Lufthansa deployed with you at flight level 240.
Identified direct to Halme.
I'm doing well, Fred. How are you?
Direct Halme.
Direct high north, Lufthansa 228.
Terrain head, so the plan is this. So as I said at the beginning of the stream, so I plan to do the following. So we're going to be online until we hit, or we come just past Gormup. Right, then on this section, on this section here, we're going to do time acceleration 2 times. And I'll have a little break as well. I'll monitor the stream, so if anything comes up beautifully, then I'll come online again. So the stream will run continuously, but we're going to use a bit of time acceleration here. And then I'll definitely be streaming completely normal time again from Laches onwards until landing. 2 times later on terrain head. So from this point, Gormup, after the entry in the NAT track system, we'll have 2 times acceleration until we hit Laches or lakes. Why do I say Laches? Lakes. Lakes, and then we'll go normal time again. Yeah. Did I wanted to make a a viewpoint.
Lufthansa 120, connect arrival, 1285 by 5.
No, seriously? Is there a viewpoint for the cabin?
To the 482, climb to level 320.
Climb level 320, Lufthansa 482. Can you get into the cabin or not? No fancy pronunciation.
Hello, information. Standby. Information Kilo Obscure. We clear destination Sylt, Osnabrück to Charlie departure.
Okay, there isn't. Okay. I will just accept it. Beautiful. Say what you want, but this is a beautiful looking aircraft. It looks so elegant. I love how the wings kind of bend up. Yeah, it is lovely.
After the 228, you're not cleared for descent, sir. And direct to Helme.
Direct to Helme, Lufthansa 228, sorry about that.
You can go to the roof of the cabin and spam space. Oh, okay. Nah, I guess not. Yeah, I don't want to break things here.
Airplane 6881, I identified, hello.
So,
proceed direct to Helme.
looking at the performance right now, this looks pretty realistic to me.
And please confirm for Condor 2 Lima, we also direct to Helme.
Condor 2 Lima, once again?
We have also direct to Helme.
You direct Helme.
Roger.
No, I don't fly cargo. No, I don't. Yeah, Peter, exactly. The passengers love the aircraft as well. That should be standard as well. Yeah, terrain ahead. There are lots of new aircraft, lots of new updates coming out right now for 2020. I have a feeling they try to get these things out right now, just to get ready for 2024.
Okay, climb to level 240.
Hey, Auto Trust, nice. Yeah, hope you get nice seats.
228, this is now level 140.
Clear to flight level 2140, Lufthansa 228.
Did we get 320? We did. He said 320 direct to Topper, didn't he? I'm going to confirm that was 300 initially. He did, yeah. Yeah, I was talking so much. I was like wondering. It was okay. Thanks, guys.
The 228 direct to Helme.
Okay, you booked further back in the aircraft to see the tail. Okay. Yeah, you should be fine there. It's just right behind the engines. It's pretty loud, but further back it should be okay again. There's no time being mentioned for the release of the 744 for PNDG. So what are my thoughts on the hearings concerning 787? I am not really familiar what the issues are regarding 787. I know there are some technical issues that are being addressed on the 787. For example, the seat recline. So there is an issue with the recline function here and the blowout panel from the door. So potentially, when the seat is in full recline and climb level 360 Lufthansa 482. So you have a decompression 36,000. That blowout panel could theoretically strike the head part of the seat and maybe injure the pilot. That's one thing I've heard about. But right now, 787, I'm not hearing any bigger issues right now. And Boeing in general, I think personally it's a good thing. It's a good thing that things are being investigated. If there's concern that safety is an issue, it doesn't mean though that there is an issue. Right now there's an investigation going on, and I think if those investigations are thorough, then if there are concerns or if there is anything that needs to be addressed and changed, then that's good for all of us. That's good for safety and good for Boeing as well going forward.
128,555. 128,555 Lufthansa 28.
Bangor Radar, very good evening to you. This is Speedbird 92 November Victor, climate through flight level 225, flight level 380, Roras.
Split 902 November Victor, identified.
Is that engine related, Autothrust Blue?
Actually, proceed direct
regarding 787.
Level 280.
I think that was a Rolls-Royce engines. Correct me if I'm wrong.
For Speedbird 92 November Victor.
Yeah, we have GEs at the moment. We are getting Rolls-Royce next year.
681, left heading 17.
This is a mod, so Horizon mod, you can download. So if you have the 787 in the sim, so if you own that premium deluxe version from Microsoft 2020, there's the downloader for the Horizon mod. There is a Cockpit texture mod you can download, install, and yeah, there's like the mod to make things a bit more accurate. Now, regarding flight model, I have to say, for the rotation part, the rotation was a bit weird. That was way too sensitive. Carlo, sorry for the late call. I think that was doing takeoff something. Carlo, let me first say a big thank you to Carlo with the Twitch Prime. Carlo, welcome to the community. Sorry for the late call out. Apology for that. Carlo, I hope you're still here. Once again, thank you so much for your support, Carlo. And Lewis Daniel coming in with 23 months, almost 2 years. Lewis, I hope you're doing well. Happy weekend. So typical for the aircraft that have big engines and big fan blades, and the way the fan blades are shaped, more propeller-like, it's typical that they are high performant lower down, but as you get higher up, performance just decreases more and more. So they are struggling to reach the cruising level. They reach it, and once they're there, it's all fine. It's just the last, let's say 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 feet, it just climbs with less than 1,000 feet per minute. Hey Pranav, so question 320. Could you please explain the rational reason behind positioning the outer thrust button on the FCU rather than anywhere else? I think it's not just for the 320, is it? I mean, auto thrust is part of the auto flight system, and I think that's why they linked it, because there's certain things here with the auto thrust, certain modes that are manipulated that way. So on the 320, I agree, it has a different system regarding the communication between the auto thrust and the auto flight system. With these, flex, climb notch, toggle notch, etc. But I think it's still part of the auto flight system, so I think it is a, it's not a bad idea to have also an auto thrust button on the autopilot panel. Because if anywhere, I think that's where it should be.
200 identified, hello, maintain speed 280 knots or greater, descend level 140. Boeing 1005, monitor Unicorn.
So you're saying...
Monitor Unicom, your inbound 005.
Lufthansa 482, Monitor Unicom.
Over to Unicom, Dankeschön, Lufthansa 482. So you're saying it seems to be a risk of inadvertently disengaging autothrust potentially triggering the ICAM warning, while the FMA's fifth column helps verify autothrust status. Okay, no, so try it in a more basic manner, Pranav. So this is just a user interface, right, between pilot and autoflight system. It doesn't matter if you're talking about Boeing or Airbus, same deal. So this is where pilots can make certain short-term inputs or long-term inputs. Like I said, right, if you use managed modes like LNAV, VNAV, then those are managed modes, including the speed, right, which comes then from the MCDU or the FMS, so from the flight management system. And you can then short-term manipulate with heading, vertical speed intervention, etc., etc. But this is just a user interface. That doesn't mean... That doesn't... Oh, Lewis.
Enjoy the gifted sub.
Lewis! Guys, you're very kind again. Lewis, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Got to give you a lovely outside view for that. Lewis, thank you very much for your support. And those that just get gifted a sub, please say a big thank you to Lewis. Really, really kind of you guys. This is for you. And Carlo, thanks again. Once again, Carlo, I apologize for the late call out. Yeah, sometimes when I'm busy with the takeoff and so on, I do tend to call out a bit late. Carlo, thank you so much for being here. Carlo, if you're using Discord and you know how to connect the Twitch with the Discord, then we have some subscriber channels where you find some more details. There's some good workshop files there, which will help you. Thank you, Carlo. That boy, Asael, thank you so much, that boy, for the Twitch Prime as well. Another new member. Thank you so much. Welcome to our community. And to you as well. Thank you for your support. We have actually a command here, which gives you the link. Hang on, that's the wrong one. Discord. There we go. So that's the link, description how to connect Twitch and Discord. Yeah, so I was saying that the important thing is the primary flight display and the flight mode annexation. That's actually the only place where you can see the actual active modes. So thrust modes, lateral modes, and vertical modes, or anything on the Airbus regarding autopilots, the landing status, etc. So this prime flight display with the FMAs, this is where you always have to check if you are in the correct mode. So this is just a user interface, same for the thrust levers, thrust levers. Jesus, good thing this. That's a weird click spot. Good thing this doesn't lower the landing gear at this speed. Right, so. You were saying, there was one more thing you were saying that... yeah, so, I don't know, so Pranav, I'm not sure if you used to, here's VNAV path, if you used to Boeing aircraft and then, now tried the Airbus aircraft. Airbus definitely is something to, well, it takes some time to get your head around it, the whole philosophy of Airbus. And prior to me flying Airbus IRL, I was an absolute Boeing kid. I've always flown Boeing, right? I've flown the Boeing 737 Classics, the 747, then back as a captain on the 737 Classics. And then I was kind of forced onto the Airbus 320. And it was a shock for me, honestly. It was a real shock because the whole philosophy, my brain just said, no way. No, this is stupid. No, you can't fly aircraft like that. So it took me some time to kind of get my head around the whole new concept. But then again, after that, I have to admit that, a lot of things are really good on the Airbus. But it does take some time to accept it and understand it. Yeah, Christian, I think I should have just been a bit more patient on the pushback. Yeah, I'll try it next time. Exactly, dashboard is fiction. Here, FMA, those are the facts. Exactly. And Norway Spotter, hello to you. Yeah, so prior to the stream, I did a pattern in the 787 in the latest mod. It's version 1.2. And I didn't really have any bigger issues on the rotation on the first flight. It was sensitive, but not as sensitive as just now on the stream. So I would definitely say that really needs tweaking, because the real aircraft, for one, the forces you need to manipulate the yoke are quite heavy, surprisingly heavy. And again, that has to do with the fact that this is also a fly-by-wire aircraft. So on rotation, if I do my muscle memory, I guess it's just, I just pulled back too hard for the yoke that I have here. So the Brunner settings I have are not as strong as the real aircraft. So I may have to tweak that a little bit more. But it felt very sensitive on the rotation. So I can only say, if you rotate the 787, the latest version here from Horizon Mod, yeah, just don't pull too hard. Go gently. And then just let, you do a certain input and see how the aircraft behaves. And then it should be maybe a bit more controllable. And Paisa, hello to you. The landing I did felt quite nice, though, in the pattern that I did before the stream. So, however, I would say I don't think it has changed dramatically. And hand flying, I've the previous version was also nice hand flying. I didn't really find it too unrealistic. I found it quite nice actually. So. And in the real aircraft, when you come into flare, it doesn't need a whole lot of pull on the yoke. So at 30 feet for us, we just pull back a little bit to test, to see how it reacts. And so just like in the Airbus, you are commanding a certain G-load at slower airspeeds. So it's a G-load command. And so it's not like on a 737 where you pull quite hard initially to break the descent rate. The 787 lands a bit differently. It's more a 320 landing. How does this compare, hey Lewis? How does this compare to the Quality Wings 787? The Quality 787 overall, I think has a few more features, but I've seen the last time I flew the Quality Wings in P3D, for example, it wouldn't do the IAN approaches, so the integrated approach navigation. Here, the Horizon mod I think does it, but it has the Horizon mod has some features missing in the FMS that are available in the Quality Wings. Really? So SFO Muk says he was flying the Airbus and then he went to the 738. He had the same shock. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. So funny story, when I came back from the 747 into captain's training on the 737 Classics, for me it was like, normal. I understood the whole autopilot concept was the same, so the flight management system was the same. And so the funny thing is with the 737, when you lose all hydraulics, it's called manual reversion, where because you are connected with cables to certain little flaps on the ailerons on the elevator, you can still deflect these huge surfaces by pure muscle power, right? So So by pulling on the yoke or turning the yoke for the ailerons, you deflect little tabs against the airstream, and then those little tabs, because it changed the aerodynamics over the ailerons and the elevators, then the elevators and the ailerons will deflect. But it takes quite some muscle power to fly the 737 in manual reversion. So my colleague, so the person that trained with me, so we were two we were two senior first officers into the captain's training, but my colleague was from the A340, and prior to that, he was flying A320. So he never touched an Airbus, never touched a Boeing aircraft before. And I knew that. So when I saw his name on my list, and I said, "Are you sure you're on the right aircraft?" And he said, "Yeah, I thought it's going to be fun flying, the old, aircraft, the old instruments, just for once, And I'm like, I just looked at him and I said, "Are you sure? This is the right thing for you?" So, needless to say, I mean, he did really well with all the theory and even the flying. He got he was a talent. He was really talented in flying, so he got used to the controls fairly quickly. However, I will always remember the moment, the first time the instructor failed both hydraulic systems and the aircraft went into manual reversion. Because I was like, oh yeah, hydraulic A and hydraulic B lost. And he was like fighting the controls, and he said, hey, Jesus. I said, what's the matter? He says, the flight controls don't work anymore. I say, well, they do. No, they don't, look. And he pushed and nothing happened, right? Because again, you need a lot of muscle force. And I said, no, it is working. You just have to use a bit more force. And he was really struggling with that. He was like, what the hell is this? And he was like really, really shouting and was like, this is bullshit. You can't fly aircraft like that. That's not normal. Because in that configuration, you have to land the aircraft, right? You have to prove, that was in German, yeah. So you have to prove that you're able to land the aircraft in manual reversion. That's one of the requirements, and he did not like that. I mean, he managed. So after like half an hour, he managed, but he absolutely hated it, and he made no secret of it. He was not pleased. So a year later, after we finished training successfully, a year later, I saw him again, and I said, "Hey, how's the Boeing?" He said, "I don't know." And I said, "Hey, what do you mean you don't know?" He said, "The first chance I got to get back on the 340, I left." And he was lucky. He got a slot on the A340 a year after he finished the 737 training. So he was gone straight away again. He did not like the 737, not at all. Yeah, no, he did not like it. So, so I can imagine that if you've been flying Airbus for a very long time, and then you come to Boeing, it's a culture shock as well. Yeah, for sure. It is something, especially since all little details like the FMS and the autopilot systems are a bit different. The thrust settings, the way you manipulate thrust levers. Yeah, okay, yeah, A for effort. I would agree. Yeah, A for effort. Yeah, he was a cool guy. He was very funny. Yeah. We had lots of good laughs in the sim, for sure. In real life, do you use trim? Yes. So Fred, there's two different philosophies. So on the conventional 737, without fly-by-wire, you obviously have to trim continuously, not the ailerons, but the stabilizer, to get rid of the control forces, right? So it's a bit different on the 787. The 787, as I mentioned, is a fly-by-wire aircraft. So it uses a concept called C*U, right? So it's a automation concept that is a bit different to the Airbus concept, because Airbus has even more fly-by-wire attributes when it comes to flight envelope protection. Boeing has kind of limited that automation to a point where they say, we're going to make it hard for the pilots to get the aircraft too slow or too fast, but theoretically it's still doable. All right. So the pilot in the end still has complete control over the aircraft in that regard, and the pilot is still able to fly the aircraft outside of its flight envelope if he wanted to, which he doesn't obviously, but if he wants to, he can. So for the trimming, as your question was regarding the trim, the PNG 777 shows that quite nicely, because there in the settings you can activate an indication for the trim speed. So what's trim speed? So if I switch off the autopilot, the aircraft is trimmed regarding stabilizer to the current airspeed. And so it will maintain altitude because the flight path will be stable, level flight here. And as long as the speed doesn't change, the aircraft will be in trim and continue a 1G flight path. So if I pull back on the yoke, I'm telling the aircraft that I want to climb or change the pitch with a certain G load, just like in the Airbus. And the cool thing here with the system is that if you reduce the thrust, first of all, it has no effect on the flight path of the aircraft. On the conventional aircraft on the 737, if you change the thrust setting, it immediately has an impact on the pitch of the aircraft because of the forces exerted by the thrust, and because the engines are below the rotation point of the aircraft. Here on the 787, that is compensated. So the aircraft, however, will change the flight path when the speed reduces because you're trimmed to a certain airspeed, right? So the philosophy is that if you reduce the engine power now, as the speed starts to decrease, the pitch will decrease as well because the aircraft will try to maintain the speed because it is trimmed to that speed, right? So then what happens, if I want to reduce the speed for approach, let's say, just like in a conventional aircraft, I reduce the thrust, but then as the aircraft reduces the speed, I have to trim nose up. So there are trim switches here, which I have then to manipulate to then keep the forces equalized. So if I don't trim nose up as the speed reduces, I have to pull back on the yoke continuously, right, until I get the aircraft back into trim speed. So yes, on the 787, just like on the 737 and the 777, you have to trim the aircraft if you change the speed. Pixel, hello to you. Terrain ahead, what's he doing now? I think he's still flying A340 as we speak. Pixel, even though I'm not a pilot, I was flying the A320 in the sim for around 4 years now, and when I tried the 737 for the first time, I just felt it was so outdated and old, and I was disappointed in how the systems are so simple and lacking. Now, I like flying the 737 because of that, but I do appreciate how the A320 lets you see every system, etc., while the 737 has the old overhead panel. Yeah, absolutely. So, I agree. So when I was flying the 737 Classics, you had to know the systems really well, and you had to have a mental picture of the hydraulic system, electric system, and so on. So on the 737 Classic, you had, for the electric system, for example, you knew that certain fuel pumps or window heat were connected to, let's say, the AC bus or AC bus 1 or something. So you could kind of memorize and recognize an AC bus 1 fault by looking at the overhead panel and seeing what systems have failed. Right. So obviously the A320 and the other aircraft that has a system display, or ICAS or ECAM, whatever you want to call it, is a great thing, because it does help you to visualize, what's broken, if you have failure. Or here, for example, you can quickly see in a very basic level, though, you can see that the left system supplies the left reverser and some flight controls, so spoilers and ailerons, elevator, etc. While the center system is obviously the biggest system with regards to flaps, to gear, nose wheel steering, while the right-hand system supplies the right reverser and some flight controls again as a backup means. So again, these displays definitely help you quickly analyze things, all right? And yeah, so I do understand your point. 2 switches because you have 2 motors, right? You have usually left and right motors, so 2 motors for these, because the stabilizer trim is also a very important system. And if one motor fails, you want to make sure that you have a backup system for that. And so yes, indeed, you have to press both to get them moving. Why do they allow pilots to fly outside the flight envelope if it's unsafe? Well, it's more a philosophy question, isn't it? So, RG, I'll give you my answer, which is a bit outdated maybe, but I'm an old pilot, right? So, I've got a pilot license, and I'm trained to fly the aircraft in all kinds of states, be it engine failed, partial flight control issues, hydraulic issues, okay? So I'm trained to make sure I keep the aircraft flying. That's what I'm trained for. That's what I'm paid for, right? And so if you look at the Airbus philosophy keeps you from getting the aircraft outside of its envelope in normal law. But here's the deal. If systems fail, the aircraft then goes into alternate law, and when you lower the landing gear, it goes into direct law, which means it pretty much flies like a conventional aircraft at that point. And then you don't have any flight envelope protections anymore. So an Airbus pilot also has to make sure he's able to maintain a stable flight all the time, and he's not going to put the aircraft outside of its flight envelope, if he's in alternate or direct law. So the question really is, how would a pilot get the aircraft outside its envelope in the first place while he's trained not to do so? If there's any advantage that I see with the Airbus in normal law compared to the Boeing is, for example, if you're doing a terrain escape maneuver, or if you're doing a windshield recovery, because there the flight envelope protection comes in very handy. Why? Because you can pull back on the stick completely, full stick back, and you can utilize the excess energy to the point where you get so slow that the aircraft is at its maximum angle of attack. But the systems prevent the aircraft going above the max angle of attack, so get into stall. That's a very nice thing, because in the Boeing aircraft, while you're going to have a tough time to get it outside of its envelope on a terrain escape maneuver, you definitely have to respect the stick shaker. All right, so you have to use part of your workload or your monitoring ability to make sure that you fly the aircraft close to its max performance, but you don't get the aircraft outside of its envelope. Right, guys, we have 16:18, so it's an hour prior to the GOMUP. And just checking the see if we have control today over the Atlantic. Let's see if there's any sectors open there. We got Scottish, but I'm sure that we're not getting there though, are we? Routing. Oh, actually, Newcastle. Hang on. Okay, no, we are in Scottish airspace right now. I'm surprised he's not. He hasn't pinged me yet. So that is 34775. See the real aircraft, I don't have to put in the decimal. 134.775. He's very busy. Yeah, let me just have a look here.
Oh yes, with 35 Echo Delta, turn right onto a heading of 070 degrees, base flight.
070 degrees.
Oh, he's top-down controlling, yeah.
Ace-1, do you need to backtrack, or are you able to taxi on the south side?
I'll tell you what, guys. He's also doing airport control, so I'm going to switch back to Unicom, and if he wants something from me, he'll ping me. Right. Cool, so what we would do here now, at this point, since we're getting straight into Shanwick Oceanic, so we're crossing from Scottish to Shanwick, we would then request a clearance with Shanwick, and we would do that via CPDLC. Well, actually not CPDLC, but we would use that. We would use PDC. So we go to COM, in-flight flight information. Then let's go exit. And then we go Oceanic clearance. So our entry point is GOMUP. What level do we want? 360 is optimum. The flight plan says we should be flying at level 360, and it says Mach 0.84. So since we are pretty much on time, that's what we request level 360. The ETA normally is filled automatically in our aircraft, so it will take that time, 16, 18 automatically in there. And Mach is 0.84. Oops. 0.84. Oh. Okay, a different format. Let's try that. 0.84. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Okay. Well, okay. Normally it would be 0.84. But anyways, so yeah. Then in the free text, we would tell the controller our max level. Now I would say that today, since the Optimum is 3.7, I think the max we would be able to do is 3.80. So what we do in the free text down there, it's we put max flight level 3.8. and put that in there, and then we'd send that off. Yeah, try .84, because that's what we normally put in. I'm pretty sure that's what we put in the real aircraft, 0.84 and .840. No. Ah, there we go. Yeah, he wants me to contact him now. Scottish. There we are. Okay, so now I call him.
Scottish Control, good afternoon. Thanks. You can climb now. Flight level 250. Flight 250. Flight 2 Bravo.
Scottish, hello from Lufthansa 4H2 Heavy, level 360.
Put it back just a second. Playback easy 970 Yankee. You will be leaving my airspace shortly. Continue Unicom. 122, that's 18 bye. 42 Unicom, authorize my for easy 970 Yankee. Thank you. Easy 77 Delta Bravo, speed 250 knots, descent flight level 70, level by target.
250 knots, 70 level by target, now easy 77 Delta Bravo.
With a 35 Echo Papa, clear to land runway 16, the Aberdeen winds 160 degrees at 8 knots.
Clear to land runway
16.
H1 for the red departure.
H1 Russia, clear for takeoff runway 12, the Prestwick winds are 120 degrees at 9 knots.
Clear takeoff runway 12, H1.
Yeah, I'm going to try to log on, aborted. Okay, so for some, I think isn't there a file in the horizon where you have to set the hobby code? Maybe that's what I've missed.
Yeah, FM Ekbed 1 Echo arrival, descent flight level 200.
Level 200, okay, there's one active departure.
Fraction 597 Bravo, resume on navigation direct to Dean Cross, Delta Charlie Sierra.
Sorry, Dean Cross, fraction 597 Bravo.
Shuttle, correction, fraction 597 Bravo. You can climb flight level 310.
Climb flight level 310, fraction 597 Bravo.
Shuttle 2 Golf, climb flight level 350.
350, shuttle 2 Golf.
Yeah, because I don't know where I would put the hobby code.
You will be leaving my airspace shortly. London's offline. You can continue with Unicom 122.18.
122.18, thanks for service, sir. Goodbye, Skyways 401.
Lufthansa Cargo 8245.
Which manager tab, Matthew?
British Control, hello. Maintain flight level 340.
Oh, here in the com menu.
Lufthansa 482 Scottish.
Lufthansa 482 Heavy, go ahead.
Lufthansa 482 Scottish Control, good afternoon. Maintain flight level 360.
Maintain level 360. Thank you, Lufthansa 482. Yeah, this is where we put it in. Okay. Let me try that, okay. And then see if
Shuttle 3, Shuttle 2 Golf, you will be leaving my airspace shortly.
So I'm just going to put that on pause for a second for the code.
Over to Glasgow, have a good day.
Copy.
Thank you. Radar 1346, reporting indicated airspeed.
Radar 1346, back to 79.
Radar 1346, Roger, maintain Mach 79 or greater.
So I'm not sure if I have to restart the sim for this, but let's try that.
Radar 1346, speed on conversion 300 knots or greater.
Ah.
Conversion 300 or greater, 19.
Send. So maybe it works now. Yeah, at least it doesn't say aborted. Cool. Yeah, thanks guys. Excellent.
Easy 77 Delta Bravo, sorry, you can contact Edinburgh radar now, 121.
I have a question. I'm to Watson. When on Unicom, when do I switch to control radar? Okay, so normally plane spotter, the controller will ping you on vPilot. So you hear that beep, 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 and you have a tab opening up. So you see a tab coming in with a message, and it says, please contact me on so-and-so. Tom, how do you get access to look at Microsoft settings? Okay, so in Tom, if you go to the welcome channel on my Discord, just type in hello. one of my moderators will then give you a thumbs up, and then you should be able to see the settings channel. It's further down on the left-hand side, but you have to go through the process in the welcome channel. Just type hello. That is to keep bots out.
Speedbird 1487 reporting to get an airspeed. Speedbird 1387 reporting to get an airspeed.
Yeah, so Pixel, so the thing is, at the moment,
270 knots or less.
270 or less, Speedbird 127.
I'm flying like 1 or 2 rotations a month, so, you know, and then I don't always request a clearance. So when I get to a point like this where I'm like, you know, is it point, but I'm 100% sure it's 0.84. I'm really, really certain that's the format that I had to put that in the aircraft. So when it doesn't work in the simulator here, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that it's that way.
5 Bravo, you will be leaving master shortly to the south. Continue with Unicom 122. That's Mallet. See you later.
Hey, Greg, it's in the Discord, Greg. Yeah, if you want to see this in the Discord, Greg. Even ask the pro. Oh yeah, that always helps.
Lufthansa 9152, I will be closing up shortly. Continue with Unicom 122. That's Mallet. Bye bye.
Yeah, Dennis, I know exactly that.
Flyer 23 Lima Bravo, time started for 290.
290, fly 23 Lima Bravo.
Speedbird 1437.
Yeah, plane spotter, thank you. You too.
200.
So after sending off that request, Shanwick sends back the clearance fairly quickly. And so what happens then, if we go to, what's the VAT in that?
Roger, taxi to holding point Alpha 1, runway 23, report ready for departure.
Is it VAT track?
Alpha 123, will go and ready for departure.
Right, what's the link again? VATSIM track, NAT tracks. So let's have a look here. So there we go.
Runway 1346, redirect your top. Redirect top.
So I'm just going to show the way it comes back as a clearance.
9 Bravo Lima, I will be closing up shortly. You can switch to advisory 122.8. Bye bye.
Copy, switch to advisory 122.8. Is there any chance of getting a clearance direct to Bommel to get a better direct route, sir?
So this is the NatTrack VATSIM website. So port digits only, so 084.
So probably with the next sector, probably you'll get a.
And then I'll send that off.
Copy that for 9 Hotel Golf. Cheers.
So 1618.
Speedbird 1387 to San Barbara 130.
Another 130, Speedbird 137.
Raptor 1, continue with Unicom 122.
Roger, continue to for 130.
So the track message indicator for today is
140 Control, hello, it's the Rebel 1 Golf arrival, Glasgow, you can descend
314.
Level by Aslip.
Rebel 1 Golf 260 by Aslip, shuttle 140.
Shuttle 140, I think you're going to be too high, but yeah, it's up to you.
So I'm going to wait for the clearance to come back, and then we go through the clearance process for the crossing. Now this is a good point. So like about an hour before the entry, what I normally do, I get the weather again from the ETOPS alternates. Just to make sure that we have good weather for landing there. And if there's a necessity to change that, so the whole process of changing ETOPS alternates with my dispatch just takes a time. So it's always a good idea to do that early. So it's a good time now. We could check weather, for example. Let's have a look here.
CZ3 at runway actually, thanks for the call. I will be heading up shortly and continue with Unicom 122.8. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Unicom 122.8.
Stuart 1387, speed 250 knots or less.
So we have Keflavik, for example, right now. It's 170 at 11, more than 10 kilometers. Vicinity shower, few 1200, broken 2200. So good weather. It'll be landing 19. So that is perfect for us. That's all good.
Flight level 70.
Then we'll check Canada-Lazak, so Thunderstorm. So Thunderstorm has easterly wind, which is normal, so we have a localized approach there to the east, which is good. Good visibility, broken 8,000, minus 14, blimey, it's cold there. But good weather there, so we could land there as well. Then we'll check Goose Bay. So Goose Bay has 320 at 11, 15 miles, few 27, few 8,000. Yeah, so also very good weather. Oops, so good weather, no problems whatsoever.
We've got 387, you can descend flight level 70, level by top.
Level 70, level by top,
And we've got 387, you can contact Edinburgh radar.
Matt, no, that's like 3 or 4th now. So we've been on the, we've flown on the across the pond, eastbound. That was like, was it 4 weeks ago? Prior to that, I did a practice across the pond, real time during the night, full flight, 2.8. So, yeah, I've actually done a couple of long range flights. Hey, Iowa Scotsman, big shout out, how are you doing? Palma is looking good. Nice weather. Oh, towering cumulus. Oh, that's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, so Dawn Blazer, we talked about that at the beginning of the stream, and they say the following. I can show the official post to that. So there was a news post on that. So. So they will have that on Orbix Central as an installer, and it should be there now through Orbix Central. And if you do that through Orbix, it's going to be free. All right. However, if you want to download, install the Horizon mod via the Microsoft Marketplace for PC and or Xbox, then it's a paid add-on. And the reason behind that, as we've learned, is that you cannot offer free software on the marketplace. So if you put that on the Microsoft Marketplace, you have to charge for it. And that's the reason why on one platform it's a paid add-on, while on the Orbix it's free. Night hydro, hang on, let me just check. Flight radar and yeah, let me just check that. Hold on. Flight radar, where are you? That was the Golf Victor Tango Echo Alpha. Munich to London. Oh, why they flew? Oh, before that, hang on. So prior to that, they flew what? They flew. Let me just find that. Oh yeah. Okay, that is strange. That is really, really strange. So, let me just show you guys what we're on about right now. That's interesting. Is there anything on Aviation Herald on that? It could be a charter. Okay. So normally when I see this, so this is the flight. So it's a Virgin Atlantic flight. And you would normally expect them to go from New York to London, Heathrow. And they flew to Munich. So it could be a charter flight. I agree, because right now they're flying Munich to London. Hey Fred, see you soon, thank you. Does it send clearance request to ATC? You mean the VAT track thing that we just did? I mean, that's... I'm not sure if that sends it to a VATSIM controller or if it's just automatic. Ah, okay, so the New York Giants are playing in Munich this weekend. Ah, okay, so guys, that's the reason then. Yeah, so it's a charter flight. For the NFL football game. Well, there we go. Thanks guys. Cool. But good catch though, yeah, interesting. Yeah, NFL in Europe. Yeah, they do. Germany is actually, they are definitely getting more and more interest in football. So NFL. You get our two worst teams, really. Lol. Well, we won't notice, Nate. We just enjoy the show. That's all we're here for. Sorry. Yeah, I would not have noticed, Nate. If you hadn't told me, I would never have noticed. Yeah, I guess they I don't know, they apply to some airlines, and then I guess that's the first one that that said, hey, we're going to do that for this price, and they said, yeah, sure, why not? Mark, I'm not sure if you still... Mark, do you know if you send that request off outside of an event like across the pond? Because I remember that we did that for our practice across the pond. I did get a message back with a clearance, right? I love those contrails. Oh yeah, sorry, Tremoni. Yeah, you asked that early, didn't you? Regarding Rex or Atmos. No, I don't use any of that. I'm not sure. Yesterday, didn't V1 Simulations, didn't he use Atmos or Rex or something? Yeah, Rex Atmos yesterday. I'm not sure if he liked it or not. Oh really? It ended in a blue screen of death. Really? Ah, okay, yeah. Well, I guess that's reason enough not to use it. Okay, so normally we would get back a clearance request or clearance from Shanwick. And so if everything is as requested, we get a full message back saying that we're cleared to destination via Gurmup and then Nattrack Alpha, including the coordinates. And then maintain from Gomuk, maintain level 360, Mach 0.84. Then we would acknowledge that, and it will come back as clearance received, clearance confirmed, end of message. And that means that the whole process for the clearance request is completed. And so what we do then is we do some checks to make sure that we have everything correctly inserted into the FMS. Oh, actually, I have a layout here for you guys. Let me just quickly, because I did that file for the Cross the Pond event. I'll show you that here. So the format. Hold on. So there we go. So the format looks like this. So that's how the clearance will look like. All right, so from that waypoint for us, let's go up today, maintain 360 Mach 0.84 for us today. So that's how it will look like. And what I do then is I have made myself a little file for the real flying, and I actually use that all the time simply because I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything, right? Because it makes you look stupid if you miss something and then afterwards people will say, well, why didn't you check that, right? So I actually made myself a file, and has certain phases. So requesting clearance, processing clearance, cross-check, prior Oceanic entry, and then after Oceanic entry as well. And then once you leave the airspace again. So what we'll do now is we're going to do the check of the flight plan, so the clearance against the OFP. And for that, what we do is we set the aircraft to true heading, which we can't do here. What? I can't, hang on. Or is that just because I've got... Hang on. That doesn't work here in the... Oh, okay. It does work in the P and the G. I know that. But we can do that here, can't we? Hang on. Init. I can put this to... Let me just check. Index. Settings. No, that's magnetic. I want a true north, not magnetic. All right. So what we normally do then is we go to the flight plan and then check the true tracks in the FMS with the true tracks of the OFP. So the Horizon unfortunately doesn't offer that. So if I go to my flight plan and if I go to Gurmup, I can see the true track being 2904 degrees and the distance is 340 miles to the next waypoint, so direct to 5920, right? So we would put each of these coordinates into the scratch pad, and by doing that we'll get the full coordinate. So it would say north 5900, west 020. Right, and that way we can check the full coordinates with the flight plan or the clearance. So let me just clear that. So that will be done with all the waypoints until we leave the North Atlantic track system. So that will be at Urtak. So we check the true track and the distance. And that way we have a kind of a second way of checking that we have the correct routing inserted. So if any waypoint is faulty, even if it's just a ½ degree off, it should give us a track difference, and then we have to investigate why that track difference is there, right? So that's important to check. Then on the FMS, what we do then is from GOMUP, we put in 0.84/360S. Why? Because we want to make sure. Oh, I'm on heading hold. All right, let's go back to LNAV. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure. Did I press anything in the FMS? I don't know. I hope not. So let's try that. Execute. LNAV. There we go. So, so 0.84 means that automatically the aircraft will go and maintain Mach 0.84 as the given speed from the clearance. And 360, we are at 360, but I have to always put in / the flight level. Otherwise, you just can't put in the speed on its own. That's just a Boeing FMS thing. So we would keep that until the exit, and then for the exit, I put econ again. I normally would take that there. So I'm not sure. I guess that's maybe some of the issues with the realism. Also, I mean, it's at flight level 360. It should keep 0.84 as a commanded speed. So again, it's just one of those little inaccuracies in the flight sim. That's just the way it is. Another thing I would already do is I would use the offset. Now here it doesn't have that. So you see offset in there. So we can actually tell the aircraft to fly a certain right offset, even in decimals like 1.3, 1.4, whatever, and do that slop, so the strategic lateral offset procedure for the crossing. So why to the right? Well, it's fairly simple. When all aircraft do right slop, then you know that you'll be separated, right? If anything goes wrong with the flight levels, so if for any reason an aircraft should have the same flight level as the aircraft coming opposite, right? So let's say you have your track, right, and then this aircraft is going this way, okay? So it's doing a 1.3 nautical mile offset to the right, and there's another aircraft going the other way. All right, hang on, can we do that? Does that work? No, it doesn't. So then we have another aircraft coming this way, right? And he's also, for him, because it's going this way, he's also offsetting to the right. So he's like 1.2 miles or 1 mile, whatever. So you can see that you are assured that even those aircraft are at the same altitude, which shouldn't happen really, but in case there's an error, right, one of the pilots made an error and flying at the same level, that way these aircraft are separated, right? They will not hit each other. So that's the idea with, in a normal phase, the normal offset is always just to the right. Because if you allow the aircraft to go left, well, then you have a potential of aircraft hitting each other again. If you are in an emergency state, it's something different. So there are emergency contingency procedures where you are allowed to go left as well. But again, that's only for the emergencies. Hey, Turk in the US. No, yeah, so a good question regarding, oh, there's an aircraft there, look at that. Good question regarding, you know, go full blown into Microsoft 2024 when it comes out. Now, There are going to be some aircraft add-ons like the 737 MAX, right? That should be available when it's released. That's in the core sim, correct? So that's a reason to install MAX 2024 and try it out straight away, because apparently that has a new aerodynamic system as well, or the new flight model system. So for me, I'm interested to see how those things have been changed, and to see how it's improved. Right? That's because I'm curious as well. But I'm not going to throw out MAX 2020 straight away, exactly for those reasons that you were saying, because a lot of aircraft add-ons will take its time. So be it Phoenix, be it PMDG, you don't know how long it will take them to get their aircraft compatible with Microsoft 2024. So we're just going to have to wait and see. So we can see the GoMob estimate has improved a little bit, and that is because of the wind data. Any planes also. So they'll be there with the release, Lilo. What's the wind there? That doesn't work. 219 at 11. Oh, altitude first. Altitude level 360. And then it's 220 at 11, let's say. At 11. Lol, insufficient fuel. Then 5920. Then we have there the wind 200 at 36. So yeah, we're gonna have a bit tailwind, it seems, today. 200 at 36. Then 6130, we're supposed to have 180 at 56. 180 at 56. And then 6140, we're supposed to have 170 at 41. And then 6050, 170 at 19. There we go. Look, that has now changed the predictions again. Excellent. Urtak is 223 at 8. 223 at 8. It's a shame it hasn't uplinked that. Lacus. Why did I say Lacus? Lakes. For crying out loud. Lakes at 313 at 16. So 330, 321 Neo, 320 Neo, Beluga, XL, all standard default aircraft. Okay, looking. Okay, well, again, so yeah, we're going to get some aircraft, and that's reason enough to try out MAX 2024 immediately. And then, but yeah, I won't throw out Microsoft 2020 that quickly. So here we got 320 at, oops. 320 at yeah, 320, although we want to actually we're going to climb. So here we want to have flight level 400. So let me just go back and change that. So at 5770 we want to climb level 400, step climb. There we go, so there's 400. That also improves then on the fuel calculations. And here we have level 400. And there the wind is 321 at 49. Well, that's changed a lot then. Look at that. Then 5330.80, it's 314.79. Blimey. 314. Good thing we're tracking more southwest bound there. And 4940, it's 288 at 76. And then we have Duluth, 25672, 256 at 72. Cold, that's the last one I'm going to put in here, 247 at 68. Right. So now we're coming in with a fuel of 5.6 tons, and we said 4 point something is min diversion, so that's fuel supply. Right, so GOMUP, I was just looking at GOMUP, so 18 was the initial time we sent. And so 2 minutes is the maximum it's allowed to differ from what we transferred. So that's still fine. Also, what I want to do, just for calculation accuracy, I'm already going to put in the approach now. So let's go back to Minneapolis. I'm going to take the ILS 12 right. Again, with the patent transition at the end. Let's check that. Let's go plan destination. And there we go. Yeah, KQ, radar vectors, ILS 12 right. Cool. 22:56. So that's another 7 hours almost. Blimey, it's a long flight today. And imagine that, you're flying that with 2 pilots only, so no break. Daytime is not so bad, but coming back, poof. That's a little bit weather at GOMUP. Right, let's see. A lot of add-ons aren't worth the pain they bring. Matt says, yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, so Matt, we already found that for me, the pitch sensitivity on takeoff was a bit too much. So that's definitely much better on the PNG 777. So here you got to be careful with the inputs. Right, there's a discussion going on about packs. Is that? Hang on. Okay, so Dennis, you asked. Does the Airbus have an option to cut the bleed air connection to the ground air unit? I know you can do it for the engine bleed air, APU bleed. So you got to differentiate, Dennis. So there's two things in the Airbus. One is the ground air conditioning, or the ground air starter. So that's two different things. So if you look at the airports, sometimes at the jetways, you have those yellow it's not pipes, it's like how would you say in English? Yeah, so those yellow things that you connect to the aircraft, that is air conditioned air. So that is air that's already air conditioned, and you put that into the tubes. Yeah, flexible air ducts. Yeah, okay. So tubes or flexible air ducts somewhere in that hay wiper. So that is being fed straight into the distribution manifold. Let's see if I can show you that here on the air conditioning. There we go. So you know, you have your pack system. So we have the compressors, the packs, and then the air conditioned air is being trimmed with hot air, and then fed into the air distribution ducts. And from there, it's then ventilated into the compartments. So if it's preconditioned air, it's fed usually into the distribution part, not into the packs. Okay. And now, if you're using on the Airbus, let's say, using compressed air for the engine start, then you have to be careful because that is being fed into the system prior to the packs. So that's why you have a special procedure. If you're starting the engines with external pressurized air, you have to switch off the packs because the air that comes from the external system may be contaminated. Right, so it can't be assured that it's clean. And so to prevent any contamination, fumes getting into the cabin, you switch off the packs because they would start turning if you supply the pressured air into the system. So the only switch you have, and the bleed switches don't do nothing for that because the air is fed into the systems beyond the engine bleed system. All right, so the engine bleed switch off doesn't do anything in that regard. So you have to make sure that the packs are switched off. That's the only thing you can do with the external pressurized air to prevent pack contamination and cabin contamination. Exactly, and that's why, and Nanak, that's a good point, Nanak, and that's why if you're using air-conditioned air that goes into the air distribution, you cannot regulate the temperature. Right, that is regulated outside, and you can't do that inside. How do we move the pounds to kilograms? I can show you that here. There are only very few things can change. So if you go to init ref, index, settings, and then on page number, where is it? Weight and balance. No, hang on. Hold on. Where was that? Huh? I'm confused. I thought it was on these settings here with the kilograms. Huh? Yeah, where do you change those settings? Power? Performance? I'm truly confused as well now. How did I change that? Performance? No. Huh? Bruno, do you know the answer to that? How do we change the weight? Are you sure? So Jojo, it's in the Microsoft settings. Is it really here in the Microsoft settings? Ah, okay. So no, that's liters and kilograms. Payload. So that the main settings, Oscar. Okay, so maybe try the main settings then. Yeah, Oscar, thanks. Maybe that's it. Yeah, because I always have that on the kilogram values. They call it imperial or metric. Yo-yo. So if you put that to metric, then it should have kilograms. Thanks, Oscar. Yeah, Johnny, the thing is though, so the external high pressure air often isn't clean. So that's why our procedures were saying that if you use high pressure air, I mean, there may be some special cards that can assure that you have clean air. And I guess, yeah, well, then yes, then you could have high pressure air also to power the PAC system. Okay, non-access on maintenance side, they use sometimes the high pressure ground connectors to perform leak tests on PAC systems when the AP is not available, or we can't start, but one of the operation side or something. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. You found it, Jojo? Okay, cool. Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Oscar, once again. Thanks a lot. Right, so what else do we have to do? So we've done our track distance checks. We checked the routing according to the clearance. We checked that we have level 360. We have to make sure that we're going to have Mach 0.84. And we would then offset, of course. However, that's the weird thing. So I can't do the offset here because it doesn't offer me the function here. And it doesn't have the on the Lex page. But yeah, normally offset would be done as well. Then in general, I'll check the engine oil again, make sure we don't have a leak. Yeah, APU is working, so there's no warnings regarding APU. We checked the RMP and the ANP, so that's good. And then, yeah, as I said, we would put the heading reference to true north. So why do we track with true indication instead of magnetic? Well, as the magnetic indications change, the variation changes, you would have, you know, often very frequent, especially far north, frequent track changes that way. But if you reference to true north, it's a fixed track. Kakawete, not sure if I pronounced that correctly. Probably not. So thank you so much. Hello to you. How are you? And MAN, hello to you. Greetings. So here we are on the beautiful 787. Flying along. So let's see, does that work? So Bravo India Kilo Foxtrot, and I'm going to put in 431 1 hour range ring there to kind of visualize the ETOPS. So on the other side we have Charlie Yankee Romeo, also 1 hour range ring. And then just for our information, since it is a valid emergency airport, Sonderstrom, put that in here as well. And as a visualization, I'll put in the coordinate for the equitime point. Now, the equitime point, so as we can see, since we don't take Sonderstrom as an ETOPS alternate, so if we just were saying that we have Keflavik as one of the ETOPS alternates, and then Goose Bay as the second, or the other one, or the exit alternate, ETOPS alternate, we have this portion here, so that routing portion there, that's the ETOPS section for us today. So this is where all the ETOPS restrictions apply, ETOPS rules apply, ETOPS regulations apply. and we would have to work out the equitime point. Now, since the wind is pretty much cross, we would assume that it is pretty much in the middle. Now, I did do another calculation. Did it take Keflavik and Goose Bay? Let's have a look. No, it did not. It did something really weird again regarding ETOPS alternates. Okay. Well. But normally, yeah, I would put in the as a visual reminder, I would put in a fix for the equitime point on the ETOPS section. And so, Danny, the ETOPS part is more a pre-planning issue, really. So prior to departing, there are really strict rules in place regarding the selection of your ETOPS alternate airports. And it has to be that strict because since it's in a pre-planning phase, you have to make sure that your weather forecast, as an example, in the calculated time of arrival, plus minus 1 hour, you have to have certain weather conditions. So the airport has to meet certain weather minimum conditions, depending on the runways available, depending on the approaches available. And on top of that, you have a certain additional that you have to add to the current weather, also to the minimum for the current approach, or the best approach in use. And that way, you just have a little buffer just in case the weather deteriorates a bit worse than what was forecasted. Then you have to have certain things, here's Gomop, regarding firefighting capability, certain services have to be met. Then for the aircraft itself, so the ETOPS section, it is important for the accuracy to be there, to be having an APU available, to have the pilots that are certified to fly ETOPS. The aircraft has to be maintained to a certain level that it can assure a certain ETOPS rating. There's so many things that go into ETOPS, but the most restrictive part is really the pre-planning part. So right now, if let's say Keflavik goes below minimums for the approach, and then we have to replan. So we would have to get in contact with our dispatch and say, hey, we just see Keflavik. Let's say a volcano breaks out, right, near Keflavik. So Keflavik airspace is closed. We can't use Keflavik anymore. So now, because we are in need of an ETOPS routing or ETOPS part, we have to replan with a new alternate airport. And so we would have to find one that meets the ETOPS criteria. So first of all, the 1 hour single engine flight time. For us, it's 431 miles. And then it has to meet, again, all the criteria, weather forecast, the equipment at the airport, approaches available at the airport, all that stuff. Because it's a replanning again, right? If we don't find an adequate airport that meets all these criteria, so concerning the 1 hour flight rule, we can extend that to 3 hours in exceptional cases. So we could go and find an airport that has a 3 hour range, right? But that's only in rare cases where you just don't have another option. So worst case, if you allow over the Pacific, let's say, and even the 180-minute rule doesn't help you out finding a suitable ETOPS alternate, well, then you can't fly ETOPS. So does it mean, hang on. So let me just have a look. I've noted that down somewhere with a picture. Hey, hello Hayden. So does it mean when you enter the ETOPS section, besides the aircraft being outside and hours away? Yo, yeah, so Danny, let's put it this way then. Let me ask you, what's the critical part? ETOPS. So what's so critical about getting away further than an hour flight time, single engine, from an alternate airport? So let's say we're in the middle of this. So going back to Keflavik would take an hour 45, and going to Goose Bay would take an hour 50, let's say, right? So what's your limiting factor? Apart from weather, which we made sure we have adequate weather and adequate approaches, etc., and we're trained, and you know. So this is the more practical side. Yeah, you're gonna love this. Look at that. So, yeah, it's like midday, but the sun, since it's like now getting to wintertime in the northern hemisphere, the sun getting closer and closer to its most southern track. It's so cool how it just sets for us, and then later on, as we approach Minneapolis again, it'll rise again. So the sun goes down and then rises back up. It's really cool. Yeah, so Danny, for us, from an operational standpoint, if you were in the middle of these two 1 hour ETOPS, so if you're in the ETOPS section, the worst case what can happen to us is that we have a engine failure that's uncontained, and for some unlucky reason, one of the fan blades gets sheared off and hits the cabin, causing a rapid decompression. All right, so that's the worst case for us, meaning that we have one engine only, and we're losing cabin pressure. We have to descend down to level 100 so that passengers can get off the oxygen after 10 or 15 minutes. And then we fly low level, single engine, which takes a long time to divert to a suitable airport, right? And so that causes a lot of fuel burn. And as I mentioned previously, if you have the ETOPS section somewhere in the middle or the beginning of your flight, you obviously don't have an issue with fuel. All right, you're still going to have enough fuel. And on your flight plan, you will see the ETOPS calculations. So for some reason, it took Sandestrom on the first calculation I did, for whatever reason. So it got Sandestrom and Goose Bay, right? So it has an equitime point, and it actually just said that the most critical condition is just decompression, which I find a bit strange, because for us two-engine aircraft, normally it's always the condition decompression and engine failure. So that's fuel-wise the worst thing that can happen. Also, we have to, we would have a correction for icing, so that's correct. It didn't add any, although it should have put in additional fuel regarding icing conditions as well, because clearly we do have icing conditions today. So that would have to have some separate additionals there. But you can see at the equitime point, which is the worst point for us, given the failures, we need at least 25, we need at least, it says, fuel required, 7.66 tons to reach Thunderstrom with the given conditions, to do one approach, one go around, and then a second approach. All right, so you can clearly see that the actual calculated fuel on board at that point is a lot more than what's needed, because the flight time to Thunderstrom is only 1 hour 26 minutes, given that condition, decompression. So, as I was saying, so as you get closer to your destination, and sometimes here over the Atlantic, or going towards the US, if we're going very far north, and then suddenly, you know, Equilit is not usable, let's say, then we actually have the problem that we have a big ETOPS section over Canada. And since you've burned a lot of fuel to that point, then you're going to get closer to those limitations. All right, so operationally, that's really the restricting part for us in the ETOPS section once we're flying. And that's what we have to monitor, right? So obviously, that is critical, right? Even though it's a really, 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 really rare or really kind of, you know, very small risk, very small chance of that happening, engine failure and decompression at the same time, and then at the worst point. I mean, to have that happen, you know, you picked a really bad day. So, but still, since in aviation we plan with the worst conditions, just to make sure that we always have a good plan B, that we always can reach an airport safely. That's why we do these calculations. That's why we do have these scenarios, and that's why we do have these pre-plannings, to make sure if the worst happens at the worst time, we are still going to reach an airport safely. Right? Nothing happens by chance here. We don't take any unnecessary risks. And unfortunately, that means that ETOPS is a really, really, really theoretical topic. Yeah, Greg, the thing is, our computer-based training that we have for ETOPS, it's a very good program, but man, it does take a lot of time to get your head around it. And I've taken so many notes regarding, you know, what kind of minima criteria you have to look at. And the good thing for us is that we have a monitoring. So we have people in the operation center that are monitoring the flights. So especially the long-range flights, and especially the ETOPS flights. So they will monitor the weather as well for us. I mean, we monitor the weather, of course, because that's our duty. So as we fly along, we always check the weather periodically to make sure that we still have a valid plan B. And nonetheless, that we have someone else looking over the flight and make sure that if there's anything happening, like I just mentioned, you know, suddenly a volcano breaking out, or some other things happening, we would get contacted, and you know, they would offer us some advice on what to do. In the end, though, it's our final decision that we have to make, right? They will give us some options, but again, we as the pilots, we make the decision at the end. Well, Greg, I'm happy that there's people like you that are interested in hearing these kind of topics. And that's really the whole purpose of me streaming, right? Oh, there's an ad, Danny. Okay, I'm sorry, Danny. So let's see what I missed. Oh, regarding the ETOPS, yeah, like I was saying, so the decompression case, so decompression engine failure case is the worst case for us always, really, regarding fuel calculations. And so again, you know, that ETOPS section, so it gives us a summary for the ETOPS part, including the equitime point. And there we have the fuel required and the calculated fuel on board. And as I was saying as well, as long as that happens, that ETOPS section is somewhere in the middle or the beginning, you will not have a fuel problem. You always have a fuel problem more to the end of the flight. And that can happen as well. I've seen these restrictions going to India, right? Because there is very, very few airports sometimes along these routes that we can land on. And so you may have an ETOPS section somewhere down here. And again, sorry if I keep repeating myself, but ETOPS does not necessarily mean it's over water. Right? ETOPS means it can happen over water and over land. It's always a reference to your airport available that you have around you. And yes, of course, if you have lots of water, right, the chances that you have an airport nearby are a lot slimmer than when you're over the land. Nonetheless, as I've seen it in wintertime over the over Canada, you may not have an adequate landing airport because of weather conditions, and then you have an ETOPS even over Canada. It can happen. Apple crates, thank you so much for the 5. Thanks for the cheer. No, so knock on wood. So this is something where I always knock on wood, because, and I get asked that often from people, when they find out that I'm a pilot. They ask, oh, have you ever had a really, really critical, failure and so on? And I'm like, critical? No, luckily not. Yeah, I mean, I've had some system failures, but luckily nothing that required a mayday call. So nothing that I found, life-threatening. But I've had some hair-raising situations, most of them caused by weather. So once I did a pan call, it's a pan call, because we were over at the Alps, and we are in the top of the clouds, and that's where quite often you will have severe icing. And what happened on our aircraft, the aircraft iced up so quickly that the windshield iced up completely, and we started getting engine vibrations. And so that was a case where, to prevent the engines from failing or getting severe damage, we had to act fast. So my first call was to ATC. I said, request immediate climb, to level whatever, to get out of the clouds, because the climb was the fastest way out of the icing, because we could see that we're in the top of the clouds, so like 2,000 feet higher, we were clear. And the controller said stand by, because obviously I didn't call with pan, so he didn't think it was urgent. I said, due to severe icing, request climb level 360 immediately. And the controller said stand by. Then I said, well, no, I can't stand by, because this is actually potentially life-threatening, not just yet, but potentially going to get worse. So I said pan, again, request immediate climb. And then he said, right, climb immediately, level whatever, right? So that really helped to get the pan out. Then other situations mostly were in conditions that had storms. So why is that the critical thing, really? Because you're flying slow, you're flying close to the ground, and getting wind shear. And I've had real-world wind shears, and a wind shear once in Salzburg where the aircraft felt it was falling out of the sky. It's these situations that, yeah, those are what I call hair-raising situations. Potentially dangerous if you don't treat it correctly. But nothing that you would see on Aviation Herald, or nothing that you see on National Geographic in these programs, right? Yeah, nature definitely is big. You have to respect that, yeah. And Thomas, hello to you. How are you? Happy weekend. Yeah. So to be fair, you know, I have a flap issue on the 737 ones going into Paris, split flaps. It was flying wise, it was a bit of a challenge because it had asymmetric lift, and the flaps wouldn't move anymore. But to be honest, in these cases, you have a checklist. Right? You work through the checklist. You do your, you know, your normal fact-finding options, risk assessment. Then you make a decision, etc., and you execute that. You know, it's not. We practice those things, right? These are always practiced. Yes, we practice engine failures. We practice wind shear procedures. We practice, you know, ground avoidance or pull-up maneuvers. We practice those things regularly, right? Which is a good thing. But in the end, if you ask me, you know, what situations are the most hair-raising, it's the weather, definitely. Yeah, I like Stick. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, he makes some great videos on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, Tremonia, see you later. Thank you. But for sure, are you going this June to Rhode Island? What's on Rhode Island this June? What am I missing? Let me quickly do a fuel check, right? We are estimating 5920. Let me just do that. Where's my flight plan? So we departed at 14:35, round about 34. So 14:34 we departed. 14:34, and so we are now getting close to 59:20. 2 hours 26. So that's that's a round number. That's 1700 on the hour. We're supposed to be at 59:20, and we're supposed to have 32.5 plus the extra, plus the contingency, so about 3.3 more. So if we haven't used contingency and if we haven't used extra, then we should have, where am I? Yeah, there we are. We should have about 35.8 estimated. So 35.8. So time-wise, oh look, some weather there. Time-wise, we're right on plan. How about that? Association conference for the flight sim. Oh, really? I'm going to try. So next year, I'm going to try to be at the flight sim show in, where is it in the US next year? Have they decided yet? So I'm trying to make that next year, and then maybe in Europe, in Holland, in Netherlands, trying to make that as well. The official Joseph, usually I am. Right now, I'm not, because there was an update, I think, with the drivers. And so, unfortunately... Oh, hang on. I can try that again. Let me just see. Brightness, contrast. So, sharpen. Brightness, contrast. And color, wasn't it? Color, yes. Where's sharpen? Yeah, sharpen. So let me have a look. So sharpen. Filters. Why can't I change that? Yeah, something's bugged with these. Yeah, right now I need to update the game filters again. Oh, that's Flight Sim Expo. Click none and re-click. Okay. Let's have, so none. I did that. Re-click. Maybe I tried this one then. So dynamic vibrance, color, sharpen. And what's the other one? Sharpen, bright contrast. It doesn't work. Yeah, can't do that thing with that. So I need to update the latest NVIDIA driver. But wasn't there with the latest NVIDIA driver, people reported crash the desktop again? So I'm always a bit careful with the updates. So Rhode Island, that's where they have the next Flight Sim Expo. Wow. Okay, I'll try. I'll try to make that. You just rolled back. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna wait. You know, it's the game filters. They do add some good things regarding visuals. But, I mean, this is still beautiful. I mean, there's no real need for that, is there? Two sand, you already wrote back as well, okay. That's a good question. Why they chose Providence? No, I'm not using Atmos, Dr. Zap. That has also the issue that it's causing crash the desktop, apparently. So yesterday, V1 simulations had apparently a blue screen of death with the Rex Atmos. So whenever I hear that, I'm like, oh, no, no thank you, but... Okay, so what I'll do now, I'm going to do the one fuel check here, guys. And then as mentioned previously, I'm going to have a little break. I'll leave the stream running. And I will go and give you a nice map view. And then we'll determine whether or not we want to you want the outside view or inside view. Simlink, there you go. There we go. So I can do that later on. So that way you can see the position of the aircraft. So I've got Iceland there, Greenland, and so on. So MAN, sorry, MAN, you asked a question regarding what fuel values are you confused about on the newest Lufthansa layout? Because really the only thing that's changed is the discretionary fuel. So the what we call extra fuel would normally now be called discretionary fuel. Fuel, that should be the off-block fuel. That's just for noting down. So you have the minimum block fuel. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna check my real-world flight plan. Honestly, that may not even be accurate, to be honest. I have a feeling that SimBrief doesn't have the correct Lufthansa format. Yeah. Anything else that's on the flight plan there, MAN, that you find confusing? I'll be back on so I'm planning to be back by between Urtak and Lakes. I was just about to say Lacus again. So Lakes estimate is, so that is 1922 and that's 1943, and that's real time. So that's in about 3 hours, isn't it? Yeah, so I will be back. CPDLC here does apparently work. So if you go to, let's have a look. So if you go to Manager, so Manager, you can put your hobby code in there and the Manager. Yeah, man, just give me a second. I'll check again regarding if we have that setting. Yeah, so MAN, the official the explanation is the fuel OB is the fuel on board when starting engine. So again, that's what you could note down. I've never noted it down on a flight plan. And so the discretionary fuel is the fuel at the sole discretion of the commander if deemed necessary, while any extra fuel is for, let's say for dispatch, if they say, oh, we got a score line over the US, and so we give you 3 tons extra fuel already, because then that's included in the calculations for the fuel, because that's a lot of weight you carry around with you on a long-range flight, and so that weight has then already been taken into the fuel calculations for the trip fuel. So while discretionary fuel is not, so if you say, I'm getting the flight plan and I take 2 tons extra on discretionary fuel, well, that is not being taken into account with the trip fuel. So mentally you would have to check your flight plan to see what an extra ton will cost you on average. So if you go to the flight plan again, and if you go and scroll down, you will find here, so a zero fuel weight correction. So 1,000 kilograms more weight burns 167 kilograms for the flight. So if you take, as a captain, if you take 2 tons extra, you would have to add 334 kilograms to your trip fuel. Exactly. And the extra, so what happens normally, if we have an extra value there, I would have a remark there. So the dispatcher would write, something like that, right? So, and the remarks, he would put in extra fuel due to bad weather at destination, right? And so that is already then calculated into the trip fuel. If I use discretionary fuel, so if I say, oh, 2 tons is not enough for me, I'm going to add another 2 tons, all right? Then theoretically, I have to change the trip fuel value. And why is that important? Well, that's important for your weight calculations. So I would have to tell dispatch. Right, I would call dispatch and say, hey, change in trip fuel. and change the fuel value for the weights so that he can do the weight calculations correctly. What's the app called? This is called Sim Toolkit Pro. Gilend, they always come through the EFB electronically. We don't have paper in the flight deck anymore. No, the Sim Toolkit Pro app should not cost anything, no. Zam, you're right, you just flew the PNG 787 after a new update and it's really good, you love it, fantastic. Happy to hear that. I haven't flown it yet, so... Wow, it's interesting, we're getting some crazy returns here below us. So there's definitely some weather there. Just check my real-world weather radar to see if where that data is coming from. So let's do this. And oh, it doesn't have coverage over the Atlantic. Nah, okay, can't check it. So I don't know if we have rain there or not. Yeah, so the flight plan, MAN, yeah, thanks for that. So the flight plan, what you see here, that is from SimBrief. But the whole software, where you can have, you know, your charts included, websites included that you want to see, find real-world routings, etc., monitor your flight, have stream overlays, etc., etc. So, you know, that comes with Sim Toolkit Pro. Plane Spotter, you did your first flight in VATSIM to Krakow. Everything went well, minus the taxi at the end, but nonetheless, I'm still extremely proud of it. Nice, happy to hear that. Yeah, Plane Spotter, but you're not alone, are you? A lot of people take some time to get into VATSIM, but like you wrote, it's a huge achievement. And once you've done the VATSIM flights, honestly, you won't go back. You won't go back. Okay, so somebody's question regarding fuel center tank pumps. Right, so once the value reaches about 2 tons, at 2.2 tons, you'll get the fuel low center message. And what we do then is we switch off the center tank pumps. And the scavenge feed system will then feed the rest of the fuel into the main tanks. So we're going to put 1. Now we don't switch off both at the same time. All right, we've made a habit of it to always switch off 1 at a time. And now you don't see that here, but that is being fed into the main tanks. And that's it. Message is gone. Yeah, it's just a habit, Gilend. So there are some systems sometimes. So when you do procedures, and it tells you to switch off more than one system, if you hit the wrong system, right, and you switch both off at the same time, you're going to lose the system, which you don't if you just switch off one system. And then you get the message and they say, hey, hydraulic, hang on, no, I want to switch off the wing or the window heat. Why is it showing hydraulic, right? So it's always better to always do one after the other. It's just a habit, right? So typically you would put, you put 2 fingers, left, right, and then switch off both at the same time, right? Be cool, right? So cool move, but no, don't make that a habit. So always one at a time. So it also tells you to consciously do a switching. The weather radar here in the 787. So the weather radar is normally controlled through the control panel here. It doesn't work here, but the main switch is here. So you have select terrain or weather. You can also go through the menu here and select terrain or weather radar. Those are the options. Yeah, especially cool without looking first. Trust me, Gilend, on the 737, you had to be so careful because the engine ITI switches were close to the hydraulic switches. And we had so many reports or people telling they accidentally switched off the hydraulic pumps instead of the engine ITIs. Yeah, Ali, I think, I mean, you can ask, if you're under control, you can ask to get away from the cockpit, or do what I've just done. I've logged off VATSIM for now. And then later when I'm back, I'll be logging on again. Now, where do we have options? Simulation. How do I do time acceleration here? Where was that? Options? No. File. Oh, weather injection. That's why I do not. Oh, okay, Ali. Yeah, understood. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that definitely is a problem then, yeah. I can find it here. Pause. I can make another button for that, maybe. Hey Yoda, wie geht's? I'm using normal weather. Let's search for acceleration. Acceleration.
Welcome aboard the Captain Blackbox Twitch channel.
Acceleration visualizer. What is that?
Subscribers, please make your way to the first
I've never seen that before.
where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served.
Accessibility.
Thank you.
And ProSource. Thank you much for the 21. How are you? Happy weekend. Oh, sim rate. Yeah, you're right. Sim rate. That's the definition there. Sim rate. Thank you. Let's try that. Sim rate. Sim rate. Ah. There we go. Thank you very much. And that's sim rate times 2. Hey, Reynolds. Ooh. Hey. So, keeping fingers crossed it's going to work, okay. So 1700 and the fuel is 35.3 and we were supposed to have, what would we say? We're supposed to have 35.8. So we've used a bit more fuel than we thought, but we're still good. 35.2. There we go. So good fuel check. Let's hope it continues to be on our side. So I'm going to put up the map here for you guys. And so we are here. I hope so, Bruno. I hope it works. I hope we're not going to get crashed to desktop or something. No, there's no modeled cabin as far as I'm aware, Ferox. No, unfortunately not. How good is this 787? I mean, I'm happy that there's people that are modding the standard 787. So they definitely made the aircraft nicely flyable, even on VATSIM, let's say. There are some key features missing, right? In the FMS, for example, you see definitely there are some real features missing that we use in real life very often. Offset, as an example. Also, the way the coordinates are displayed here, so the FMS coordinates are displayed, is different in the real aircraft. The handling, the manual flying is actually pretty good. I'm happy with the way the aircraft flies. Look how dark it's getting now. Look at that. So it's midday where we are, pretty much, and the sun is almost setting now. The shocking thing was on rotation out of Frankfurt, I just over-controlled. It was just way too sensitive. So I just did what I normally do in real life, and that was just way too much pull here in the sim. So you have to be careful with that. Landing, now that the pattern I made prior to the stream, the landing felt quite nice. Although I still have a feeling it's a bit too floaty. But we'll see later on the landing in Minneapolis. So we'll see how that goes later on. So yeah, so again, feel-wise, so manual flying is fine. I think they did a good job there. For the flare, it's not 100% realistic. It's okay. I would put it maybe in the behavior of the 777 from PNG, from what I can tell so far. Rotation, PNG, 777, much better. Much better. Where's the next trip to? Well, take a guess. Brenold, hope you have a good weekend, Brenold. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so in case you're wondering, those circles, so we have Keflavik to the right, we have Sunderström in Greenland, or Kanaluzak, and then we have Goose Bay. What is it, Goose Bay there? So the routing, right, means that we almost have a valid airport within 1 hour of flight time. Nonetheless, we are going to be ETOPS on this part here, between Goose Bay and Keflavik. And you have to realize, this range at the moment is 1,280 miles. So if I switch the iCast to the other side, you can see that, I mean, these displays are fantastic. In real life, they are very big as well. So huge displays, lots of information that it can display in a very nice manner. But that's 1,280 miles. So that's like 3 hours flight time worth. The Bravo Airspace 7878, no, I have not done that yet. But I'm not sure, is that really much more accurate or more, you know, or better simulated? Let me have a look here, Bravo Airspace 787. So you think it's better than Horizon mod? Okay, I guess I have to have a look at that then. Bravo airspace. Has anybody else tried the Bravo Airspace 787? Curious. It's a little better, but not much. Okay. Well, I guess I'm curious. Right now, everything's going quite well. Handles quite nicely, it seems. So we'll see. So that does the okay, master brightness. Okay. Right, so let's try that here. Right, there we go. Now we've got it's a little bit light. It's getting dark. Blimey. Cool. Stephen, how do you like it then? Stephen, how do you like the Bravo Airspace 787? Okay, so let's do the calculations again. Okay, so the thing is, so originally Lakes was at 1942, so that's in 2.5 hours. Now that we're flying double sim rate, it's 1 hour 30, let's say. No, Bravo Airspace apparently is payware, isn't it? It said you can buy it through Marketplace. Or is it... hang on. Yeah, MAN, see you later. Have a good one. Hey, SimPilot UK. Yeah, you're just joining at the time when I'm going to have a break now. I'm going to leave the sim running. I'm going to leave the stream running. But I'll be away from the keyboard. Great timing, yeah. And I'll be back in about 1 hour 30 minutes. Because that means we have about 3 hours remaining at that time. Yeah, 3 hours, that's a good time. Cool, guys. Enjoy your dinner, everyone. And hope to see you all later. Hope you all had a nice break. Oh, I see lots of people still here. Nice. So, yeah, we did see a bit of Greenland. Hey Lee, moin, wie geht's dir? So we did see a bit of Greenland, and now we're already over Canada. There's nothing really. Just looking at the map here, any towns? Probably not much, or nothing bigger. So let me have a look. So here we have what's this? Pushback. Up here, nothing. Yeah, that's a problem. So far north, there's nothing. There's no larger cities or anything. So here we go. Cool. I'm gonna leave the sim running at twice the speed for a while longer because it's running quite nicely. And Lee, I'm doing well. Dankeschön. Christian, welcome back. Thank you. Right, there's a question. I'm not sure if Autothrust Blue is still here. He was asking me about the product I'm using. So I'm not affiliated with ProDesk Sim, but that's what I'm using. So I'm using the Bravo throttle quadrant as a base, and I'm using the 320. Yeah, here, this one here. So 320, 321. Although I have an older version though, so this is not the one I'm actually using. I have a little bit older one. Maybe I have to reorder. So that looks actually more sophisticated than what I had previously. Well, I wonder what the difference is. So functional go around? This one doesn't have functional go around or what? Okay. So Airbus 300. So he's got lots of different. Oh wow, that's pretty neat as well. So he's also got things like arm, disarm, speed brakes. Flaps. So he's really improved on those. And yeah, so that's what I'm using. Right. Now we're already outside of the track system. So Lakes was our exit point. So what do we have to do? So if I look at my to-do list regarding crossings and exiting the North Atlantic track system, let me have a look. Where's my... Man, I made so many... I wish I could show you all of my slides that I've made for flying and for my type rating and so on. Absolutely, there's so many slides, so many different books I've made. But yeah, they got lots of internal data, so I can't show you that, unfortunately. Right, exiting the airspace. So we would go back to magnetic heading, which we already are, because we can't change that here in the Horizon mod. Then, of course, by now we'll get a new squawk, and I should have set the squawk to 2000, 10 minutes after leaving, and that means I can actually reconnect to VATSIM. And there should be no control up here, north of here, so that's fine. I'm not going to disturb anyone coming back online. So transponder code 2000. Usually we'd be in contact now with Gander. And so that way we would get a new score code. He would identify us on radar. And we would end the SLOP, so the strategic lateral offset procedure, but we can't do that here in the horizon either, so disregard that. Yeah, that's pretty much it, exiting. Gander is on? Oh, you're joking. Darn. No way. Oh. Thanks for the heads up, Official Joseph. Sorry. But I'm lucky, you know what? I'm outside of that airspace. Yeah, I passed already. Yeah, correct. So, no harm, no foul. No, nothing done. No problem. Oh, cool. Alrighty. So, let's do a quick fuel check here, shall we? And then there was one waypoint. Remember that was 57. Was it 5730? There was one waypoint which had a half a minute coordinate in there. It was yeah, 5330. So this one here. This was a critical waypoint. And so the only way we can check the coordinates, if I take this, go to index, nav data, and put that in there. Oh, no, not. Yeah, hang on. Why is that not showing now? Yeah, that's just. Oh, there it is. It just took a while. So there we go. 5330, 80 west. So that should be correct with the navigation there. I need to fire the flight plan again? Okay. Yeah, thanks, Sergilent. I didn't realize that. Thanks. Cool. Thank you. Hey, Nate, you just woke up from a mid-flight nap. Nice. The captains are awake now, so he didn't nap. That's cool. Yeah, I'm actually pretty fit, so I didn't need to do a nap. So, all good. Now, so currently, this is the 1 hour ring from Goose Bay. Let's have a look. There's Ottawa. So, and I actually wanted this one as my 1 hour en route alternate. So let me get Charlie Yankee or ETOPS alternate. So there we go. Let's do 1 hour. Yeah, so just outside of an hour flight time to Ottawa. And then let's get the weather for Ottawa. Let's go do that here. Flight information, exit. Let's do ATIS request. Let's try Charlie Yankee Oscar Whiskey. I'm not sure if that works here. En route. Send. Is there a good yoke out there? Okay, great. 8 is not available. How to get METAR? Can I get METAR in here somehow? I don't know. ATC. Company. Weather request. Ah, that's the one I wanted. So let's do surface actual. And let's do Charlie Yankee Oscar Whiskey. Let's send that. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so I would wait. You know what? A Verpil will come out hopefully next year. There we go. That's nice. Ottawa has 300 degrees 6 knots, 15 miles, fuel 5,000, 6 degrees 3038. Good weather. Excellent weather. So we can take Ottawa definitely. And then further down, what else do we get further down line? Actually, that's pretty much the last. Yeah, anything else is like, you see how you got many airports to the south, but literally nothing behind us. I mean, that's equal here, isn't it? Ivy or Evie, I don't know how to pronounce that. Hello to you. And May Day, is your opinion better than quality wings? No, not really. So, I mean, for Microsoft Flight Sim, this is definitely, in my opinion, one of the best mods. But there are many features missing. And so, I mean, it's good enough for, flying A to B. But for me to be really excited about this add-on, it will need to be more complete regarding the FMS. Also, for example, what I use in real life a lot, and actually if I want to use VNAV descent to a lowest altitude, I have to have a vertical situation display, which it doesn't have. The VSD is not active here, so that's very important, really. Yeah, exactly. So Whirlpool, is it Whirlpool that's going to go get out some new yokes next year? Oh shit, I've got to go. Darn. Sorry for swearing. Yeah, I've got to go back to normal sim rate. Almost forgot. So flight time, 2 hours 30 or something? Yeah, 2 hours 40. But that's fine. Gives us some time to chat, which is nice. And you can see here, this part of the world, it's just ice. Ice, snow, and not much to see. Very barren. Yeah, at the present time, hey Senshai, guten Abend, wie geht's dir? So at the moment, I would definitely say that yeah, the yoke that I find fairly good is the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke. I made a video about this. Why? But that's already fairly expensive, isn't it? About 400 euros. And like I said, maybe just wait until you have some other, comparable products coming out. Right, I'm just gonna set profile manager. Let's have a look here. Just want to see if I have access 4 settings. Pitch. I want to add the pitch a bit more false, not roll, but pitch. Line. Try that. Yeah, that's a bit better. Nice, cool. Igor, hello to you. Oh, good God, no, I don't want to update just yet. Microsoft Weather API still sucks and probably will up to 2028. That's why it would be different to fly X-Plane 12 Plus with volume weather. Yeah, Igor, but again, that has to come out first of all, right? Hang on, that's still time accelerated. It is, isn't it? That's too fast. That's too slow. No, hang on. Hold on. 21, 22, 23. Is that normal? Seriously? 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1. Yeah, it's right. Okay, disregard. That ticking, the seconds ticking by, that just looked too fast. I mean, no wonder time is going by so fast. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4 banana. Jesus Christ. Hang on. Let me check my pulse with that. So, 1. No, that's right. It is correct. Yeah, my pulse adds up to that. That's fine. So my pulse is a little bit slower than the seconds here, so that makes sense. Jesus. Alright, still estimated 5.2. What I do like is that, let's just do a fuel check here. 5770. Oh yeah, position report doesn't work either, and it doesn't give me the last time over. So this is going to be 2108. At least we'll check that estimate. So we should be there at 1434. 1434. That's 2106 is when we're supposed to be at the next waypoint, and we're supposed to have 11.5 plus 2 tons extra, so 13.5. So we are losing a bit of fuel. There's a lot of wind here. Is that correct? So the ground speed should be 480. Ouch. Oh, we have to climb 400. Traffic. Wow, where did he disappear? Where did he appear from? There's traffic there. He came out of nowhere. All right, let me climb 400. Yeah, VNAV step climb. There we go. Let's do thrust ref, VNAV speed 400. Yeah, we gotta save some fuel. 106 knots. Crazy. Well, there's a combined set regarding the Boeing yoke. So you can either just get the yoke or get the yoke and a throttle set. Now the throttle set, I've made on my video, I talked about the throttle set as well. So the yoke itself, quality-wise, in my opinion, is very good. Very strong, while the throttle setups of the throttle quadrant is a bit more plasticky, and especially those rotary buttons there on the middle part, they are kind of wobbly, which I didn't like. The rest, I mean, the functions are there, but I mean the thrust levers are fairly small. So I'm really actually happy that I got the Bravo throttle quadrant a long time ago, before all the drama started. And so now with the ProDesk Sim, add-ons, that's actually really nice. Gilend. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Just take my pulse as a timing. Yeah, Stenshire, the flight's going well. So we did actually do a bit of time acceleration. I had a break for 1:30, which was nice. Kind of, yeah, it's kind of nice to get off the desk or from the simulator and just walk around a bit, get something to eat. So we had a nice break, and now, yeah, 2.5 hours before landing. So it should be cool. Any tip for a new licensed pilot to put into the market and find that first job as a pilot? What rating? ATPL or? And which market? Europe, US? I love bread. Hello to you. Good morning. Where are you living? Down under? Good morning, or Asia, or? No, Lee. No. You don't hear the engines in the flight deck. It's more just the environmental sounds with the airflow around the cockpit. So level 400 is unusual, really, for a lot of people to fly around. And so for us in the 787, it happens quite regularly that we fly level 400 or even 410. Yes, so it does offer CP DLC after you've entered your Hoppy credentials in the manager. You can use that. There you go. You can use that function com menu there. And I wanted to do one more thing. Just get the weather from Minneapolis. There we go. We have Minneapolis 140 at 9. So runway 12 should be correct. Then we have scattered 12,000, overcast 16,000, 10 degrees. It's getting colder now. And Minneapolis in wintertime does get very cold. So they have what they call high walks between in downtown. They have high walks, so that's like little tunnels above the ground, right? So you can walk from one building to the next without going outside. Quite an interesting idea. So we have put that to inches mercury already, 3010. Now, I checked the real world flight plan yesterday, and they had Milwaukee as an alternate airport. Or their first alternate airport. Let me just check where that is. That was where's Milwaukee? Hang on. What's the abbreviation? Yeah, Lee. See you in a minute. So that was. No, hang on, that was not. What was? It's not Milwaukee, is it? No, that was something else then. So what else do we have around Minneapolis? STC. So our alternate St. Cloud regional, but it only has a 2,000 meter runway. I mean, it would be enough. You have a frozen ATPL Europe. But no type rating. Hey Florian. Is it normal A380? I see. Oh, that's interesting. So, I mean, I guess it says longitude, latitude 01, longitude 02, and so on. Latitude, longitude. So, but that's weird, though. Yeah, that's a weird way of showing the coordinates there. Yeah, I would expect the flight plan to show similar coordinates like this. That is strange. Yeah, now the sun is rising again. Don't know if you saw that when we had our break. The sun was pretty much at the horizon, and now slowly we are getting back further south. The sun is rising. Yeah, no type rating. You know there's a website. Is it called Pilots Network or something? Hang on. Pilot Network? Yeah, Pilots Jobs Network. I'm sure you know that one, right? Hey Tremonia, welcome back. So there you see the actual conditions. I mean, it's showing whether or not they are hiring or not. So plus VE, so green plus VE means, let me see what that means. It means positive pilot job news. So if I go and have a look, at let's see, Romania, Germany, France, Martin Air. So let's have a look at Martin Air, okay? You can see what they kind of want. Or yeah, again, you would have to look through that. But that's always a good website to have a look where you have best chances to get in. And I mean, with an ATPL, I mean, Panda, I'm not sure if you are kind of restricting yourself to airlines only, or if you would be up for flying business jets as well. Because I know, because I've talked to someone who owns their own private airline with business jets, and he said well, they are looking for pilots all the time at the moment. So maybe you're not limiting yourself to just the airliners. Maybe a good. Yeah, that's what I thought. Latitude, longitude as an abbreviation, and then if you click on each of these. Yeah, the thing is though, so what happens if you have a coordinate that is, completely random? I mean, we've seen the same, right? So this coordinate here, 5380, stands for 5330 north, 80 west. So if I go and do that again with index nav data, yeah, you see that's what it's coded with. And in the real aircraft, when I click on that line there, I will get a complete coordinate standing here. So I will see 5330 and then 80 west written out completely. Now step size, I'm going to put 0 in here. 5 tons. So I have a feeling that the fuel burn is a little bit more than expected. Flight time is pretty much what we expect it to be. So it's not as if we have a longer flight time than on the flight plan. It's just hang on, just let me give you permits. There we go. You can post the link now, Joseph. Try it now, please. And Dominic, servus. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's yeah. Yeah. So Lima 03. If you click on that, it'll give you that coordinate. Yeah. Kind of weird though, isn't it? To put it this way. Yeah, it is weird. Bruno would probably know if that's the correct way of displaying those. But then again, I mean, you know, for fly-by-wire modders, I think the way they go about these add-ons, I think that's pretty realistic then. And I've never flown the A380 IRL, so I can't tell you whether or not it's Now, I have to say, the routing definitely means, at the moment, what's Charlie, so Charlie Yankee Bravo. Is there anything we could have used for the ETOPS? Because we're definitely in the ETOPS section again at this part. That's North Bay, 3,000 meters. Yeah, I guess we could have taken that one. But that doesn't help us completely, because that still puts us a little bit outside, I think. Yeah, and Simbrief used this one here. So let's have a look. Charlie, Yankee, Bravo. Yeah, that's an hour from there. So let me quickly check the weather. So company weather request Charlie Yankee Bravo. Let's put that in there. Send. What you mean your sun isn't rising? Alright. 228, 30 miles, few 2,400. So that's a good airport. And let's have a look at the equipment they have. So for the approaches, they offer an ILS 08, and they offer an RNAV 26 and 36. So well, 36 not, but 26. So definitely a good airport. Just in case we have an emergency, we would land there. That's fine. My sun is rising, definitely. Yeah, SFO, see you in a minute. Is there a difference between beginning of private jets? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Let me know when you get back. Oh, I can get rid of that pin. There we go. There we go. Yeah, somebody was asking about a incident where two F-18s and a private jet had a near collision at Austin. The thing is, though, that it was based on a miscommunication, really, between the tower and the F-18 pilot. Sims looking so good, nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I mean it is beautiful. So and I have to say that, you know, this is what I see IRL as well. So this looks really cool. That is looking very nice. Love it. Yeah, so the F-18s were coming in behind a private jet. So let me give you the chart here. Austin. So we've been to Austin many times as well. That was approach on the 18 left, I think it was. Yeah. So they were on the approach, and they were like 4,000 or 3,000, the F-18s, and the private jet was on the ILS already in the descent. The F-18s, but there was a two-ship, but the lead, he called in and asked for a kind of a carrier break, but he didn't use the normal term that they normally use, and so the controller thought they would do a flyover at 3,000 feet or something, and then just brake past the runway at the end of the runway and then join the pattern. That's what the controller thought. So the controller accepted his request, but the pilot requested a carrier brake without restrictions, so without altitude restriction. And so since he got cleared, they went full speed, descended down to their pattern altitude, which is about 800 feet apparently, and they passed that private jet on final. And you can imagine, so the private jet got a resolution advisory. The Hornets, as I understood, don't have TCAS, so obviously they didn't get a warning. But that private jet got a resolution advisory on final, which obviously that raises your blood pressure for sure. So he wasn't happy. And yeah, the F-18 though, they said they had that private jet in sight all the time. It's just they buzzed him in like 100 feet or 200 feet separation. And man, that would scare me as well if I had two F-18s fly by that close. Yeah, so that's what the issue was. In the end, yeah, report, and it was caught on the Aviation Herald, or it was caught on a, what's it called, live ATC or something. So that's how people found out. Yeah. So what else has been going on in the world of aviation? Oh yeah, that was also interesting. I saw some news there. So a Qantas 738 at Sydney yesterday had an engine failure on departure, which set the grass alight. And there were some big pictures. Let me see, do we have pictures here? No, we don't have pictures. That where you see the whole, it looked like a whole, like a hectare of areas burning next to the runway. So Qantas 737-800 performing flight from Sydney to Brisbane with 181 people and dry ice on board. Why did they put dry ice on that? Why is that important? Was departing runway 34 right when the crew declared pan during initial climb, reporting engine failure. The crew continued to climb 3,000 feet, shut the failed right-hand engine down, and enter hold at 4,000 feet while emergency services started to battle a fire that had ensued in the grass at the side of the departure runway. And the aircraft landed safely 34 left about 30 minutes after departure. And most of us were still fighting the grass fire at the time. That's also cool. So the airline reported the engine suffered a contained engine failure and added, while customers would have heard a loud bang, there was not an explosion. Right, there's a big difference, of course, yeah. So kind of a compressor stall, which bangs as well, but it's not an explosion, yeah. So it's interesting they put that in there. So what else has happened? The engine shutdown in flight, Southwest. British Airways. Oh, hang on. That's interesting. So what happened there? British Airways 388 London. Engine shutdown in flight. British Airways 380-800 performing a flight. London to Miami was climbing Heathrow 27 left. Crew stopped the climb. Level 130 due to an engine failure. Engine oil leak and entered a hold over Portsmouth. The crew shut down the engine, dumped fuel, and landed back safely 27 right. About 3.5 hours after departure. Oh, that's a long time, isn't it? 3.5 hours? Man, they must have dumped a lot of fuel for that. Crazy. What else was sad? Hey, two white reds, how are you? Did you see the fatal accident? What happened in the US a few days ago? Aircraft tried to... Oh, yes, that was a private jet, yeah. Honda jet. Yeah, that was sad, absolutely. 6 or 7 people got killed. It was like a father and his son, right? In the flight deck. Hang on, City Line 319. Door did not arm. Okay. Hang on, let me get rid of the ads here. Don't need to have... Hang on, what? All these ads. Ah. Alrighty, so what was that? City Line Airbus 319. Is it City Line or City Airlines? I don't know. Lost track of all these airlines. Munich to London was climbing when the crew stopped the climb and returned to Munich after saying on 2020. The rotation was cancelled. Passenger rebooked. A passenger reported the crew announced the rear left cabin door did not fully arm, so that they had to return to Munich. I mean, they must have armed before they departed, right? Yeah. I think it was more returned due to maintenance availability more than safety. I mean, the door will not open, or the slide will not fall out, whatever. So I'm sure they returned because they had better maintenance in Munich. Give you an interesting example. So when you take off, so we captains, we're the ones that have to decide to do an RTO or continue the takeoff with certain failures and issues, right? So Mentor Pilot has many good videos on that. So you have the low speed regime, the high speed regime. So for us, 80 knots call is a incapacitation check, and also then a check to kind of signal from this point onwards we're on the high speed regime. Now with that, we have a lot of inhibits regarding system failures. So there's some failures that will not, a lot of failures will not show up on the ICAS until you're airborne. Hey, Sim Caesar, are you streaming today? Today is Saturday, or is it tomorrow? I think tomorrow, right? SFI. Using the Horizon mod. Yeah. So obviously, in the low speed regime, you can abort for any system abnormalities. If you have a feeling that you have a flat tire or a burst tire or some birds, up ahead, maybe wind shear up ahead, And of course, engine failure and aircraft not controllable, ATC call, obviously that leads to a RTO. In the high-speed regime, you should only abort takeoff for the serious stuff. You know, like we said, thrust loss, aircraft not controllable, ATC call, or again, a severe wind shear being noticed. And I had a takeoff in Moscow on the 737 that was Domodedovo, and that was the northern runway, which was terrible. It had really bad, a really bad surface, so lots of vibration. You're streaming tomorrow, fantastic. So SimCaesar, big shout out. Guys, if you don't know SimCaesar, please check out his stream. And what are you up to tomorrow, SimCaesar? What are you doing tomorrow then? Yeah, so I took off, and as I was running down, I was speeding up on the runway, and we hit about 100 knots. We got a master caution. So all I saw was master caution. I couldn't see, you know, because I think doors is on the right-hand side on the announcement panel. So I think doors was right-hand side. So I heard my first officer just call out doors. And it's one of those situations where you have to do a split-second decision. And it's more a canned decision. So doors for me was definitely a caution that meant for me I continued the takeoff. All right? That was for me a canned decision. So everything else was running normally. Just the doors light come on. It can have many reasons why it comes on, but obviously, you know, I thought, okay, just doors, okay, continue. And so we took off and got the aircraft into safe climb, autopilot on, and then gear was retracted, we contacted departure, and then we looked up on the overhead panel. I saw it was forward, so left forward. Entry or forward entry, and so I waited for a quiet moment, said you have control. I called the purser and I told her, do me a favor, it's smooth now, you can get up quickly and just press on the handle, the door handle. And so she said, oh yeah, I noticed that on takeoff roll, because that was so bumpy, the handle jumped up a bit. So it was, if you remember that, the 737 door handle is huge, right? It's a huge metal handle. And because of that vibration, the handle just jumped up a bit and unlocked the door. I mean, it still has some safety guards, so it would not open completely, but it has then a slit at the bottom where, you know, it's going to be very loud because the air rushing out. Yeah, so she pressed the handle down and that was it. Light went out, all good, right? So imagine if I had aborted the takeoff at high speed, at 100 knots. Hot brakes, maybe even a maintenance check that had to follow, delay, all because of that door light, right? So it's sometimes not easy to do canned decisions and to react correctly, because imagine you're accelerating on the runway. Every second you speed up, you know, 5 to 10 knots, right? So 3 seconds to analyze the problem could mean you're already, you know, 10, 50 knots faster, right? So so these canned decisions are very important for pilots or for captains. And I've talked about this on stream before. So when just before lineup, so once we've done all the checklist, and when I line up, in my mind, I quickly go through the actions I have to do in case of an RTO. All right, and then so in my mind's eye, I kind of, you know, play back what I have to do, And on a 787, there's a couple of important things. So when you retard the thrust levers to idle and call out stop, you have to disconnect the auto throttle. Why? Because if you're below 80 knots, so as long as the throttle mode is not hold, reducing the thrust levers without disconnecting the auto thrust means the thrust will go forward again, or the thrust levers will go forward again. So it's something you forget really quickly, right? So by just memorizing that, just prior to departure, I kind of improve on the chances that if I actually have an RTO, I am going to remember to disconnect the auto thrust. Right. The same then with the speed brake lever. Normally, if I abort the takeoff and I raise the thrust lever, so the reversers, the speed brakes at latest at that point should be extending. But I still have to check that they are, well, it's more pilot monitoring action to check the speed brakes are extending. And then I just monitor center line, make sure the acceleration is there, listen to the first officer's call out regarding speed brakes and reverser. Another thing is that I have to remember once I'm stopped, I have to set the parking brake and then call out attention crew on station twice on PA. So I look at that button, right? I'm trying to remember exactly which button I have to press. Because trust me, if you're in that situation and you just aborted a takeoff, let's say at high speed, pulse 180, well for me pulse 70, but I mean, higher pulse. So then you press, make sure, so I don't have to fumble because I already checked where everything is again, right? So I feel confident I will find the right buttons immediately. Right? It's just one of those things, habits that can really help you. The cabin crew does the same, by the way. So the cabin crew has something called 30-second review. So when they hear cabin crew prepare for departure, that's the latest point where they just slowly do their 30-second review. So they think about, okay, what aircraft am I on? Because many flight attendants are rated on many different aircraft, Airbus and Boeing at the same time. And then, so they'll think again, okay, where am I in the aircraft? How do I operate the door in park and in flight? What are my commands that I have to shout in case we do an RTO, right? And it's also a psychological thing that when you're startled, so when something happens that gets you startled, then you have to remember that often the last thing you thought about prior to what startled you is what comes to your mind. So if you thought about the lovely meal you had last night or whatever, and then you have an RTO, and then then what comes to mind? The lovely evening that you had, right? But that's not really helpful at that moment. That's why you think about what's important in that situation coming up. Well, so see, Julian, the thing is this. So there's different operating modes depending if you are, evacuating on land or if part of the aircraft is in the water. There were situations, 747 Hong Kong comes to mind, where half of the aircraft was on land and the other half was in the water. So depending on the aircraft, depending on the door, there may be a requirement to open the door in park so that the slide doesn't. I think the 321 had that issue, didn't it? Or does have that issue. So 321, it has slides at doors 2 and 3. And I think was it? Yeah, I think it was 3 that was angled. And if you open that in water, it will then block the door or something. Or actually, no, hang on. The door, the sort of slide would be below the water or something, and if you open that with the slide armed, the water would push the slide up and block the door or something like that. So again, you know, every aircraft type has a speciality, and that's why these flight attendants do their review and make sure that if anything happens that requires an evacuation, that they know what to do. Yeah, Roderick, I had I did a pattern before the stream in Frankfurt, and it did overshoot the localizer a bit, yeah. The intercept wasn't actually that steep. I think it was like 40 degrees. And yeah, the localizer capture was very late. And yeah, it did overshoot an to S turns back on localizer, yeah, it did that. Do you find it interesting how the BA38 read back a call sign they used when they practiced dual engine failures in the simulator when it actually happened in real life? Okay, yeah. Yeah. For me, what I find interesting, so when I'm in the simulator and, you know, I have gathered a lot of experience over the years, it is interesting how I kind of handle these situations compared to when I was a lot younger and didn't have that experience. So experience definitely helps. You know, stay calmer. You have just gone through certain schematics and certain procedures so often that they, you know, you could be woken up middle of the night and you could do the items. It's just some of these things just are so you know, imprinted in your brain. No, we actually use real world call signs, yeah, in the sim. Watch a podcast that had a controller on the day that happened and talked about it from his point of view. Nice, yeah. Yeah, we don't have that at the moment, but we used to have joint simulator missions with actual ATC controllers in Frankfurt. And that was brilliant. So the controllers, so 2 of them had, they were in the same simulator building, so they had a little office with a PC, and that had their simulation on it, so their screen, their ATC screen. And they had different aircraft, simulator aircraft, and then they had our aircraft from simulator. So they knew who we were, and however, we in the sim, we actually heard the controllers read or give instructions to other aircraft. Right? So they had to control other aircraft, and then we had an emergency, engine failure, whatever, right? And then we called in with Mayday. So they had to talk to us in real time, and they had to coordinate, you know, other traffic that was simulated. So their workload was high as well. And it was a really cool experience because it was much more realistic regarding the workload and regarding when to call ATC or when ATC calls you, or why sometimes we would say stand by, right? So they would say, you know, please name us fuel on board and souls on board, and I would just say stand by, because I was in the middle of the checklist. I had more important things to do. And so, you know, so things happen. And then the cool thing is afterwards, when you go and have the debriefing, the learning effect, the learning curve is so great. It's so brilliant. Yes, there are instances where ATC will give you a discrete frequency. That's normally, Jelen, it's more usually done when you have either a lot of traffic or a heavy emergency. So when there's an emergency that requires a lot of coordination, then you would get a separate frequency. Yeah. Yeah, Roderick, I can imagine. Yeah, low altitude overshoot. Yeah, that doesn't make controllers happy, does it? Yeah. So it would be prudent, Roderick, if you use that prediction. So that turn prediction here, and then maybe fly with heading mode onto the more on a better intercept, and then once you are very close on the localizer already inbound, and then activate the approach the localizer mode. Maybe that helps a bit. Yes, so for us, normal operation is manual flight, manual thrust, but it's not forbidden. We are allowed to use auto thrust for landing if we wanted to. If we say, for whatever reason, it's safer with auto thrust on because it just reduces my workload, we are allowed to do that. But for us, normal SOP is manual flight, manual thrust. And Sim Caesar, tomorrow you're doing a group flight in Japan. Nice. And I've heard you speak Japanese fluently, Sim Caesar, right? A380 doesn't have VNAV guidance for RNAV approaches. Why do you think they do like that? Approaches common. I'm not sure, Peter. Is it LNAV? You mean the approach mode, correct? So final approach mode? But surely LNAV VNAV works. Or NAV VNAV. Yeah, Roderick. Happy landing, sir. What's the reason for this SOP? I think it's pretty much old SOP at the time where auto thrust maybe wasn't that reliable, and with the auto thrust there is usually, well, I mean the older systems maybe were less reactive, so a bit slow in the reaction. So in very turbulent conditions, gusty wind conditions, you could get the aircraft below the approach speed, and then the thrust would be, reacting too slowly. But otherwise, I don't think auto thrust is dangerous or anything in that regard. It just evolved with our company. So let me just have a look at the position right now. Make sure that we have the right. Yeah, perfect. So that did work. So 5330, 80 west. So no navigation error. Fantastic. And the fuel is, let me check, the fuel is 12.1 and the time is 21:09. So let's have a look here. Yeah, so we're 3 minutes behind. So we lost 3 minutes and the fuel was 12.1. And we're supposed to have 11.5. So we have used a bit of our extra fuel. So Minda version fuel is about 4 tons. And currently estimating 4.8. And that's not much extra fuel, is it? Any plans for your first flight on Microsoft 2024? Flying tuner? No, not really. But I think it's going to be the probably the 737 Max, because they're saying that that has a new flight model. So I'm eager to try it out for sure. Yeah, Peter, that's what I heard as well. So Bruno, one of my mods who knows a lot about Airbus aircraft, he said that as well. He said apparently they don't have final approach mode in the A380. You forgot about the MAX? Yeah. What do you tend to do IRL during these flights? There's so much you can talk about, right? I'm not sure if you guys take 3-man crew. No, just 2-man on these flights normally. So the flight time allows... Oops, sorry for the chart. So the flight time allows for just 2-man crew. I'm not gonna lie. It sometimes it's a long day. It's a long day. So long flight, 8.5 hours. But then again, I think you got the idea when we're doing the cross the pond. You know, if you do things correctly, and according to the book, you are fairly busy with things to do. So it's not as if you're really bored or anything. And I am a communicative person, so I chat a lot. Ask my wife and my kids. So I don't normally have an issue finding topics to talk about. I tend to not talk about politics, religion, as I've mentioned before. I try to avoid these topics in the flight deck. But otherwise, there's many topics you can talk about. I mean, hey Buddy, wie geht's dir? Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. Oh yeah, Buddy, drück die Daumen. I hope you get your UPC fast. Man, I'll talk about that in a minute regarding UPC. But there's a couple of questions coming in. Do you have FOs that aren't really talkative? Yeah, sometimes there are. Rarely, but yeah, you can have people that are not so talkative, which you have to respect. Hi Captain, if ATC gives you a set of new airways and fixes to your destination while you are en route, how would you handle such a situation in a 787? Yeah, well, first of all, take a pen and paper and write it down, and then you just go to the route page, and then just from that point onwards, or on the legs page, let's say we get reroute from from Duluth. Because of weather or something, right? I would just delete out that waypoint, and then on the routes page, I can just enter the new airway or directs, and then I would just clean up the routing at the end. Yeah. Don't you think it's like a little odd, considering that things the A380 carries 320 in its pocket? They would better do visual approaches for landing practice rather than using LMR. Peter, I understand your thought on this. Here's my take on it. A380s are flying long range. The same for me flying a 787. If I'm flying on a day flight and I had a break and I feel really refreshed at an airport that's not super busy, I may consider flying raw data on the approach, and maybe even accept the visual approach straight in the US, which happens often, right? That is fine. But if I have been just flying through the night without a break, feeling tired, I don't think it's a safe way of flying an aircraft and landing it with passengers on board. So, safety first. And yes, of course, I understand you're referring to staying current and staying on the edge regarding your flying skills. But then again, these aircraft, at least the 787, 777, A380, they are built so that, how should I put this? They support your flying a lot. Meaning they have systems installed that stabilize the aircraft to a much greater level than smaller jets. The 787, as an example, has gust corrections. You know, it handles crosswinds a lot easier than conventional aircraft. The fly-by-wire system makes the aircraft extremely stable, and I've said it a couple of times already. I've never flown on an aircraft that is so stable in manual flight. And I've done many approaches now. I've done many approaches in windy conditions, especially like Toronto and Montreal, with gusty crosswinds. And so I've never felt so comfortable flying a crosswind approach than with its 787. So yeah, Michelle, it's like this aircraft, once you've stabled on this speed, you've got a configuration for landing, you trimmed for the approach speed. The fly-by-wire system just takes care of so many things for you that you only do very small inputs. So if you watch a video, there's a couple of 787 videos, cockpit videos on YouTube, and if you watch that, even on the windy approaches, and you see how little inputs are being done in that aircraft, you get the idea. You get the idea that it is very stable. How long the flight to landing? An hour 40, hour 35. So we're getting there. Oh, buddy, no, come on. January. End of message. What? Out. End of message. All right. I don't know what that message is about. Yes, I hope you find a quick job, a good job quickly, buddy, in January. Yeah, keeping fingers crossed. Buddy. The problem is, buddy, with that talk, I will be very quiet. I know zero about quantum mechanical chemistry. I don't even have the slightest idea what that could be about. Buddy, that will be a monologue from your side. I have nothing to add to that, I'm afraid. Speaking of crosswinds, is it comfortable flying? The one in 787, you keep complimenting on this plane, and such a shame that we don't have a great add-on. Yeah, I would say so, Peter. I'm hoping that the fact that the Horizon mod is now coming onto Marketplace and also on Orbix, I hope that the developers are working hard in the background to get this aircraft more realistic. Now, I also know that for X-Plane, Flight Factor is also working on a 787. So they are going to finish their 777, and then hopefully it won't take too long for the 787. But who knows? I mean, this surely would be a really, really good add-on and a really popular add-on, because this offers so much versatility. So you can fly, 16 hours, 17 hours with this, but you can also do a touristic routing in Europe, 2 hours, right? So this aircraft is extremely versatile, and has a very modern cockpit, and I think it's not too complicated. So system-wise, also, if I looked at the A380, surely the A380 has a 5 times more complex system architecture than a 787. So it's all about getting some lovely people out there together to make a fantastic 787 add-on. And yes, I'll be willing to pay something for it, for sure. In the VNAV page, flight path angle, hang on. Which page? Under page. Oh, so VNAV page 3. Sorry. So VNAV page 3. Oh, there we go. Yeah, normally. So later, when we reach the top descent, that will give you the required descent rate or flight path angle to meet certain restrictions. It shouldn't really say 200 now. It should be 0 here as well. If we remember, we tried to look at this during the descent. Now, while I'm here, let me put in the descent winds. So descent winds, here they are, descend. Oh, that message was before we departed in Frankfurt, lol, okay. Part of my PhD thesis from you, I will hand in to Chris. Okay, well, buddy, I wish you all the best for that. And you already said, how many pages? 200 pages or something? Or 500? I don't remember that. Many, many pages, you said. So that's 216 at 58. Then we have flight level 310. 205 at 45. I'm only doing this to check the VNAV function, because the arrival has a nice VNAV descent path. So I'm going to test to see how the VNAV calculations work. 200, 219.32. And then we have 150, so 15,000, that's 214 at 33. There we go. All right, so that should give us a top descent there. We have an hour 30, so let me actually check the routing real quickly in the restrictions. So the Bainey 3 arrival. Runway 12 right. And we're coming via cold, so cold 240 above, checked. Then we've got cold Milak. Yeah, Milak 200 above, correct. Bainey at 280 knots, window 190, 15,000. That is correct. Let's do the next page here. And then we've got Lucy to 80 knots at 11,000 or above. Then Sork, no restriction. Then we've got Ogilvy, 8,000 above. And then important, Keiku, 210 knots, exactly at 7,000 feet. And then radar vectors expected, and then via one of these waypoints on the ILS. So restrictions is Zesty 4,000 above, Kins 3,000 above, and the missed approach will take us 1,300 feet, then a right turn 3,000 feet, direct to Fox Golf Tango VOR to hold. All correctly programmed. That's all done. All right, so we'll use the VNAV function then. So it's about electron densities, but electrons are both waves and particles, hence quantum. Good God. You already lost me there. Hey, Collimator. Honestly, at the moment, the takeoff was not so fun. Oops. My monitor's gone out. Oh, my Wi-Fi. Yeah. So my wife says hello, and where were we? Oh yeah, questions. So the aircraft, the aircraft, the rotation on takeoff, I didn't think that was better. That was very sensitive. We'll have a look. We'll have a look on landing, see how the flight model behaves. Hand flying, I will say it's nice, but it was nice before. Yeah, but Dennis, thank you. I'll let you know. You could request them, or doesn't that work? What do you mean, sorry, Florian? In what regard? And Buddy says 160, 200 pages without attachments. Good God. Here, stick figure, thanks. Yeah, she's downstairs again. I will let you know that you said hello. Tremonia as well, thank you. The wind. Floyd, yeah, sorry, yeah, the wind, yeah. It didn't work before. I did one uplink request, and it didn't work. Yeah, Peter, I have a feeling I did one landing already to test, and the same thing. So you have to be very careful pulling back. And there was people saying that they found that after touchdown, there's a very fast derotation, so the nose slamming down. Now I have to add, the real aircraft has that tendency as well. So you have to be quick and careful. So, you know, what you can't do in the real aircraft, touch down and then let go of the back pressure. Because that slams the nose down quite heavily. So that's a tendency, at least in the 787-9, that the real aircraft has. Oh, really? Pilot 19, which one did you cook? Yeah. So no joke. So my wife and me are still going to try next year sometime to set up cooking streams again. It's just for the fun. It's just for the fun of you know, cooking live and just have things go wrong. Me burning stuff, dropping knives and so on. You know, just being my usual self in the kitchen. Hey, Gude forward, wie geht's dir? Oh, nice, that was a good one. Yeah, zucchini. Ah, lovely. Yeah. Did you have chicken meat with it, or just vegetarian style? Is it really foggy already in Frankfurt? No, it's just overcast, and it's 7/5, 2 degrees spread at the moment. I don't see it being foggy. Without chicken, so more the vegetarian style. Nice. GG's. Yeah, Caesar salad. Now we've added the salad recipes, so we got lots of new recipes for salads that we want to show. Where have we reached? Let me check. Give you that here on the screen. So here we are. Thunder Bay, just south of Thunder Bay, and but we're still pretty far north. I love this this viewpoint because it really demonstrates to you the great circle distance. So you see, that's pretty much a straight line. It's a little curvy, but you know, A to B, right? So that kind of viewpoint shows you a nice direct line. Now, if you go and do a different projection, how do I do this? How did I do this? There was a chart layout, wasn't there? Hang on. Right mouse button, then can you move up and down. No. Settings. Setting. Oh, settings. There we go. Settings. Oh, map tilt. No, map tilt. Hang on. Mercator projection. Okay, there we go. So look. So this is the Mercator projection that we used to. And by using that projection, you get that curved routing, right? It always looks weird. It's like, why do we fly that curved routing? Oh, well, it's not, right? So if you have the globe view, you can see it's a straight line, A to B. More important thing is, are we going to see your face on the stream? Yeah. So that's the thing. So me retiring next year means I can finally reveal myself. Yeah, you know, Peter, I would love to just be in the kitchen with my wife there and just, you know, help messing about. Panic? Caesar? Well, you could do that anytime. You could do that anytime. And forward, ja, mir geht's gut. Danke der Nachfrage. Dankeschön. Are you like a sidekick in the kitchen helping? Yeah, I'm at the moment, I'm more like a sidekick. So, but I want to, so here's the thing. So I would like to learn a lot more about Asian cuisine. Because my wife really does more the classical things and salads, while I'm more, and she loves to bake. So, you know, cookies, cake, whatever. She's really into that. She's not so much into Asian food. And so that's why Schweinsbraten, yeah. So that's, you know, that would be my part, and I would just love to learn a bit more about that. Yeah, David, exactly. So, you know, if you use Mercator projection, obviously the whole scale just gets blown up the further north you get or further south you get. So it's not a realistic representation of you know, the size of these countries or continents. Maybe he's a famous actor. Well, Kishu, I was actually said that I look similar to some actor, German actor, which I don't really see that much. But in the US, I actually was asked several times for an autograph because people thinking I was a famous baseball star, and I didn't know that person either. So which Asia? Well, anything, like, you know, Indian cuisine, you know, there's so many different cuisines in Asia. So yeah, I want to try, yeah, lots of different things. At Ramon, yeah, well, who knows, right? You will see. Next year, you will see. No. You know what, Gilend? It has happened, actually. So I made my announcements, and that was on the 787. That was not too long ago. Someone actually came in on the flight deck, asked if he's allowed to visit the flight deck. And so he came in, and he asked me if I was live streaming flight simulation on Twitch. And I was like, no, I've heard that before, but no, you must mistake me for someone else. Yeah, somebody recognized my voice. No joke.
Has been almost 2 years since I last touched a flight sim, but trying to get back into it, though I might as well watch some streams too.
Thank you so much to Benji. Or Ben, sorry, Ben. Let me ask this. Ben, thank you so much. 25 months. Really? You haven't touched a flight sim for 2 years? How about Microsoft 2024? Will you get back into flight simming then? Dennis. Yeah. He was like, so the thing was that so I would not have a problem admitting that I'm, you know, live streaming flight sims. I mean, I'm not the only pilot doing it. It's just that I was tired, and I just didn't want to get into discussion on that topic. That's just the thing. I was just tired, and if he had said like, you know, I'm a subscriber, then I would have reacted differently. Maybe next time I'll ask, are you a subscriber? And if he says no, and I say, oh well, no, I'm not. Well, I don't know. The best cooks in the world are men? I don't know, Ali. I don't know. GG. Exactly, only paid visits. You know what? You know what? Maybe we should do code words. So maybe I'll get a code word just for my subscribers. And then they enter the cockpit and say, you know, Boeing for the win, right? That is a kind of a you know, the secret code word or something, and then I say, oh, fantastic, come and have a seat, you know. I don't know. You do this flight IRL? Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, Peter. Well, buddy, well that's good, buddy. Hats off to you. You have my fullest respect. You can always go around. That's actually not bad. That's actually a good code word, yeah. Tier 3 and you get a personalized PA announcement. Yeah, you get a special mention, Krishu. Ali, on the ground, when the flight deck door is allowed to be open, yeah, we allow people in the flight deck on the ground, not in flight, not with engines running, but on the ground, engines shut off. And it's a good thing. You know, I've had so many young kids, or kids in general, you know, that are absolute flight enthusiasts, aircraft enthusiasts. And to see their eyes light up when they're allowed to into the flight deck, and, you know, sometimes even on the first officer seat, you know, that just makes their, not just their day, that makes their year. It's like Christmas for them. $99 replays remaining. That's a good one, Alex, because that means only people that watch my streams regularly know what that is about. Yeah, not just kids, exactly. That's what I mean. Grown-ups. All right, grown-ups as well. Their eyes light up. And no joke, I've actually had someone come in the flight deck, a grown-up, and he actually asked, he said, I have this as an aircraft add-on in the flight sim. Do you think I would be able to land the aircraft IRL? To which I say, I don't know, but the closest you can get is try that in the simulator, in a level D simulator. Just book a level D simulator, yeah, right, and try it, and see if it works. Hey, Autothrust Blue, you asked about the add-ons, right? Hang on. Do you know Pro Desk Sim? So I use the older version of the 320 setup, but with the Bravo throttle quadrant. Yeah. So Bravo throttle quadrant, and I use the ProDesk Sim add-ons. I'm actually using the Boeing 777 add-on right now. I'm not cooperating with that, so please, I'm not advertising. I'm just saying that this is the one I bought. I'm using this one right now, this setup. And I really like it because it's apparently real size. Well, that's expensive though. 129. That's a lot of money. Cutting. Yeah, 1-to-1 design. Yeah. So they've got many add-ons on that. Sladibart, guten Abend. Sladi, you said you go in with your €8 in the cockpit. Yeah, there we go, Sladi. There we go. Tremonia, unfortunately, a captain. So legally speaking, a captain cannot overrule state law. So if the law of the country says that nobody is allowed in the flight deck when the aircraft is moving under its own power, apart from flight crew or people from, let's say, yeah, the authorities, so the FAA or something, maybe with pre-announcements or permission from the company. Yeah, nobody is allowed in. Yeah, pre-approval from your fleet captain. You know, you're not allowed into the flight deck. It's simple as that. And the US, UK have very strict rules on that as well. So that's unfortunate. When I was a first officer, we actually had the opportunity to get a pre-approval for anyone to join us in the flight deck. It would cost you about 100 Deutschmarks, so 50 euros. It had to have just 2 legs, so 2 flights, and he had to return back to Frankfurt. But we were allowed to take on anyone with a pre-approval. And that's not possible anymore. It's a shame. Will you talk about some things that you couldn't when you retire? Yeah, there will be a few things that I can, but obviously there's also some, some company-related things and some security-related things which I will never be able to talk about. That's just the way it is. But I mean, in some parts, I can talk a little bit more about my opinions, my views on things. But it doesn't mean that I can talk about everything. No, that doesn't mean that. Well, it depends what you call jump seats. So first of all, it's a difference if you talk about cockpit jump seats or flight attendant jump seats. All right. So the captain can approve cabin jump seats. That's not so restrictive. But cockpit jump seats, at least in Germany, and that's the country I'm talking about, it's very restrictive. Very. Because, again, it's state law. It's not my law, it's not the company law, it's the law of the German aviation authorities. Have you seen Illusion 76? No, not really. Not yet, Crazy Nugget, no. Hello to you. Yeah, Panel 19, I talked about this. When I was a first officer on the 737, the door was always half open, or maybe even full open during flight. And we did some flights for Condor, Yeah, and people just casually walked in during cruise flight and said hello. But that was a long time ago. That was 30 years ago. Yeah, so to put it otherwise, so Trek, if the captain decides to take someone onto the jump seat without prior approval, and without that person being, you know, in the elected circle of approved people, then he could be getting into trouble. He could get fined quite heavily. How do just planes get access to flight? Oh, you mean like the first? Yeah, it's prior approval. So especially when you record as well, that has to be done with a prior approval through the media office at the airline. Then the pilots have to agree. That's a long process. Student pilots say you are allowed to take anyone on the flight deck. However, some destinations like US are not possible as well. Yeah, yeah. Yes, Gillen. So strictly speaking, this is German airspace or German, you know, German soil. Let's call it this way, right? So as long as the doors are closed, this is a German registered aircraft, so German laws apply. Deutsche Luft. Yeah, how do you call that, right? I mean, territory. Yeah, that's a good word. I mean, territory. It's German territory. There we go. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, if anyone gets a prior approval by the airline, then yeah, you know, of course you can do that. Yeah, Alpha, right? Yeah, good old times, right? Yeah, Nate, I have to get back my, I usually have stickers in my pilot case. So when I have, you know, children come in, normally I give them a sticker. Inop. No, that's a good one though. Inop. Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear. It's the same in maritime law. Yeah. That's where actually, you know, as you know, Yanis, a lot of laws that we have in the aviation industry, they actually are coming from the maritime law. Yeah. No, not the airline, Ali. The aircraft. And the thing is that you always need some sort of legal base, because if anything happens on board of an aircraft, you need, you know, a country, you need some sort of authority to be responsible. So that if anyone, for example, let's say someone gets hurt on board, there has to be a clear definition who is responsible and where claims have to be made. So when we land, let's say we land in the US, the moment that we open the door, it's US. All right, so then everything, American law applies. But when the doors are closed, it's German law within US airspace. but only inside the aircraft, okay? Inside the aircraft, not outside. Tremonia LTU, lovely airline back then, yeah. You have a picture of you sitting on... Yeah. So Tremonia, do you still have that picture today? Because that shows how special that moment was, right? Sticker, please. Yeah. Dennis, so just walk in the flight deck and say, hey, are you the captain that gives out stickers? And if I say, yeah, how do you know? Then you know it's me. Yeah, Captain Mike, right? You know, Captain Mike, that's a good point. But it's these small things that can have such a big effect, right? It could bind, customers to the airline. And those things are so inexpensive, but can have such a great effect, yeah. And that's something I don't understand with the managers these days, why they don't consider these kind of small little things. Our airline used to have postcards. So in the front area, so the first seat row, there was a little box where we had postcards with airline motifs on it, so aircraft motifs on it. Those were, absolutely crazy good. People loved those. And yes, of course, that costs money. And yes, of course, some individuals would take 5 or 10 of those, right? But those are individuals. That doesn't happen that often. So I think overall, these expenses are less than doing any advertisement in a newspaper or you name it. And again, it's those small things that I think, yeah, it's a shame that they've disappeared. Yes, Tremonia, many times. Literally every flight I do that. Another cool thing, that little children's flight lock, right? Really cool idea with stickers on them as well, yeah. Cucumber, yeah, how are you doing? Pan Am, seriously, you got a card from the 737 model. Pan Am, lovely. So the basic look of the uniforms also came from seaplanes, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Marriages, and we don't do, well, I don't personally do birth deliveries, but I'm sure that our flight attendants are able to do that. Do we have any medical personnel here? Anybody that's trained in medical staff? Organ Aviator, it has more to do with it's advertising for one, and the other thing is that I just don't want to have, when I talk about certain topics, etc., meaning my opinion and so on. Yeah, I don't want the company name side by side to those comments. Because often it's hard to distinguish if I'm just chatting in general, or then people will say and connect that to the airline, which often isn't true. So that's why I just keep that completely separated. Yeah, you can call that privacy if you like. Commander Regulus, hello to you. You arrived in Vietnam, super jet lagged at the moment. Have a good time. The weather probably is humid, right? It's always pretty humid in Vietnam. Have a good time there. Stay safe. So Greg, you're a respiratory therapist by trade, nice. Tremonia-based medical from German military, nice, and a paramedic too. Okay, so next question is, do you guys have your name registered with an airline and let them know that you are able to help in case of a medical problem on board? So Pilot 19 also writes, yeah, so he had a captain letting him sit on the seat and took a photo, and since then I only chose the airline whenever I can. Yeah, again, Pilot 19, that proves the point, right? These small things can have a tremendous effect. And it's huge advertisement for the company. For me, if I have little kids come into the flight deck and their eyes light up, and of course I let them sit on the seat, and because hydraulics are switched off, I tell them not to touch certain levers, and they don't. They always behave extremely well. There's nothing they can do in the flight deck that's literally in any form dangerous. So I let them sit on the seat there, explain a little bit. Often I have a kid tell me what everything means. So yeah, I'll take a photo for them, right? And they just absolutely beam. They just smile ear to ear, and they will remember this moment for a very long time. No, we don't handcuff first. Good God. Yeah, Tremont. Okay, that's also cool. Yeah, so that's one way of doing it, right? So when you get on board, you can tell the stewardess, "Hey, I can help in case of a medical emergency. I'm sitting, seat so and so." That's already a good point. Yeah. You have advised them in times of emergency, but not pre-alert them. Okay, yeah. So I guess it has to do again with privacy, but. I know that our airline at least gives you the option to let the airline know in advance that you are able to help in medical emergencies, and then the purser will get an info on their tablet about you. So, but that's only if you want. If you allow that to happen. So if you say you don't want that to be given to the person, then they won't know, right? So yeah, it's all about, of course, respecting privacy, but it can save time in case you have a medical emergency. The Airfurt for the cockpit, yeah. Flight sim nerds, so yeah, of course, why not? Honestly. I had a kid come in. He was, I think, 12 or 13, and so at some point you kind of get the feeling for, it's a kid that's just generally interested in the flight deck, and then you have those flight sim type-rated 12-year-olds, right? And they will let you know that they are already type-rated on your aircraft, right? Which I find fun. I just love that, because it just shows how fascinated they are and how inspired they are by these aircraft, right? But yeah, they can tell you literally everything about the aircraft sometimes. It's fascinating. So. And in these cases, it's just a shame that we have such little time. Because usually that's during boarding or deboarding, so the time is very limited that you have available. The quiz, yeah. Yeah, your real-world type-rated sim pilot, yeah. Have you experienced engine failure IRL? Knock on wood, no, I have not. I've had an indication of oil leaking, but luckily that was just an indicator issue. So, but engine-wise, knock on wood, I've had bird strikes in the engines many times, but they always continue to run. So, So the engine was damaged, yes, but I didn't have to shut it down. So real world emergencies. Well, I've talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I had to call in pan because of severe icing and then engine vibration starting to get climb clearance immediately. Because that had to happen quickly. I've had split flaps, so flap asymmetry on the 737. Had an RTO because of airspeed indication problems. But the spiciest things really that I've gone through were weather related. So that's really where the spicy things happen. You're close to the ground, slow, heavy turbulence, wind shear, that sort of stuff. Thunderstorms. And the thunderstorms have become stronger. Randon, hello. You flew an EasyJet and you met the pilots when deboarding. The first officer has only been flying since July this year and asked him about flight sim. He's told me he studied for his A320 type rating on the Phoenix, which was super cool. Yeah. It's weird. So Randan, so if you ask real world pilots, even now, even the younger pilots about flight sims, they will give you a strange look. Because it's still a game for them. But that's because they don't know how detailed these flight sims have become. So I think if you demonstrated, the real world pilots a Phoenix A320 and gave them some abnormals with it, they would definitely understand how good these sims have become and how helpful it will be for their base training or their half-yearly flight checks. So absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I would also say the best time to get into the flight deck for a little chat with the pilots is during boarding. So try to board early and then just ask politely if you could say hello at the flight deck and just have a little chat. Hey, Sniperful, when you were a teenager, you're flying alone, I got allowed into the Dash 8 cockpit. Yeah, there we go, right? Oh, nice, Lou Stanley. You got a jump seat on the tap. I heard that before somewhere. So TAP seems to have a bit more relaxed rules on that. How long does it take deboarding? If we have 2 exits available, Gilend, 20 minutes? Full flight, 20, 25 minutes? It's quite quick, actually. And you have to realize it's, 290 passengers. So, yeah, it's not a game, right? Flying Fuse, hello to you. When you were a little kid, like 7 years or so, the captain put me on his lap during the flight and actually... Really? Jesus. Oh, God. That is very brave of that captain, I have to say. That would get you fired nowadays, 100%. 100%. These days, you would get fired. Yeah, icing is definitely nasty. Hey, Ufishi, how are you doing? Happy weekend. Nice to see you. Yeah, Flying Wolf, right? Yeah, it's just... I think, so of course there's always exceptions. So there will always be the handful of arrogant, pilots that think they are, top of the species because they're pilots. But I am sure those are the absolute minority. The majority of pilots are down to earth, really kind of normal people. And when you ask them for a comment or a little chat, they usually are very happy to do so. And so, you know, people are always surprised on how you know, polite these pilots were, and I said, well, they're just human beings, right? I mean, we are locked in, right? A lot of our time in the aircraft, we're locked into the flight deck here, and we're not allowed out. But yeah, you can trust us. We're normal people, and also realize this. And I think, I don't know if passengers appreciate that. I know you guys do, but I'm sometimes wondering, and I'm just stating my own personal opinion here, okay? So it's always been my work ethic and my pride to have people that come on board my aircraft. I say my aircraft because, I mean, it's lent to me by the company, but I'm responsible as a captain, all right? So, and even as a first officer, I've always felt pride, and I felt the responsibility, you know, and felt the honor of people trusting their lives with me and my, you know, my training and my abilities, knowing that flying an aircraft even today is something special. Is a stupid word, but I'll say special, right? It is something that is still not ordinary, even though it is ordinary because, you know, people fly 5 times a year or even not more often. If you're a businessman, you fly even more often. But so it's become a very everyday kind of transport means, right? But still, so I think I'm speaking for many pilots here. It's something we take very seriously. So your safety on board and the safety of people around us is the utmost priority, and that goes for the crew as well that we have on board, right? So it's something we never take lightly, right? So there's always this huge sense of responsibility, and we don't expect you to thank us. That's something we don't expect, right? We get paid for this. We get paid good money for this, so there's no need to thank us, right? It's all in the ticket price, right? You get that, you know. But yeah, it is definitely something I've always felt very emotional about. Emotional in the sense of very strongly that, you know, whatever I do, whatever actions I take, you know, it's about my passengers being safe. You're clapping frantically in the back. And I've talked about this before. So some things that sometimes what hits you very quickly is when you have, let's say, a mother come on board with their baby, right? So children, I don't know what it is. It's just the fact that they have their whole life ahead of them, right? They've just been born, and you're being handed the responsibility to get them safely from A to B, right? In a metal tube filled with kerosene going almost speed of sound, right? To make it drastic, all right? So, but you get the point. You get the point, right? So, yeah, it's the highest priority, and I think, yeah, if you talk to a pilot, if you take the time to just have a quick chat with the pilot, you will quickly realize how, you know, how that plays, how these pilots, you know, think about, you know, their pride in aviation and their pride of taking responsibility. The old Olympic Airways was very accommodating, had jump seat in the... Oh, yeah, I mean, like 20 years ago, times were, you know, pre 9/11, total different story, yeah. Composite tube these days. That's true, good friend. It's not even metal anymore. Lord, it's composite. Yeah, Lewis, I mean, that's cool, right? Whatever you do. And look, it's not just pilots that take on responsibility. You have so many different, professions. And I have a high amount of respect for firefighters, policemen, doctors, rescue workers, social workers, you name it. So there's so many professions that definitely, that should be respected a lot more for what they do. And but often, is it often? I don't know. But sometimes I always get the feeling that, because we wear uniforms and we represent the company, the airline, so you have to realize, so when I'm in uniform, I'm obviously a little bit different to when I'm not wearing a uniform, right? So it's because a pilot in uniform portrays a profession and represents an airline, okay? So people expect you to behave in a certain way, which is okay. That's fine. I don't mind that. But it also means that they put you in a box. And if that box is titled arrogant, then unfortunately it's a wrong definition. It's a wrong description of these people, right? So I can just motivate anyone that is or wants to have a look into the flight deck and maybe just have a little chat with the pilots. Do that while boarding. Just ask the flight attendant in the front nicely, and you'll be surprised. Really, Flying Wolf, you do that? Oh, Lord, that's fantastic. Herdentrieb, right? The herd chimes in. The clapping, yeah, I know. It is a little bit outdated. You know what? I think Airbus Geek, I think in these cases where you have an engine failure or something, some abnormal, and then once you land and people clap, I would understand that because they're relieved that they're back down on the ground safely. Yeah, but a normal landing, yeah, I don't know. I don't really see the need to applaud. Gangster Napper, you can relate. The first hull loss for the A350 beginning this year hit me pretty hard, yeah, but I felt the same kind of emotion that you mentioned, knowing the aircraft did what it was supposed to do, protecting the packs on board and give the time. And yeah, exactly. Yeah. Captain Mike, do you feel like some pilots have a sense of responsibility to help encourage the next generation of pilots? Yes, definitely. So, for me, it's a tough topic because I'm in general a very honest person. So I will give you literally every time my absolute honest opinion on a topic, right? So even if that's not mainstream, or even if that it's not going to go down so well. So when we talk about the next generation of pilots, so we talk about young people now that just finished their high school and will be going into training in the next 1 to 2 years. That generation, if they are like 21, 22 years old when they finish training, they have like 35 to 40 years of career ahead of them, and that's a long time. So if we have, let's say, someone here in the watching right now in the stream that is a software developer or a engineer, especially with relation to, let's say, AI, artificial intelligence, or flight engineering with new technologies coming out, being developed. I'm not a specialist in this topic. I can only kind of repeat what I've been reading on and what I've been told. So from what I kind of gathered, all the the things going on right now in the so you are a software developer, okay? So Organ Aviator, would you be able to make a prediction about how AI is going to develop in the next 30 years? How far AI will progress, and what will AI be able to do in 30 years' time from now? Would you be able to make a prediction on that? Hey, thank you so much to the anonymous gifter gifting a sub to InnyBuilds Official. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much for that. Tremonia, you wrote last flight today, Frankfurt. Oh, nice. Have a good one, Tremonia. Enjoy it. Happy landings. Yes, we did pass Greenland. So Ferox, we passed that quite some time ago, and we had a little bit of view of the western coast. Christian, you never understood the clapping, right? Oh yeah, Fishy. Yeah, we get some good training with regards to communication and that sort of stuff. Right, let me just do one more fuel check because I have a feeling that we're. So unfortunately, the fuel flow is a bit higher. And so Econ is even higher speed. Blimey. So I'm actually going to change the cost index. Yeah, well, it's 15. It's can't really change or save much more. That's a long range cruise then. And so let's go Econ speed again. Hang on, no, let's go point. That's weird. How do? Oh no. Uh-oh. Come on, it's just scenery loading in. It's just scenery loading in. It'll recover. Oh no. 49 north, 90 west, guys. Remember that point here. 49 north, 90 west. Oh. Oh no. That's more than just scenery loading in. Right, let me just see. Hold your breath, yeah. I don't know how long I can hold it though. Yeah, the sound is still, but that says nothing. Ay. No, can't go in the outside view. Yeah, I have. Do I have autosave on FSUI PC? Let me just check. But I don't know if the aircraft actually handles that. The idea would be to. Yeah, it's not recovering, is it? Darn. So the idea would be to use the FSI panel to get the aircraft. It recovered 2 minutes, okay. Yeah, well, just at the moment it doesn't say that it's not responding or anything. Well, I'll be kicked off VATSIM, that's for sure. Yeah, I was just asking about If you know, if a software developer would be able to predict how far AI is going to come. Out tab, in and out. Okay. No. It's kind of weird. It's just the aircraft that's frozen. So I wonder how much more time we should give it, or if I should try to. So Charlie Yankee Quebec Tango. We could try to join that again. Yeah, I'm afraid it has frozen. Hang on. Good news, no fuel burn. That's a good point. Let's make sure we have enough fuel when we come back. Guys, yeah, I think we're just going to restart and get the aircraft loaded in here. I'm going to try to zoom up. Yeah, let me just do that. Just give me a few seconds. Restart in Frankfurt. Lol. Let me think about that one for a long, long time. Nope. Nice try, though. Yeah, so the topic was quite interesting, right? While this loads up again, a topic regarding, you know, current pilots trying to motivate younger people to become pilots. I honestly feel that we pilots should not have the arrogance to influence young people one way or the other. So if you have a young person that's totally passionate about aviation and truly wants to become a pilot, then it's not my business to tell that person to not become a pilot, right? Just because I fear that in 30 years' time, things could change dramatically, because I don't know who's able to predict the future, right? So all I can say is that over the last 35 years, so the time that I've been in aviation, there have been changes. And the changes in some parts were positive, but also in many parts negative. And so what I would say is that if you start out now as a young person to start a career as an airline pilot, I think it's still a very, very good job. I think it's a very fulfilling job. However, you would have to be ready for changes. Right? And the changes could be, I'm not saying it will be, I'm just saying it could be that single pilot concept will be here in 10, 20 years time or something. Are you ready for that? Is it something you could accept? All right. Also, we've seen working conditions get worse in certain areas and certain airlines, so the question is that trend, or will the pilot shortage stop that trend and reverse it again, where pilots will have more say about their working conditions? And it's not just pay. So you have to realize that free time, so the ability to schedule free time, is a huge deal for pilots. So these also play into things like working conditions. All right. And so the trend has been not so positive over the last 10 years at least. So I think it's just fair to address these points and not just go Instagram everything's la-di-da, style. I think that's not fair either, because it portrays a picture which is one-sided. While being airline pilot has some tremendous beautiful sides, it also has some negative sides. And, you know, you should be open enough and honest enough to talk about these as well and point these out. Yeah, Ali, exactly. So, you know, so that's something I would hope that pilots that have the reach and the standing to be honest enough and not just go and hype, you know, the airline job. Yeah, buddy, and that's exactly my point. You know, who's able to predict that? Who's able to predict the changes? Thunder Bay. Okay, we're gonna go to Thunder Bay, or otherwise, if I'm not sure if the FSI panel works with the Horizon mod. I'm gonna have to check. The loading time, yeah, but for 2024 it's supposed to be much better, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Ferox, and that's what I mean. I've seen those as well, and I kind of. Yeah, it's just not fair, right? So, again, I don't want to talk anybody out of the job of an airline pilot. So definitely don't want young people to shy away. It's just a matter of being honest and you know, talking about both sides of the medal and, you know, addressing topics that could affect them in the future. Yeah, we had a flight sim freeze. I'm not sure. I was doing something on the FMS. So Charlie Yankee Quebec Tango. So we're like 45 minutes out from we're almost there. So Thunder Bay. I'm gonna put myself on that runway. Fly. Yeah, and so Astrero, the thing is with AI, I'm sure that is being hyped as well. So you have the people saying, "Oh, AI will program itself in 10 years' time." So it's a exponential, you know, path that AI is taking at the moment. Blah blah blah. I don't know anything about it. It could be. I don't know what's true there. But yeah, I mean that's just showing a little bit how difficult it is to. Let's put real time. How difficult that is to predict. Right, let's go for laps 5. Gears down and route request. So FSI panel, does that recognize the Horizon mod? Probably not, but it's worth a try. Oh, it does. Hang on, it does. So let me try that. Let me set up the aircraft quickly with fuel and weights. So let me go and have a look. So init, index, settings. I have not tried that yet. So we have, let's set that from the OFP. And we had fuel. I'm going to put in like 8 tons of fuel. Okay, so that's already done then. So what I'm going to try and do, guys, I'm going to go and select the fix. Select a waypoint. And new waypoint. Yeah, let's pick the actual position. Compute the coordinates. So these are the coordinates. Then we go, was it level 400, wasn't it? 40,000. We were on a heading of about 144 or something, clean. So arrival, and then let's put radial to the north. Here about, let's put about 80 miles. So compute the coordinates, save the waypoint, validate, and then I have to put this to this on. And let's see, keep fingers crossed that's working. I haven't tried this yet, so move aircraft. Gear up, flaps up. Standard. Wow, look at that. If that works. So, init. Index. I just need to enter the value. That's something I haven't done yet. So performance. I'm going to enter the weights, reserves. That was 4 tons. Cost next 15. So aircraft is ready. Holding the brakes. Takeoff control. You have control. Thank you very much. So let's go quickly down to 40,000 feet. Wow. I'm surprised. I am actually surprised. So FSI panel. Guys, if you don't know this app, FSI panel. Yeah, FSI panel. I can give the link. I know the developer, JP. Really fun and lovely guy. This add-on is available and it offers controls to many aircraft. And it was originally made to practice patterns. But this has become so much more, including, depending on the aircraft type, you know, failure control, you can do scenario training, incredible. So it's definitely worth having a look at. And for me as a streamer, look at that. We're back in business. Within like 10 minutes. Let's log back on. Let's go back to VNAV. Although, hang on, what's the VNAV speed doing here? Hold on. 15. Oh, that's because it's on level 240, that's why. So let's do 400 here. 40,000. Try that. VNAV. 40,000. Execute. Manage speed. And voila. Manage speed. Back again. Fantastic. Thank you, Mark, for the link. Much appreciated. Right, let's quickly put in the arrival again. So we're doing the ILS 12 right. Bainey 3. Via cold. Pattern. Execute. And there we are. Connecting. Squawk should be 2000. TARA. And we are back online. Gonna check live weather. Live weather is active. Cool. Where were we? Hey Alex, yeah. So where were we? Air Skyline, hello to you. PPL. Hang on. Let me see. Would it be possible? So Ferox, Ferox. Would it be possible to repost your question? Because otherwise I have to scroll through the whole history there. Do I miss Airbus flying? No, Tremonia. No, I don't. I'm not saying Airbus is bad. It's just I just don't miss it really. I hope that makes sense. In the end, there's pros and cons for every profession. When I was done with school, Corona just started. Yeah. To start flight school, decided to get into med school, almost done with that, want to do my PPL shortly after that. Any tips on things to consider? No, I think I've already stated that before as well, Ferox, that personally I think the general aviation sector has become so interesting. So the aircraft nowadays are so sophisticated with Garmin setups and so on. Yes, they do cost a bit of money to hire, but if you're in the flying club, you can save a little bit of money on that. And so, you know, I think that will be, you know, fulfilling to have a job and then, you know, on the sideline you're doing the PPL and fly privately. Do you miss 74? No, not really. I'm actually, you know, for now, I'm actually fascinated about the 787. I really enjoy flying the 787. It's a really cool aircraft. Darren, you're in front of me, so yeah, that's fine though. That's okay. I'm just happy. I'm really happy, grateful that we got back into the air this quickly. Because for me as a streamer, it's the worst thing to keep viewers, you know, waiting for too long. So we're back again. Is this real time? Has it gone so light now? Hang on. Yeah. It's 21 GMT, yeah. Cool. Date, hang on, but yeah, 9th November. So that's all correct. Really? Minneapolis Tower came online. Cool. It's not real time? Are you kidding me? Hang on. It says it's the 9th November, 15:03, so 21 UTC. UTC. That's local, 15:03 local and GMT. Hang on, what's wrong? 21? Yeah, what's the local time? Let me just check local time in Minneapolis. Local time, Minneapolis. Yeah, it's 1500 local time, Minneapolis. It's 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, thanks, MCK. MCK. Thank you, guys. Okay, thanks. 3 p.m. Yeah, exactly. So it looks all right. It looks realistic. Cool. So VNAV setup, real quickly. Let's recheck that we have all of the restrictions in. Lucy. Let me restart my overlay again. Hold on. So pattern, then the missed approach, that was for 12 right, 1300 feet, right, 3000, go to Fox Golf Tango, hold. Yeah, that's all in, fantastic. However, what's missing though, for sure, is the descent wind. So forecast, let me try to request that. See if that works. And then we are good for descent planning. Let's load. Oh, that worked this time. Fantastic. All right. Well, it's only down to level 220, but that's fine. Let's leave it on that. And so for descent forecast, VNAV or Lex page, route data, load, and then hopefully it's executed. Progress, we have 5.3 tons now, that's good, and 2149. 45 minutes to go. So the weather in Suvarnabhumi Airport, Victor Tango Bravo Sierra. Excellent. Time flies, yeah. So, a little bit headwind right now. Minneapolis Tower is online. Fantastic. Big thank you to that. So let's try the ATIS function here real quickly. So ATIS, flight information, ATIS request. Let's see if that works. Kilo, Mike, Sierra, Papa. Let's try arrival. I'm not sure if that works, but overlay is working as well. Fantastic. Love it. Aborted. Ah. ATC. Oh, well, let me check if we are still logged on. ACARS. Ah, you see. So the Hoppy code wasn't saved. Hold on. Let me re-enter the Hoppy code real quickly. Copy, paste, copy, send. So let's see if that works this time. So again, flight information. So let's do Kilo, Mike, Sierra, Papa. Let's try that one more time. Arrival, send. What are your thoughts on the fly-by-wire A380? I like it. Oh, look, it works. So we have Minneapolis, info Charlie, arrival. 3003 on the altimeter. Let's set that already in here. 3003. Final approach over noise area. NOTAMs, hazard weather in info for Minneapolis area available. Birds near Minneapolis. Read back, hold short instructions and assigned altitudes. All aircraft taxi with transponder and alt encoding on. Advisory of information Charlie. So 12 right, ILS, fantastic. Exactly what we wanted. Cool. So regarding landing performance, let me get to SimBrief for that. And for the pre-planning, we'll look at the charts. So we land on 12 right, and usually we're parked here on this side. So Alpha 4, Alpha 3 is perfect for that. Do we have some infos? KMSP. Yeah, so exit 12 right, exit Alpha 4 is 2,000 meters, and Alpha 3, Whiskey 3 is 2,340 meters. So that's also good information. So let's try to work out our landing distance requirement. Yeah, very fast taxi, and yeah, short taxi route. So 12 right, 3,000 meters available. Let's try a flap 25 landing. And so 300. Let's leave that, just in case the pressure drops a bit. Dry. So for a auto brake 2, actual is 2,200 meters. That would be perfect for Alpha 3. So we have enough margin. Well, factored would be 2,800. Yeah, but still, I mean, that's... Yeah, we'll go with auto brake 2. Flaps 25. That sounds like a good plan. So descent is in about 100 miles. So let's do a quick briefing. So the arrival that we're going to fly is the Bainey 3. We checked all the altitude restrictions. Radar vectored ILS approach 12 right. We have tower online, which is great. But we still have to do our own vectors to final. And we make that dependent on the aircraft ahead of us. Let's go below on... oh, we can't go below on TA? Alright, doesn't matter. 1 to 2.8 is what we should be on. Cool. What else? Oh, heading hold, hang on. LNAV. There we go. So, what else? Then, yeah, the ILS we briefed already, and missed approach takes us up to 3,000 feet. The sector altitude around the airport to the north 3,500, to south 2,800, and then we get under the vectored approach 12 right. The weather is fine. There's no bigger threats there at the moment, meaning 2 runways available. Plan B would be to stay in Minneapolis. So that is plan B. Yeah, extra fuel at the present time is about 1 ton. So that's about 12 minutes. Yeah, CTAF, you're right. It could be CTAF, but what was the restriction on that? Let me have a look. CTAF. Navigraph. Wouldn't these... So the guys that fly in the US on VATSIM a lot, maybe you can help us out. So if it were to use CTAF, then it would have a CTAF frequency on here, correct? But that's a good point, Julend. Do it point CTAF AKO. Okay, let me try. So point CTAF dot CTAF KMSP. KMSP. Yeah, you're right. It says the CTAF frequency from Minneapolis is 126.7. Cool. I love the swarm intelligence. Very nice. So I'm going to put that in the backup. 26.7. Excellent. So in case you're wondering, what is CTAF? CTAF is the Common Traffic Advisory Frequency. How is CTAF different from Unicom? VATSIM has traditionally used Unicom, that all pilots explicitly blah, 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 blah. The correct terminology for the frequencies is to coordinate amongst themselves as CTAF. The hive brain, exactly. So does CTAF mean I don't have to look for other aircraft? No, it is important to remember that pilots in a given area will not all be on the same CTAF. It is critical to remain vigilant, use your resources and keep your head out the window. Proper CTAF use is more important going into larger busy airports. So CTAF is a tool to coordinate with other pilots, but it does not replace the traffic scan. Cool. So, okay, so how do we use that? Let me try to find... oh yeah, sorry. Let me try to find a... thanks, Flying Wolf. How to use CTAF. There we go. So how to use CTAF when talking to air traffic instruction read back. On CTAF, there are no readbacks. There are a few rules you will need to remember. So firstly, when approaching an airport with a CTAF, you should make a radio call 10 miles out. Well, I mean, for us today, we would be on tower 10 miles out, right? Monitoring before entering 10 mile with hourly picture from the airport. Okay, so that's fine. So you need to make a call when entering downwind base final and exiting the runway. So today, it doesn't really help us today too much. Because we have a tower. We're lucky to have tower frequency online now. But we'll dial in the frequency during the descent. And once we get closer to the airfield, prior to contacting tower, we call in on CTAF and let other air pilots know where we are and see if any other pilots are, you know, on the final or something. Okay, so that should be fine. Right. Cool. After landing, we're going to vacate to the left. And I would assume the tower will give us instructions. So Alpha 3 and our parking spot should be... Let me have a look. Parking gates. It should be Golf 13. That should be our parking spot. Golf 13. So Alpha 3, then Alpha Bravo or Bravo Golf 13. No hotspots for taxiing. Excellent. Specials, threats. Normally in the US, I would brief that we all have to understand the clearance fully in the flight deck. So if there's anybody that doesn't understand the clearance, he or she should speak out. Problem is, if I do that with you guys, then I guess we get lots of questions with the clearances. But otherwise, yeah, I don't see any bigger threats. Weather is good. We feel nice and relaxed. No, the 787 does not have a brake to vacate, no. So that's why we do the landing calculations and try to, you know, choose a setting that is close to our optimum distance. So as we just saw, that Alpha 3 is 2,400 meters. So that should be perfect with Autobrake 2. Yeah, Mr. Saturday, I agree, yeah. Good, let's do check the recall first of all. So recall checked, and let's check the notes. Make sure there's no notes in here. So that's fine. And then we do descent items, flaps 25, Autobrake 2. And the minimum for the approach is, let's have a look here, cut 1, 1050. 1050 with 850 touchdown zone elevation. Yeah, so that's 200 feet height. So 1,050. Let's put that in. Barrow. Oh, that's too much. That zoomed up quickly there. 1,000. Oh, darn. Come on. There we go. 1,000. We'll get there. We will get there eventually. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Bang. Got it. Then we'll do the descent checklist. How come that doesn't work there? Let me do that here. So recall checked, auto brake 2, landing data, VREF 148, minimum barrow 1050, approach briefing completed, descent checklist complete. Did I miss questions, guys? I'm sorry because I'll restart the sim. So Flo, you wrote, agree regarding thoughts about pilots in 30 years, although we will have the current Neos that are being delivered for at least over 30 years. Unsure if you can easily go to one pilot with them. That's a question, Flo. That's something difficult to answer, right? For me, the biggest risk from a pilot view at the moment, I see single pilot flying long range during cruise flight. So you have 2 pilots for takeoff and landing, but for cruise flight, only 1 pilot in the flight deck. The minimums IRL, they're a lot easier to set. Definitely. That would be really annoying if that were that bad. Moody, that's a good question. That's a question I asked an engineer, and he said to me, well, at the moment they are building and developing a seat that monitors your heart rate, your breathing, your body temperature, and would recognize you falling asleep. And then you get electrocuted. No, you don't. Forget about that. No, you don't get electrocuted. You probably get a warning tone in the flight deck. So, so yeah, I mean, things are being developed. That's the thing. So. Yeah, Red Ragoon, yeah, maybe that's what happens. You have to press a certain button every couple of minutes. Who knows? What do you feel about cameras in the so club class? You mean like so cameras in the flight deck for just like a flight recorder, voice recorder? Is that your question there? To help with to help with the investigation. Right, let's descend. So let's go down. Let's do a alternate descent procedure, meaning VNAV. We're going to put the lowest altitude in here, which is 7,000. So 7,000 it is. And the aircraft will start descent automatically when we reach top of descent. Yeah, so regarding cameras in the cockpit, tough one. But honestly, I think for accident investigation, so if you could make sure that the video is automatically deleted after the flight. So while the voice recorders are not deleted automatically, they sometimes get like 2-3 hours or 12 hours, 24 hours of recording time. So if the video was automatically deleted after the flight, I think it would be helpful. Yeah, but Flying Wolf, that's the thing. So the question really is with regards to helping accident investigators in finding out the real cause and the actions of the pilots. What happened during that accident? Club class, no, things have changed there. So there's 2-hour loops. Bruno will know even more. So isn't Airbus like 12 hours now? So stick figure, that's interesting. Thanks for your post. So during much of your career as a university professor in the humanities, I became weary of encouraging my students to pursue a PhD because of the many changes happening in the profession. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? So stick figure, that's why I said, hang on, VNAV path. It should descend now, shouldn't it? Weirdly enough, I had to press that now. That's weird. Normally you don't have to do that. Okay, anyways. Now we're descending. Yeah, so like I said, for me, obviously I shouldn't have the arrogance to say to a young person, you know, to say to them, no, don't become a pilot. Because I think this and this will happen in the future. Right? That's just arrogant. So that's not my deal. So what I can say is that, okay, so I've been in the profession for over 30 years, and over the last 30 years, this has happened. So the pilot job has changed in a certain manner up to this point. The future is difficult to predict. At the moment, I know that Airbus, for example, is pushing on a single pilot cruise flight concept. They are developing system with their Dragonfly project, automatic takeoff. They already have implemented the option for automatic emergency descent. Airbus has automatic TCAS. So a lot of things are going into, you know, getting more automation into the flight deck again. And so with AI now being very, very, you know, a hot topic right now, difficult to predict. Let me use the speed brakes here quickly. Difficult to predict how, you know, how the development, the improvements in technology will go on over the next 20, 30, 40 years. Yeah, Flying Wolf. Yeah, sure. You know, there will be procedures in place to make sure that a pilot that falls asleep will be noticed quickly. But I think there will be different means also in the flight deck with some bells going off after 10 minutes, you know, inactivity or something. So let's say the pilot sits there and falls asleep, and so he doesn't move for 10 minutes. And his breathing typically slows down. So the sensors kind of notice the typical heart rate and breathing of a sleeping person. Yeah, then, you know, you could ring an alarm or something. You know, it would be possible, sure, but it's difficult to predict. Let's go data here. Nice. Alrighty, so let's see how the vertical descent path works now. So we have the next restriction 200 above at Milak, and then the window Bainey between 15,000 and 19,000. Hey Dustin, thanks so much for the €2. That's really kind. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for being here, Dustin. Thank you for your support. Much appreciated. Yeah, but Airbus Geek, I think the suicide topic obviously is something that has to be addressed all the time, but in a different manner. So the psychological health of a pilot has to be monitored and addressed all year round, and not just, you know, when something happens. Yeah, Tremonia, exactly, something like that. Yeah, club class, and we talked about this as well. You know, young people, there's been a study, so young people were asked if they could imagine getting on board an aircraft without pilots in let's say 20 years. And a lot of young people actually said yes, they can imagine that happening. And yes, that they would board that plane. You know, assuming technology has moved forward that much. Right, we're back on speed, VNAV path. Oh, that's also a thing in the real aircraft. So it has a very slow descent speed. So normally we would change that a bit manually. Let's hope it doesn't crash the sim. So there we go. So we have automatic engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice on. That looks logical with that temperature at the moment of minus 37 SAT, TAT minus 15. So definitely some humidity around. Yeah, Yanis, I agree. Pilot unions are powerful. However, the airline lobby is also very powerful. So there's going to be a battle for sure. Really? Grant, flying to Minneapolis? It's your hometown. Yeah, well, I mean, I've been to Minneapolis and I may fly there again soon. Who knows? Yeah, but I mean, we're not going to be seeing airliners, you know, without pilots for 20, 30 years. I'm sure about that. I don't think autonomous flying will be here in 20 years. Yeah, Red Dragon, and that's what I mean with it's so difficult to predict the future. You know, with regard to technological advance. And I'm definitely not an expert in that field. I am fairly clueless when it comes to that. Yeah, it is slightly bad. That's a good point, right? 14 years ago, we didn't have iPhones. Can you imagine that? Right, so what time is it? Normally 40 minutes prior landing, we give a call to the purser. Now it's 20 minutes, or the signs should have been on. So 30 minutes prior landing, seatbelts on. And then 18,000, we're going to switch to local QNH and we're going to get the lights on. Things are happening fast now. Hey, Randon, that's really kind of you to say. Yeah, so I'm sometimes getting to the question, you know, in the early days of flying, was flying more difficult or harder than today? Because today we have so much automation. I would say, no, not really. It was different. But today has just different challenges. But it's still very, very challenging, you know, to work as an airline pilot these days. One reason is that we have many more aircraft in the airspace these days. So it's a lot busier, a lot more delays. Definitely a challenge. One of those challenges compared to, you know, 30 years ago. Hello, Shalom, how are you? Nice to see you. Yeah, we'll have to see. So we're allowed, again, it's so difficult to predict. And I know, I'm aware it's a very emotional topic, obviously, especially for young pilots. I totally understand that. And again, I don't want to have the arrogance to predict the future, and I can't predict the future. But yeah. And I agree that aircraft being developed right now and being, you know, delivered right now they are made for 2 pilots. And so, and they will fly, you know, at least 20 years, 25 years, right? No, Dennis. Come on, hang on. Oh yeah, we have that working now, don't we? So the landing rate should be popping up. I want to see if FSI panel is working today with the landing rate. But I'm not sure if it's recording that. Let me see if I can record the landing. KMSP. Select airport, select runway, 12 right. Yeah. So rate my landing. I'll try that again today. Monitoring. Let's see if that works today. That would be cool. I'm going to put the CTAF frequency on. Going to listen in on the CTAF. Oh, there we go. Already hearing someone. Excellent. Alright, 10,000 feet. 3003. Let's set those 3 times. That's... Hold on. Yeah. Give me a second. So 17.7. Okay, so there we go. Right, so let's do the approach checklist. Approach checklist. Altimeters 3003. Approach checklist complete. Now for landing, what I'd like to have, I like to have the ICAS on my side, so I can see the engine power settings. Alpha, yes, thank you. Tower is on. I'm going to pre-dial the tower. But the tower... Oh, you know what? That is tower. Yeah, so CTAF frequency is tower frequency. But a tower will only give you landing clearance. So he's not there to give you radar vectors. It's such a long approach checklist. Yeah, I know, right? What weather settings? I'm using live weather, so the normal Microsoft weather. So I have no extra. There's an aircraft there. How come he's not on TCAS? Oh, because I don't have traffic on. Okay, so let me do a right turn. Let me do a right turn. Let me do a 360 to get separation there. I don't want to cause a alarm. Let's go vertical speed minus 500.
Now that's how pros do it.
Look, we had a crash to desktop. I forgot, okay? Give me a break. Oh. But, hey, give me credit for... Hold on. Give me credit for looking out the window and seeing other traffic. Right? Good, okay. I'm glad we got that cleared up. If we had a plugin that generated traffic contrails based on real world. Yeah, I mean, the add-on that I'm using, so it's called, what's it called? It's called, hold on, it's called SimFX. Yeah, so that has contrails. But yeah, but that's not real world, is it? That is just contrails. Hey, Drakalsi.
Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. American 2147 is about 1 mile out from Sesti on a visual for runway 12 right.
It's just visual.
2147, Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. Wind 120 at 11, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Cool.
Clear to land, run 2 right, American 2147.
This is what I love. I love the immersion. Exactly just like, you know, being here in real life. It's so cool. Absolutely love that. So FSLTL has it. Okay. Yeah. Right. So just a new question. ATC asked me, do you have traffic inside? Does TCAS count? No. No. Traffic inside means visually inside. You can say negative, but I have him on TCAS. That is what you can tell the controller. But TCAS does not have the same meaning as visual contact. Yeah, Randan, maybe apparently with Microsoft 2024, it's going to get better. So let's get back to Zorg, LNAV, VNAV, idle, LNAV, VNAV speed. Yeah, welcome. All right, so now we're descending. Why are we descending quickly? We're below path. We can take it a bit easier. So we have, all in all, what time is it? 10:30. Right, so lights are on, seatbelts are on, done everything, cool. So let me put in, disregard that, enable descent. Yeah, so the VNAV is a bit erratic as well. All right, let me do that vertical speed. Let me change that. Let me put them. Yeah, VNAV is still a bit messed up, I have to say. So let me put the airport identifier in here, and then we can see the track distance 42 miles, so 12,000 feet would be good, 10,000 is fine. So 7,000 at KQ. That is all we need. Now we have enough separation to the guy in front. Transponder. I always thought you can put that to below here, but can't. Lovely, look at that. Breaking out. And that's exactly what it looks like when you're flying to Minneapolis. Love it. Exactly. In the US, yes. Club class. So in the US, if the controller says climb flight level, it means without restriction. The altitude restriction, but not the speed. So the speed has to still be respected. Oh, Darren. Okay, so you got to be behind me then. Okay, fine. All good. All right, 1,000 feet per minute. What's your favorite layover in the US? That's a tough one. Not now. That's a tough one. I mean, it used to be San Francisco. I enjoyed LA because of the amount of things you could do in free time. I enjoyed Denver. Love Denver. Oh, you're right. Yes, Sapphire. GG's. You are correct. We're speeding. Test. Yep, 1,000 to go.
2147, left at Alpha 4 and say parking.
All right, left Alpha 4 and...
LNAV Sosolek. LNAV works nicely. VNAV, not so much.
American 2147, taxi via Alpha.
Why is the flaps
Delta,
5? Jesus.
Quebec to the gate.
Who put the flaps to 5?
Delta, Quebec to the gate, American 2147, thank you.
So, let's give him a call here at KQ. And then what we're going to do, we're going to shortcut from KQ to Wesa. Because that's pretty much straight in. And I don't see any other traffic ahead of me. So we'll close that. Here we are, 7,000. No one key, you went to bed, woke up again. Yeah, it was a long-range flight. Which 787 is the best? Oh, that's a tough one. So, like, I have to try there's another one, a new one. I have to try that. I mean, the Horizon mod is nice, and I think it's safe to fly on VATSIM, but it's still missing a lot of features. Yeah, because of the Rockies, yeah, the surroundings. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
Tower Delta 2437, turning south push for 12 right.
I have not flown the Cura for some time, so it's not really fair for me to say.
120 at 11, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Sorry, 12 right, clear to land, Delta 2437.
Minneapolis Tower, very good afternoon from Lufthansa 482 Heavy. We're at KQ and proceeding to Weser for the ILS 1 to right.
Delta 482
no.
Heavy, or correction, Lufthansa
yeah.
482 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 120 at 11, runway 12 right, clear to land, you'll be number 2.
That's copied. Number 2, clear to land 12 right, Lufthansa 482 Heavy. Thank you. So let's do flight level change, 5,000. So next restriction is 5,000 above at Weser. Here comes flaps 1. Flaps 1. Yeah, also what I'm noticing, the pitch up, pitch down with the autopilot is a bit aggressive. So it wouldn't really be that aggressive IRL. So we have India, Hotel, Kilo, Zulu. That's the ILS frequency identified. 121 inbound, 20 miles.
Tower, Northwest 84 requesting push and start from gate.
So here comes flaps 5 and flaps 5.
Northwest 84, Minneapolis Tower, push and start in the alley, your discretion.
Yeah, MAN, yeah, that's what happens in the US.
Push and start into alley, our discretion, we'll call for taxi, Northwest 84.
Let's go on tonight. See that pitch up, pitch down, that's way too aggressive, I'm afraid. That's the gear warning. Law. Okay, disregard. Yeah, it's a typical 787. It's too clean, so I have to use some speed brakes to get down. We are cleared for the approach, so we have the indications on the right side, or correct side, but they're not magenta yet. So I'm going to wait. Yeah, on purpose. So let me go heading select, approach mode. So we have heading select, flight level change speed, lock and glide slope armed. So that's better now. Let's put flaps to 10. Flaps 10. Let's have a look out for the airport. There it is. There's the airport. Downtown Minneapolis. Now, there we go. Look, so it's probably going to overshoot again. Yeah, you see, that's what we talked about earlier. So the localizer intercept is always a bit late. So that's why it overshoots the localizer a bit, and then, you know, S curves around to recapture it. So those are the things that I mean with hey Beethoven. Those are the things I mean with the add-on just missing a couple of features and, you know, improvements. But that being said, we're already cleared to land, so let me see if I can fly the aircraft raw data. I'm going to put the flight path vector on at 3,000 feet above the ground. Here is alt. Oh, look at the... see, that's what I mean. So the auto flight system, oof, it really needs some tweaking. So
Delta 2437, left red Alpha 4 in safe parking.
Let's go manual flight, yeah.
Delta 2437, exiting left, request taxi, terminal Delta.
So manual thrust, manual flight. Let's put the gear down. Let's see if I can do a better job.
2437, can you say the gate again?
Headwind.
Delta, gate, Delta 4.
Flaps 20.
Delta 2437, taxi via Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec, Delta 2437.
So let's regain the glide slope. Here we go. Localizer, that's better. 2500 is checked, and missed approach 3000 is set. And here comes flaps 25, final setting. And then we do one more thing, arm the speed brakes. Let's see if I can do that. Fantastic, speed brake armed. Now we're getting somewhere closer to where we should be.
Minneapolis Tower, Northwest 84, ready for taxi.
Let's get about 52-53% power in here.
Northwest 84, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12
And
left.
we should
Taxi
be
via
about
Charlie
153
6,
on the approach
Charlie
speed.
Papa, cross runway 22.
That's better.
Charlie 6, Charlie...
25 would be the normal landing flap setting.
22, Northwest 84.
Let's do a landing checklist. Landing checklist complete. Clear to land. The wind 11 knots, slightly from the left. And yes, no HUD. So we don't use HUD IRL, so I don't use HUD here in the sim. Even though the Horizon mod does have a nice HUD, I'm not going to use it. Just a tad fast. Let's correct that. And again, hand flying is nice. So now it behaves so the pitch axis. So if I push and pull, what I would do in IRL, that's nice. The yoke is vibrating a bit because I have a force feedback yoke, and a lot of add-ons don't like the force feedback for some reason. Even with a dead zone set. 1,000 is checked.
In Delta 2437, give way to the Northwest A320 coming out of the alley.
Roger, give way Northwest 2437.
Also, the 787 has fairly high approach speeds, so 153 knots approach speed here. So in general, we have a higher descent rate to stay on the glide. That's a good excuse for hard landings, but no. So the one thing I've noticed when I transitioned from the Airbus to the 787, yeah, the approaches go a lot quicker. That is just the way it is. 500, roger. So there we go, just a little bit high. I'm going to go with the Parpy lights though, because I'm not sure how well the glide stop matches up. So let's see how the flare works today. Now, continue. Going with the Parpy, a little bit low the glide slope though. That's how pros do it. The nose didn't slam down for me. So we have speed brakes up, reverse as normal. 170. That's good. Right. We did want to get out at Alpha 3. This is Alpha 4.
Minneapolis Tower, Lufthansa 545, 11 miles, runway 12 right.
Let's do some auto brakes.
Lufthansa
Thank you. The applause there, lol.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 120 at
We talked
11.
about it, didn't we?
Runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land. Lufthansa 545 heavy.
Lufthansa 482 heavy, left at Alpha 4. And I assume you're going to the Gulf gates?
Yes, appreciate Golf 13, please. Lufthansa 482 heavy.
Lufthansa 482 heavy, you should be able to taxi straight ahead to Gulf 13.
Yeah, gate is inside. Golf 13. Thank you so much for the service. Lufthansa 482 heavy. So that's 14. That should be 13 right there. There is 13. So we're going to take our time. We're just going to shortcut here. We're going to take our time and let's go gate Golf 13. Small now. And there we go. That's our gate. Now I have to do after landings real quickly. So I'm going to start the APU. So traffic, weather radar off, terrain off.
Flight runway heading, clear for takeoff.
Flaps up. Speed brakes down. And then transponder just on. And I think that was it. Lights, strobe lights off, taxi lights off here as well. I updated GS. That's really, really nasty. I updated GSX yesterday. No joke. No, I don't have replay working, unfortunately. No. I'm just going to follow GSX now. I think it's wrong, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh my god. This can't be right. Oh, hang on. It could be right. It could be right. She wants a kiss. Yeah, I mean... Doomp. Okay, we're gonna set the brakes here. Oh, GSX. I love the memes though. So APU is available, so we have shutdown items. It's always good for a laugh, no doubt. Right. So shutdown items. Yeah, all doors in park, fantastic. Oh god. GSX, can we start deboarding, please?
Deboarding requested.
Thank you. Doors. So we're going to open the forward cargo there.
Northwest 84, frequency change to advisory approved. Have a good flight.
Over to advisory, Northwest 84.
Nice. Here we go. So welcome to Minneapolis. That's what it should be looking in real life. So entry open. Yeah, often. Well, yes, normally.
545 heavy, left at Alpha 4.
Nice.
And safe parking.
Look at that, another Lufty 787.
4, and we're going to the Gulf Gate. Lufthansa 15.
It was an honor. Thanks for flying along.
Lufthansa 545 Heavy. Gulf Gates are straight ahead. Taxi as requested.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lima 2 is normally used for deboarding, but sometimes we use Lima 1. It's the left one. Well, the weather radar was off, luckily, though. Yeah, I'm using FT Sim sounds. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Lots of Delta advertisement, right? So let's see. Have I forgotten anything? Shutdown checklist. Yeah, parking brake is... let's see. Parking brake. Cancel. Parking brake set. And that's the shutdown checklist completed. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, GSX. I did get the GSX profile. So I'm surprised that yeah, it took us that far. Anyways, we've made it safely here. So that was a fun flight. A big shout out to Lewis Daniel gifting 5 subs on the channel. Thank you much for that, Lewis. And then we had an anonymous gifter and also Autothrust Blue as well. Thanks for the 5 gifted as well. That's really kind. Thank you so much. And thanks for the €2 from Dustin. Thank you for all the bits. Welcome to the new members. And I am planning to stream on Monday, but that depends on when I'm back, because I am meeting a friend who's got a quick stopover coming from San Francisco. And so I do hope to stream on Monday, but I will let you know. Thank you so much, Lewis Daniel. And I am planning to fly to the new Innsbruck scenery on the next stream. So maybe we'll take one of the Sharkies, 320 Sharkies, down to Innsbruck. Looking forward to... we haven't been to Innsbruck for some time, so good time to check out new scenery. Real Tyrogoth, thank you so much for the kind words, and thanks for being so patient regarding the crash to test stop. Yeah, much appreciated, and thanks for those people that actually take the time today to fly along. I mean, it's been a long flight, hasn't it? Even with the time acceleration on some part. But MAN, thank you so much. Hope to see you maybe Monday. Who knows? I have to see. Afro, yeah, there's a new version out, isn't there? The thing is, though, Flying Wolf, I'm going to have to see if I can, practice prior so that I don't make a fool out of myself. Well, oh, actually, one more thing. The landing report, guys. So we had 170, but let's have a look at the FSI panel landing report. So landing distance, so it did flare a bit, it says. So 680 meters, 2.5 meters right, satisfactory, 201 feet per minute, nice landing. Bank was good, so just 1.6 degree left. Pitch 3.3 up. Oh yeah, and people reporting the nose dropping down. I did not feel that. So all I can say regarding the flight model, the aircraft flies beautifully. However, I just feel the pitch axis is still a bit too sensitive, especially on the rotation today, and in the flare as well. I felt the aircraft was a bit too pitch sensitive. But otherwise, yeah, it's a solid Alan, I would say. Solid. Trollsport, thank you so much. The special liveries, yeah, I agree. But we'll have to wait and see. Guys, thank you so much again for all the amazing support, my dear moderators. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for all for your hard work. Thank you, everyone, and I will see you again very soon, guys. Take care, stay safe. Happy landings. Good night.